boy. And all the other things that Quest Portal can do.
Ooh, just music.
This is mommy's kind of music.
Oh, I love saxophone.
Welcome
Sexiest
everybody
instrument alive.
to another Call of Cthulhu one-shot. This time, the Crack'd and Crook'd Manse, a 7th edition scenario. Tonight we've got Luke as dilettante Daphne Lexington. We got Coke as her son Peter Lexington.
Peter.
Playing Peter's fiance Nakane Yuna. Jimmy.
Hello.
Playing
Pleasure to meet ya.
Playing bounty hunter and private investigator Gerald Colt Dickson as Shawn. And
Yo.
playing young legal apprentice Victor Mason as Chris.
Woo!
So, we start off in the small town of Gamwell. We're about 80 miles west of Boston, Massachusetts. It is a pretty mild pretty mild day in February 1925. It's probably late morning, not quite lunchtime, as a cab pulls up outside of the Dodge Brothers Law Office. A pretty grizzled-looking gentleman by the name of Colt Dickson steps out, looking once more at the letter he had recently received from the Dodge Brothers. Basically saying that a client of theirs, Mr. Arthur Cornthwaite, he's kind of gone missing. I haven't seen or heard from him for a bit, and being his lawyers and Arthur being a very, very wealthy man, they kind of need to know what to do about his estate and all this. So they've hired this finder of men, Colt Dickson, to maybe take a look around. I imagine you step on in, Colt.
Yeah, I'm gonna step on up with a cigarette in my mouth, just kind of hitting that last little bit of a drag as I kind of toss off to the side and walk up to the door.
I have too many. I have like 5 copies of the same book open. So, yeah. You step inside. It's a pretty modest-looking little office. There are, in the main room, you find 3. I'll leave the jazz on for now. I was gonna change that, but fuck it. You find 3 desks with 3 older-looking gentlemen sitting in them. Why did he? Whatever. Somebody's escaped my characters thing. You find these 3 gentlemen, the Dodge Brothers. Like, as you kind of step in and kind of just stand there waiting for them to greet you, you see these three like gray-haired heads just all turn at once. They're all pretty little weaselly-looking gray men in washed-out gray suits. They all sort of have various degrees of receding hairline. The first one, who kind of starts getting up out of his chair, he's got a big mustache. And the other 2 are pretty clean-shaven. They all look to be in their late 50s, early 60s, something like that. The one guy comes over and is like, "Oh, can we help you?"
Colt will pull the paper out of his jacket pocket and open it up, and, well, yes, I received a letter from your firm reporting of a missing person of interest. I believe I could be of assistance.
And, I just realized I never actually moved you guys. I moved it on my screen, but I didn't move it on everybody else.
Hey! There we go.
There you go.
It looked way better to me, just not to you guys.
A whole new world.
Okay, I keep forgetting that there's an extra little player button I gotta hit for the players to see that.
That's
Yeah, so they 3 of them just kind of start murmuring to themselves. And shit, I forgot I gotta lock this shit so you people can move stuff around.
Oh, sorry.
Learned that last time.
Us people.
That was totally my bad.
Yeah, so they start murmuring to themselves, and then the mustachioed gentleman comes back up to you and kind of shakes your hand. His handshake is limp and moist. It's awful. Weaselly little guy. He's like, I'm Walter Dodge, and I wish I had closed my notes. This is Herbert and Reginald. He points to the other two gentlemen. It's like, we are the Dodge brothers. We run this law office here in Gamwell. Yes, we are looking to hire you to find one of our benefactors, one of our clients, Mr. Arthur Goldthwaite. Or Arthur Cornthwaite. I'm getting his name wrong because I haven't looked at it in a minute. Cornthwaite. I should change.
Cornthwaite.
Arthur's he's a very rich man, very philanthropic, a bit of an oddball, but everybody in town loves him. We haven't heard from him in weeks or something. We're getting a little worried. I mean, if something has happened to him, then we need to find out about it. As his lawyers, I mean, we have to look after his estate and all of his holdings, and you know, and just keeping us in the dark seems dreadfully impolite. And the other two are just like, yeah, nodding along.
Colt's just kind of visibly like, great. Like, these guys just don't seem to really catch his interest much. So he kind of pulls out a cigarette and do you mind if I light this? And kind of
like,
doesn't even care for the answer. He starts lighting it. And he says,
he's like, well, actually, oh no, yes, go ahead, sir. Of course.
and he says, where was the last time anyone seen Arthur?
Well, that's a good question. It's been a while. He returned from an expedition last year. Yes, he's been home for quite a while, and he's been at the estate, but for all we knew, he should just still be at his house, but nobody's heard from him. He hasn't contacted us, and we tried very hard. We went all the way out to his estate and yelled quite loudly at his front door, and there was no answer, so we left. We did ask the sheriff.
Is there anyone at the estate that could probably give me some advice of where he may have gone?
He's
a butler, a maid.
They all kind of start like mumbling like back and forth. Well, that's the odd thing. Arthur's been kind of cleaning house as of late. Perhaps he's not happy with his workers or something anymore. He always hired out of state and whatnot. Not anyone local, but he's been slowly letting them go, I believe. When we went, there was nobody there. If you'd like, then perhaps we can find his books. He's like, well, give us a few moments. Let me see if we can find his accounting. And you see them kind of start like looking around through filing cabinets and that. Meanwhile, a beautiful roadster, nice looking car, just kind of putting down the road, kind of passes that last sign. Like, you're now entering the town of Gamwell with Daphne Lexington, her son Peter, and Peter's fiance Nakane, or I guess Yuna. I'm getting her name backwards now. The three of them pulling into the little town of Gamwell. What's the plan, Ms. Daphne?
Imagine as well that we haven't heard from my very good friend Arthur in quite some time. The parties just haven't been the same without him there. Come, children, let us to his lawyer's office. Mayhaps we can figure out some information of where he is. I do so miss his chef's cooking.
You've never
Father,
been You've never been to Gamwell before, Daphne. You've heard of it. You know that Arthur lives out here. It's always probably kind of been like kind of weirded you. It's like, why does he want to live in that shitty little town out in the middle of nowhere? There's nothing there. Because you know that there's looking it up probably on the map before you, or maybe like Peter or Yuna kind of looked through the map on your drive up out of Boston, and you would know that there's a handful of things. There's a boarding house, like town hall, police station, like attorney's office, newspaper office, library, and then just like probably some mediocre little like general stores or general shops. But there's pretty much nothing to this place.
Yes, it looks like all the regular anemones are in place. This is a small little place. I mean,
very
how much could it
quaint.
have?
Very quaint. As we're driving, I got one of those like a kerchief on around my head to keep my hair in place, like big oversized sunglasses on, and like one of those a cigarette, but in the like long
in the
cigarette holder. In the holder.
Yeah, it's gotta be in the holder.
Of course. Wouldn't hold it in my own fingers.
Peter, light Mummy's cigarette for him.
I light it for her, like at an instinct. Like I almost don't even look at it. Like it's been so traditional for me to do it that I just, at instinct, know what to do.
That's a good boy.
Doesn't even have to ask.
As Peter does that,
in the reflection of the car a little bit.
As Peter does that, Yuna just kind of looks away, coughs just ever so very quietly, but nonetheless, it happens.
I'll turn and look at you and I'll be like, "Would you like a light as well, dear?"
No, not now, Peter. She seems to have a bit of a tickle.
Yeah.
It's quite all right.
Oh,
Yes,
gotta put these dice away. I just rolled the crit out of them. I need that crit.
Need that crit.
Need that crit for later. I'm swap dice again.
Imagine.
But you would know if you were looking for like his attorneys or accountants or whatever.
Yeah,
a quick glance at the map would tell you that the only thing like that would be this Dodge Brothers attorney's office that you see. Seems to be the only kind of law office or like accounting office or anything in
Is this
the town.
like a pretty small kind of town kind of thing?
Oh yeah, this is like it's the type of thing you would like stop in to buy an ice cream or a tonic or a soda
A tonic? Could
on
always
your
go
way
for a
to
tonic.
before you continue down the road to somewhere else.
Anywhere else of substance.
This is a pit stop town. It has like the bare minimum.
Yes.
Can't even read what's on the sign for the building beside the law firm.
Even I can't read that.
It's written in Cthulhu lettering.
It's written in Cthulhu. And, oh no!
Totally
Make
is.
it-
Oh,
make it-
sanity roll for
Everybody
everybody.
make a sanity check.
Make a Cthulhu mythos roll to see if you can read that.
No, but I imagine he's got to have some sort of business holdings around here, somewhere he deals with, somewhere that might have information on where he has gone to. Bodies just aren't the same without Arthur there, don't you know? Come, what does the map say? What's in town?
Well, it looks like there's a law office that it's the only one in town, so I can't see it being the right place.
Chris
How
died.
about you pull up over there?
That's my car out front. No, my car's got to be nicer than that. Fuck that.
Yours is
Nicer than
red.
that.
Mommy
yeah,
doesn't
so you
buy anything
guys,
that ugly.
yeah, you guys get whoever's navigating for you pulls out the map, and it's just kind of pointing you in the right direction to get to this Dodge Brothers law office. Meanwhile,
Over there, Daphne. Over there.
back in the office, the three Dodge
Just call
Brothers
me
are
Mom,
all,
sweetie.
they're all kind of scrambling around, but they don't really look like they're trying all that hard. Until one of them's like, Victor, did you find that book yet? Oh, it's just they're all three like, oh, fuck, it's taking forever. And then you see this scrawny kid come back out with like a Kind of almost comes like almost running out from like the side rooms. Like, I got it, with a big ledger in his hands. That would be Victor Mason, their apprentice.
Yes. Anything you need, sir. Do anything to make sure that this gets taken care of.
Well, yes. We need to take a look through that to see if what Arthur's been, what he's been up to and whatnot.
Diligently starts thumbing through it.
Yes, Arthur was a bit of a, he was a philanthropist. He gave a lot to this town. Lives out, got about a good 10 miles out of town on a great big estate known as the Fitzgerald Manse. Yes, the old Fitzgerald place. He bought that a few years ago, I believe. Moved out there. Bit of one of his biggest pleasures, Arthur, is he fancies himself an archaeologist, as like a hobbyist archaeologist. Puts together escapades and trips out to places like South America to go looking for ruins. And he starts like dabbing at sweat that's like around. He's like, I'm exhausted just thinking about it. I don't know why everyone would want to go down there. Traipsing around a South American jungle. What? Oh, terrible. That's like an awful thing to do. But that's what Arthur liked. I believe his last major expedition was in 1923, which would be probably about just over a year ago. It is now February 1925.
So what makes you think he's not just on another expedition right now?
Well, he very well could be. In fact, he's never really done anything like this or gone on a long trip without talking to us first or letting people know.
Maybe he wanted some lawyers with some backbone.
They just kind of go wide-eyed. They're just kind of like looking at each other.
As I take the end of my cigarette, I drop it. Do one of them have a drink by chance?
Oh yeah, they'll probably
I'm just
have
gonna drop my cigarette butt in their drink, one of the drinks.
Oh yes, don't. Yes, please. You may use this as an ashtray. Absolutely. Thank you for not putting it out on the carpet.
You're really not giving me much to go on here. If you really want me to find this guy.
So you're saying you are taking the case? And they're all kind of like, leaning a little bit. You're going,
Well, things have been a little dry lately. Could use a little extra cash, so yeah, I'll take the case.
Wonderful. We're willing to offer you. It's funny, you never can find the information that you're looking for. Like
when you're looking
when
for
you're
it?
looking for
When
it.
you need it.
I believe it's $100 now for you.
$100.
$100. Where did he go? Yeah, so we're willing to offer you $100 as well as we'll cover a few of your expenses if they're reasonable. If your journeys take you out to Arthur's house, we already had the sheriff go out there. He insisted that Arthur's not there, but the sheriff has. He has a bit of a history with that place. He's not a big fan of that building in particular, so I don't know how thoroughly he's searched. But if you do wish to check in on it, he goes into a drawer and pulls out a couple of keys.
No offense to your sheriff, but it's my job to actually find people. His job's just to keep people safe. Make sure the law's abided by. So I'll check out his house. It's probably the best place to start. Might give me an idea of what he was into.
Look, okay. How will I finally find? So, well, we're willing to pay you $100 to locate Mr. Cornthwaite. And I tell you what, we'll give you a $100 bonus if you can have the answer within the week. There is one thing we are going to ask of you, Mr. Dickson. Your reputation follows you quite heavily, I'm afraid. It is imperative. And then they all kind of just put their hands up. If something tragic did happen to poor Arthur, which we pray it did not. We pray that he is alive and well, and he's just off running around doing who knows what. But if something tragic did happen to him, the Fitzgerald mansion and the property it's a bit run down. It's not in the greatest shape, but it is still worth quite a lot of money. We must insist that the place remain undamaged. I hate to bring such things up, but we remember hearing about the Bradley case a few months back that you were involved with, and what happened to that whole apartment build. We can't have anything like that, Mr. Dickson.
I take no responsibility for what happens on my past cases.
We are going to, yes, just to make sure that all of the Arthur's interests are taken care of. As a representative of this law firm, we would insist that you take a young Mason here. Victor, you're going to go with Mr. Dickson here.
You got it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dodge. I'll make sure it gets done.
Look, he's a fine young man, and we'll take care of his. We'll give him a stipend for any of his necessities.
This kid even got a pube between his dick.
Between his dick?
Come on, man. On his dick.
That's how they did in the 1920s, see?
I must admit we haven't really checked yet.
Come on, man. You're just gonna slow me down.
I'm very clever. I'm sure I'll be of some use. Just do what I can to get in with the Dodge. Make sure Mr. Dodge's interests are taken care of.
Yes, Mr. Dickson, wouldn't you like to have someone with you to do the heavy lifting and the busy work while you take care of the very intricate and important
heavy lifting?
investigating?
He could barely hold up the damn encyclopedia he brought in from the file. I'm just shitting on you.
I know. I'm just like, hey.
So at this point, yeah, the beautiful looking roadster just kind of pulls up in front of this building and says, Dodge Brothers Law.
This must be the place. Surely it's the place.
I hurry out and I run around and open the door for Mummy first.
What a polite young
Step
man.
out, cigarette first. Pat you on the cheek like lovingly. Such a good boy.
While his fiance still in the
Then
car.
I hurry Yuna out like, come on. As soon as like Mommy's turned her back, I'm like, come on, open the door. I can like,
Okay. I'm coming. Oh, just chill. This is probably the place for sure. It's the only
take her
place
on and
in
kind of,
town.
start kind of strutting.
Like straighten my dress out a little bit. Ah, yes then. Come, let us ask our questions.
As you kind of approach the door, you can hear sort of muffled voices behind, like there's some sort of conversation or something going on inside the office.
Oh, busy place. Go stand at the front door.
I kind of rub out the cigarette. Oh, shit. And I open the door. Sorry, Mother.
Turn to young Yuna. Like, you'll have to put in a little bit more work training this one. He's such a good boy, but take a little time to get certain things. His mind does tend to wander. Come now.
Follow.
Yes, Mother. I'm coming. Yes,
as
Mother.
Colt is given a bit of a dressing down to Victor Mason, and the Dodge brothers are kind of just like looking back and forth, confused. The front door to the office opens, and a very well-dressed older lady and a big hoss of a young man and his young Asian fiance are kind of just standing there in the open doorway, and everyone just kind of stops talking and looks at them.
This place smells. And it's awfully dirty in here.
I think it's the added charm, dear. That's all. Hello there. I wonder if any of you fine gentlemen could help me out. asking like whoever will listen, seeing this room full of fucking shifty-eyed lawyers.
Victor runs forward. Yes, do you have business with with Mr. Dodge?
Or Mr. Dodge? Or Mr. Dodge?
Or Mr. Dodge? Or Mr. Dodge?
Oh, Dodge Brothers! I get it now. The sign outside. You're all Dodges then. He's looking at the whole room.
Yeah,
You're all Dodges?
Three of them look real similar. One of them looks real scruffy and rough, and one of them looks like just a young kid holding a big book.
Different fathers, I see. Or different mothers. I don't judge. So I'm looking for an acquaintance of mine who lives somewhat in the area. I wonder if you have business with a man by the name of Arthur... Cornthwaite? Cornthwaite. Looking for a man by the name of Arthur Cornthwaite. Very good friend of mine. He hasn't been answering any of my pigeons, or
Mr. Cornthwaite. No, you said you're acquaintances of him. When was the last time you seen him?
It has been some time. It was not at the last party, the most wealthy party. It was supposed to be his turn to host. Instead, I had to host, which is never a big deal anyways, but I do so enjoy the way his staff make shrimp. They are lovely.
You see Walter. Walter kind of goes over and like elbows Colt a little bit and kind of whispers to him, "See, real go-getter. Look, he's already asking questions and investigating. See, he'd be a lot of fun."
Colt just kind of like pulls another cigarette and starts lighting it.
Oh, do you mind? And I pull out a cigarette, stick it on the end of my little holder, and just stick it in my mouth, waiting.
I go to flip out the lighter and then stop myself midway. Like, nope.
Well, that's not how you light a cigarette. It's like strike a match and like
yes,
reach out
that
with the
rich
match.
sulfur flavor.
You can
It's
strike
like
a
pure
match on
joy.
your chin.
I
Yeah.
puff up my
He
chest.
probably
trying to
strikes
look
that match on fucking Victor's chin.
Yes, can't seem to get a hold of the man. I wonder if does he do business with this law firm?
Well, madam, yes, we are the Dodge brothers. I am Walter Dodge, and this is, of course, my brothers, Herbert and Reginald. This gentleman here, Mr. Dickson, is aiding us in finding Mr. Cornthwaite. He's been impossible to get a hold of, so we have
I know, right?
decided to take matters into our own hands. Make sure he's okay. Perhaps do some sort of wellness check on him. And it wouldn't be one of them. One of them just like wouldn't be the first time something happened at that mansion. And he just kind of like, ooh. Like, oh, yeah, shut up, Herbert. Yes. It's not a very funny joke. Well, yes, the old Fitzgerald place has a bit of habit of its residents or caretakers dying horribly or going insane and murdering their families. It's not a big deal.
Ooh, sounds exciting.
As Yuna hears that, she starts pulling out her notepad and starts jotting down information.
I peer over your shoulder, kind of peeking the notes, kind of trying to memorize them like lines to a movie, but not wanting to write them down.
That sounds exciting. Mr. Dickson, was it? Are you on your way to this mansion?
Sooner as I can get over to that mansion, the better, from the looks of it. Time is of the essence, is it not?
Oh, you are absolutely right. My old grandfather used to say, time is money. She like goes to like adjust her necklace, which is imagined as just like fat fucking pearls. She's got just jewelry, like everywhere. You could tell she's just like very, very well dressed, like nice dress, designer bag, like perfectly coiffed little curls in her hair.
Yeah, so Victor still has clutched in his arms this big ass ledger. I'm like, Victor, don't forget you cannot be taking that with you. It needs to stay here. And ethics and the law prevent us from revealing any information from Mr. Cornthwaite's will or such. But you could look through his accounting books here. That should be all right, given the circumstances. So if somebody wants to look through this big ol' account, I'm going to need a successful accounting roll.
Wait a minute, that's not what I thought it was.
Well, you're the lawyer there, Victor.
Yeah, he is.
Nice. Well, he's working on it.
Damn.
Lawyer in training.
Bam!
Lawyer's gonna roll.
Lawyer's gonna loy.
So yeah, you kind of slap the book down on the table and start just kind of everyone else is kind of like probably watching over your shoulders, like trying to sort of take in the information, but you're just like speeding your finger across the page and they're having a hard time keeping up. You can tell just kind of like looking at the income and that Mr. Cornthwaite is indeed a very wealthy man. Easily worth over $1 million or more. You can kind of see the gist of he's got many sound investments that will bolster up his already healthy financial reserves. So there's no, like, he's not hard up on money. He's not like, it looks like he was fine. He was fine for money now. He's fine for money in the future. Under outgoings, you can see that his last major expedition that he funded was to South America in 1923. There is in here, like, there's entries recording the hiring of men and the successful transport of equipment to South America. But with your hard success on that roll, you note that you only see passage booked for one person on the return voyage. For domestic expenses, you don't see anything for his household staff. If you kind of ask about that, the Dodges, like Walter, but his staff, yes, he liked to manage the estate staff himself, and basically we just made available a general payroll, and Cornthwaite then just distributed himself. He liked to hire people from out of town to manage his place. If you want to give me, as you're kind of looking through this, if you want to give me another accounting roll or perhaps a spot hidden, see if there's anything else kind of in the depths of this ledger that might seem odd to you.
Come on, baby. Oh!
Ooh.
Whoa.
Regular success.
You do see the very last entry seems a little odd. January 7th, 1925, so at least a month or more ago. You see Cornthwaite requested a dump truck full of salt to be delivered to his property, but it says that the order was not fulfilled.
Curious. It's this entry here, like, he says he ordered a dump truck of salt. What would somebody do with that much salt?
Oh, that we didn't know. We were still working on lining it up for him when he became when that was the last we heard of him when we made that request. Perhaps, I mean, it's been a bit of a mild winter. Perhaps he knew something we didn't. The snow up at, the Fitzgerald estate is so far out of town that perhaps he was worried about being able to get his vehicles in and out of the place. We kind of kept that one to ourselves because To be honest, we were worried it was a sign he was starting to become unbalanced and asking for strange things. Maybe a little bit too much time alone in that big old house. But, yes, we never did get him his dump truck of salt.
That's rather unusual.
Yeah, we thought so too. Yes, the Fitzgerald estate is quite old and has quite a messy history. Unfortunately, we don't. Not really our cup of tea. It's not legal. It's not numbers, delicious numbers. So perhaps there's a library in town. Mr. Fitzgerald or Mr. Cornthwaite was quite a big fan of. You could probably find more information about it at the library or something.
Good.
Mummy, why are we so interested
that
in this Arthur? Like, we know that he's probably on an expedition. Why are we even here?
He did not. Usually he makes a big show of telling everybody where he's going and the treasures he's going to bring back and the adventures he's going to have. He said nothing and hasn't been heard from. He is a good friend of mine, Arthur. We are being good friends.
And Mr. Dickson, before you go, yes, there is the Haggerty boarding house in town if you're looking for a place to room. It's like all this commotion with these new guests, I almost forgot. And he walks over and hands you 2 keys that he pulled out of his desk. So these are keys for the Fitzgerald estate. 1 key is for the front door, 1 key is for the back door.
Excellent.
So, Mr. Dickson, is it? So you're planning on going to the mansion? Any idea when?
Well,
And any idea what you're looking for?
any clue's a good clue. Got to figure out what it is that Arthur was trying to do and where he went. So hopefully something there can lead us in his direction.
Mr. Dickson, I hope you wouldn't mind if an old woman and her lovely son and future daughter-in-law were to tag along for a bit of fun and adventure. I could make it worth your while. Adventure is so hard to come by without travel overseas. What did that man there say? He was just paying you?
Not to mention, Mother, he's also your friend.
A good friend of mine, and his safety is, of course, of the best regard.
I already
Whatever those.
already got to carry this kid around. Now I got to carry the 3 of you around with me.
Only if you like money, my friend. Whatever those
carry me around
fine
anywhere.
gentlemen there have offered you for completion of your task, I'll double it. Adventure is so hard to find, and you have to pay for the finer things in life.
Not to mention, this could be my breakthrough story.
Yes, you see.
I've been quite useful already.
I'm a journalist, aspiring to be a journalist and make it in the big time.
Just don't get in my way. Maybe you can be of use. You've been to the house before, have you not, lady?
We've been there a few times. I'll kind of interject, but
Imagine so. No,
he's
pretty
he hasn't lived there for too long. You probably
Yeah.
have never been here. You probably never come out, slummed it all the way out here before at the Gamwell.
yeah, it's very slummy.
This isn't his normal manse.
Well,
Wondering.
you do know the guy better than I do. Maybe you can still be of some use.
Oh, absolutely, dear.
Besides, I could use a new ride up there since mine's a little bit on the fritz.
Oh, yes. We can, I'm sure we can squeeze. There's no such thing as seatbelts, so I can fit as many people as I can squeeze into the back of my car.
That's true.
Come on in, then.
All right, we'll do it.
Make sure you have a few nips of brandy before, as you're on the road to keep you alert.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't have a dry mouth cruising down the road, could you?
So yeah, the 3 Dodge brothers, they stand up and just like the photograph, just kind of stand there, fucking dead-eyed, looking at you as your balls begin to leave.
Victor will look at him. Yes. We'll make sure this gets done, Mr. Dodge. Mr. Dodge. Mr. Dodge.
Oh, that's clever. I like that.
Like, don't disappoint us, Victor. Your quarterly review, it hangs on it.
Yes, Mr. Dodge.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the kid doesn't get in too much trouble.
One of them, Herbert, is like, oh, thank goodness. He starts like dabbing giant rivulets of sweat that are just like pouring down his half bald head.
Peter runs to the door and holds it open for everyone.
Such a good boy. Mr. Dickson, this is my son Peter, if I have not yet introduced anybody, and his lovely fiancée, wife-to-be, Yuna.
A journalist and the son of a rich lady. That's all I need to know.
You'll be lucky one day to tell the tale that you met me. See, I'm gonna be famous in the pictures one day. Watch.
You and every other chump on the streets, eh?
Ah, not every other chump on the streets has such good backing as my Peter.
Yeah.
I take a striking Superman pose for a second.
Yuna looks at Peter and just gives a little smile
does.
and a wink.
There's nothing
Yes,
more
sure.
attractive in the 1920s than a man who loves his mother.
Also, I tap my pocket where like Yuna's picture is, that Yuna knows. I'm like, that's right, doll.
Alright, where's our first stop then, Mr. Dixon?
Yeah,
Did
so
I
you
go to the
know,
library?
you
The
know
library.
you would probably be able to get some directions from the Dodge brothers
Mason.
before you leave. You know that the
Mason would
Fitzgerald.
know
Actually,
around.
Victor would probably also know that. He would kind of know where it is. That it's part of. It's about 10 miles out of town, and like out in that part of the like right out of the town, like out like way out in the middle of nowhere. There's lots of just big estates on huge acreages of land, just like out amongst those.
Oh, we're going right to the Fitzgerald place.
Well, that's where you know that is. I'm like, just so
Yeah.
you know that like it's not
Oh,
like on the
Around the
outskirts
corner.
of town. No, it's like it's way the fuck out there.
Well, we should probably check out the library first then, since the library's probably in town.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Come then.
it's quite this way.
Lead you
You-
out to my,
you-
like, real nice fucking car.
I run to open the door for Mommy first.
There's a good boy, Peter.
Then I open the one behind Mommy for Yuna.
Thank you, my dear.
I like to imagine
Victor will let
Colt's-
himself in and kind of
Colt's just
slide in.
standing there watching this, smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, and I run up to my door and I open it and I get one foot in and I'm like, well, everyone get in, and I close it and sit in the
Yes,
shotgun.
yes, pile on in.
Cool,
Mr.
just
Dixon,
make his way in.
Colt's
would
got
you
a
mind
whole.
taking... Mr. Dixon can ride shotgun. He can kind of tell us where we're...
Mommy,
we're on our way
no!
to. It's
I want to
okay,
sit next
Peter.
to you.
Vickers, I thought you were driving.
I'm driving.
You're driving?
My car. Peter doesn't have the rights to drive Mummy's car yet.
No.
Colt,
Not-
Colt's
not
probably
that
not.
one night.
Colt's probably not used to the female lead in this aspect, though. So
He's also got a really
No.
good drive auto rate, like score too.
She is a fucking stud, bruh.
Yeah, she is.
A stud tryst, perhaps.
Drive auto 50. Well, I didn't even look at that.
Yeah, she had. Well, I kind of looked at that when it said she had a car. I was like, oh yeah, she's got a good drive auto score too. Is there anything Daphne can't do?
Fail. Stay sane, probably. Probably.
Probably roll successes.
Colt's got himself a whole like JRPG party at this point.
and besides, Peter, are you not going to sit beside me?
He kind of hesitates. Yes, dear. And I.
Yeah. She looks to
Enjoy
the other side of her, and there's this Victor Mason, young looking little the wet behind the ear kind of guy. Hello.
Ah, yes. Squeeze on in. Come on, then. Bunch up. There's this. She's probably got a big ass bench seat in the back.
Oh, bro.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Maybe even a big-ass bench seat in the front? Probably.
Probably.
My 1981 Ford Fairmont station wagon had a big-ass bench seat in the front, and it was magical.
What's the name of the car again? It's like a.
Um,
I know it's a roadster.
it is a Stutz Roadster automobile.
Yeah, it has a soft top. Well, we'll say that you got one. Well, say you got one with a top on it.
Oh, that doesn't have a back seat.
I'm looking at one. There's a
Oh, there's one that
1928
does.
one that does have
Yeah.
a backseat. We'll say
I was
it's-
curious what it looked like. Those are like
It looks
Alright,
a lot
get in the
like
trunk.
cars.
it actually looks a lot like the one that's in the picture of the law
Except,
office.
yeah,
with-
except it's like the roof's
soft
missing.
top.
It's a little bit longer. Yeah,
Everybody in the trunk. Get on in.
pretty cool. That's actually a pretty cool car.
Peter, dear, shove your fiance into the trunk.
Oh no, she's still breathing, Mummy.
Oh, yes, shove that young lawyer in on top of her.
Oh my.
I do what I'm told.
So you guys are heading off to the library. Victor from the squished in the back seat can like give you directions as he's from this town. He's from Gamwell.
Oh, we're just ripping down the street like a nice wham. One hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the cigarette.
Just remember, Victor, I'm already a taken woman. Don't try anything.
As I
Yeah,
put my
don't flatter
hand
yourself,
on
dear.
her lap in like kind of a protective way. She's my doll.
Yeah, so you guys eventually get to the Gamwell Public Library. Which I thought I was already on, but I'm not. Page. Gamwell Town Library. Yeah, so you see it's not a very big building. It's a little nicer in this possibly AI made image that happens to have Gamwell Public Library written on it. But I found a reliable one that I can use infinitely that has what the landscape drawings. But yeah, it's a pretty small building overall, pretty quaint. You don't imagine a little town like this needs a big sprawling ass library with every book ever written in it.
Oh,
Well, when we pull up,
Here's the
I'll,
place.
I'll hop out, open the door for Mommy, leave the door open behind me for Yuna to follow.
go to hop out, light a cigarette again.
Same.
Imagine in this time period, if my cigarette goes out, it's just replaced.
Pretty much.
Just constantly.
Yeah, you know that was that the cigarette holder, the long one, like Cruella de
Mhm.
Vil.
Mhm.
You just put it over your shoulder, and I just pop it on there for you and light it.
That's a good lad.
He's got
Well,
he's probably got 2 cigarette cases. Peter, he's got his cigarette case with his, and then like he's also carrying Mommy's cigarette case with her very
I have-
special cigarettes.
In my gear and positions, I have gold cigarette case with matching lighter.
I was just about to say, is it gold? I bet it's gold.
It
I
absolutely
think I remember
is.
Peter has like a monogrammed lighter or something like that.
Yeah, I do have a special kind of lighter. Pretty
But
flashy
yeah,
lighter.
if you can all head in.
All right then. Now, what part of the Dewey Decimal System do we search through first?
Yuna hangs back and looks into the back seat, finds her relatively interesting 1920s handheld camera and takes a picture of the public library. Just in
It looks just like that picture.
Oh, look at that.
What a
Yeah.
scoop! Looks like that, but black and white.
black and white.
Anybody heading
I mean,
in?
if she's gonna make the story, she's got to get every detail of it.
All 5 of you just standing on the sidewalk staring at the outside of this library.
After Yuna takes her picture, I will
Yeah.
go, Yuna, dear, get me. And I'm going to kind of stand on the front of the library, kind of near the railing.
While they're doing that
Freshly
touristy
lit
thing,
cigarette.
Victor's already walking up to the front
Yeah.
steps.
Colt's on his way in.
I'm like,
I'm not.
Is
I'm not
is the
drawing
lighting
you
right?
like one of the French girls.
but come on, this would be a great headshot. Come on.
Victor and Colt step into the library. It's pretty quaint and cramped. Like there's shelves everywhere, and they're pretty tightly packed, and like they've kind of jammed as much stuff into this smallish building as they can. At the desk is an African American woman, probably about 30-something years old. Pretty simply dressed, but dressed very neatly, very very clean and neat and proper.
I would
She sees the
assume-
two of you come in. First thing she'll probably say is, "Excuse me, sir, that there's no smoking in here in the library."
Colt will light another cigarette with the other cigarette. Continue to smoke.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave if you don't put your cigarette out. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
I'm almost
very
done.
old books in here, and sprinklers have not been invented yet.
Also,
walk-
you ruined the books.
I
I'm
walk
almost
behind
done.
Colt and I kind of put out his cigarette with my finger.
Oh,
Be a
you,
gentleman.
you wish you
And I
could.
I
You
bet-
wish
I
you
take
could.
I take my hat off, but I do it without the. it's just
You're
like,
still taking a
be
photo shoot. Fuck you.
Be a gentleman. I'm back in here.
Pretty boy gonna get messed up real quick.
Pretty boy was taught manners by his mother.
Oh,
You don't fuck with
it's
those
one of
cigarettes.
those. It's one of those establishments where you're not allowed to smoke.
I know,
Well-
mother. I know.
Guess I'll
I'm
Really
just.
doesn't
very
engage
sorry.
Colt
It's
at
just
all.
it's a bit of a fire hazard. You have to understand. We have a lot of very old books, dry. Just even the slightest bit of your burning ash could set this whole place ablaze, and with all of us in
Jimmy
it.
sounds like he's opening a fresh pack of smokes right now.
Mm.
Nope.
Yes, I'm sure. Somebody of your repute, Victor, will look at Colt. And, isn't quite familiar with the niceties of education.
Oh.
Colt's educated, I think. Can't remember what it is.
Knowledge and power.
Education-
What'd you
no, his
think?
education's pretty
Not
low.
educated,
His education's
I
pretty
think.
low.
He's got an edu of 40.
His education's pretty low. He's not educated, but he's good at what he does.
Educated
That's
on
all
the
that matters.
streets.
Exactly. Not
Went to
caring
school of
what
hard
the
knocks.
You know how many educated men I saw die in the war?
Yeah. Look at all
Books
those
didn't
books.
save them
them.
there.
They got holes and I didn't.
My 70 aunt says, I
She
appreciate
starts
books.
fucking. My name is Susan Arwell, and she starts like she's kind of like rubbing the bridge of her nose. It's like I really feel like there's a bit of a migraine coming on. It'll be one of those days, but I must admit it is rather nice to see people in the library. Not a lot of people in Gamwell come to the library.
Why ever not? It's so quaint.
We don't have a lot of people here.
That is fair.
But how may I help you?
And I'm really sorry, but we're not here for pleasure. We're actually here for business.
Well, shit.
As it
Victor,
were.
the book boy. Let him get in there, and he knows what we're looking for, don't you, Victor?
Certainly. Not that I remember what we're looking for in the library, but
My young little chap, I believe in you. You seemed very studious in that book earlier. Maybe numbers might be more your game than letters. I'm not sure.
yes.
What's a
Yes,
number if
numbers,
not just
like
a
dice.
cousin of a letter?
Oh my god. Why did that break me?
Yeah. Refresh my memory. Why were we going to the library first?
You wanted information on the Fitzgerald mansion. I think.
It was.
Mansion.
They told you it had a bit of a sordid history, but they didn't really know much about it. Like, if you want to know more
Right.
about the house, go see like the librarian or go talk to
Yeah.
other
So
people.
yeah, because I didn't.
Sure,
I didn't
Victor
write
knows
very-
if Chris doesn't.
Yes. Yes. Well, because the Fitzgerald estate was not of interest to their brothers, but I mean that's all I put about it. So yes, yeah. So so we're looking for some information regarding the old Fitzgerald estate. If you could help me pull up some information for this.
Fitzgerald estate. Oof. Oh, you must be Are you friends of Arthur's?
Yes,
They
I
are.
am. Thank you. I'm making
Yes,
my way
yes,
to the
we are.
forefront. Like, yes, he's a very good friend of mine.
It's a lot of. She kind of like does like a hand gesture to like all the bookshelves in the library. It's like you would find a fair few of the books on these shelves actually belong to Arthur. He donated vast quantities of his public collection, or his private collection of books to our library. Enough
don't
so
say.
that we've only had room to even put a few of them out there. We still got a whole bunch in storage that we just didn't have the room to put out. He gave us so
You-
many.
Do you know which
It's
one
funny.
His most recent book is, perhaps.
Well, it's funny. Despite him giving us like all these books that I guess he didn't want anymore, he actually checked one out back in. Oh, what? And he starts like flipping through.
Really?
She starts flipping through something. He's like, back in November, he took one of his own books back out again. In fact, I think he still has it. I mean, technically it's overdue, but I mean, I wouldn't have the heart to charge him a fee for it, seeing as he donated all these books himself.
Do you mind telling us which book that may be?
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of checks. It's called The Missing People, The Tribe That the Jungle Swallowed by Thomas Pratt.
Funny, because he's a missing person now.
I haven't read that book. Do you know anything about that? Let's see.
Does anybody want to? If
Have you
someone
read
wants
it?
to make me an anthropology roll, let's see if you've heard of Thomas Pratt before.
Anthropology.
Nope.
I have a 1 in anthro, so.
Me too.
Yeah, no.
That wasn't.
That wasn't
I've never
far
read-
off.
You can
I
luck
was
that.
not read
You could luck
anything.
that. You could spend 7 luck on that.
I mean,
Nah.
I might as well just throw it up. You never know.
Oh my God, this is.
Yeah, this would be a good time to
Whoa.
probably remind Colt of kind of sort of how things work. Yeah, so with your luck, with stuff like luck, basically there are 2 different ways you can try to like alter a skill check or combat check or other things, or certain things in the game. You can spend luck, which means you basically spend some of your luck score to count yourself back to whatever you're trying to get to. So in that case, if you wanted to make that a pass, you'd spend 7 luck, and that luck's once you spend that luck's gone.
Yeah.
So that means like your luck score. If I ever ask you to make a luck roll for something, you will have less luck score in your luck roll, but it is a resource for you to spend to turn failures into successes or turn successes into hard successes, etc. The only thing you can't buy is a crit. You can buy an extreme success, but you cannot buy an actual crit with luck. You also can't use luck on stuff like sanity rolls. The other thing is pushed rolls. You can always try to talk your way into re-rolling a skill check by trying to push it and ask for a re-roll. Basically, to get a pushed roll, like to get a re-roll on it, you have to convince me of a way of like why I should let you roll it again. Like, what are you doing that's really kind of sticking your neck out, or
What are you doing differently?
yeah, what are you doing differently to kind of make this maybe a little more dangerous, a little more risky to sort of gamble for a second shot at the roll? And when you make a pushed roll, you give me carte blanche that if you fail it again, I can make something bad happen to you.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of it just being like,
Sounds
oh,
like a
you
deal
failed.
with the devil.
It's like, oh, instead of just being like, oh, you failed the roll, is like, you failed the roll, but there are consequences now. So that's the balance for the pushed roll. But if you succeed, you succeed. Nothing bad happens.
The difference is with the push roll too. It's like, oh, I do something different. Oh, I'm looking for a book on this shelf. Oh, I failed. I'm gonna push it. What do? I look harder. Nah,
Fucking rights.
nah.
That's not
Yeah,
quite the
so
way it
it's
works.
like it might be a case of like I'm trying to jimmy open this locked drawer with my knife, my little pocket knife, and you roll your locksmithing and fail, and then you says like, I'm gonna just start I want to push the roll. I'm gonna just start prying on this thing to get it open, and then if you fail the pushed roll, you might snap the knife blade off, jam it into your hand, take like a couple of points of damage. And now your knife's broken.
Just gonna say, I got 35 luck. I probably ain't gonna spend a lot of it.
No, but for Peter in this anthropology role,
7's still a pretty good chunk of luck.
Seven's a decent chunk of luck, but it's the closest one we have, as well.
Let's see.
I'll spend 7 luck to do it. Sure.
It's totally up to you.
I will spend 7 luck to make it. Where I succeed.
Before you, just for shits and giggles, I'm trying to find. I should have scrolled down with a thing that runs faster than this. I didn't think I was gonna need their stats. I was gonna see if Susan can kind of save you. Maybe she has some anthropology knowledge. I didn't put any of their stats in my notes because I didn't think I'd need their stats. Oh, she actually has 50% anthropology.
Hey,
That's a 17. That's a hard success on a 50 anthropology.
Remember, we're in Massachusetts too, so it's hard.
It's a hard success.
Hard success, bro.
hard success.
She's able to. It's like
Yeah,
Thomas,
it's harder.
Harder.
Thomas Pratt. Well, I believe I do know Thomas. I think we have some of his other books. I believe he is considered to be considered by most to be on sort of the fringes of accepted science. That's what she's able to kind of tell you about Thomas Pratt.
They're on the fringe of accepted science.
Yep.
Ooh, well, that does sound a bit foreboding, doesn't it? Accepted science.
But you said Arthur's missing. Well, that's terrible. He's such a wonderful gentleman. He is the pride of Gamwell. Not just because he probably has more money than all the rest of us put together, but he's such a kind man. Always gives so much back to the city.
The money does help, dear.
Yes,
Arthur
Mr.
comes
George
in here.
talks very highly of him.
Arthur comes in here.
It's like, oh, is that
Quite
you,
often, you
Victor?
said?
Oh, I didn't see you behind all these new interesting people.
Yes,
How are
lady.
your
Oh,
studies
born,
going,
Victor.
Victor?
That's great. It's always a pleasure.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask. You said Victor's come in here quite often, dropping books off him once in a while.
Arthur.
Arthur, sorry.
Well, yeah, Arthur, he brought us a while back, maybe last year sometime. He came by and he just donated a huge amount of books.
I'm assuming this is the first time he's done that.
Yes, I suppose so, yes.
Would it seem like he's trying to possibly leave the area, get rid of some clutter, so he doesn't take it with him?
Well, I don't believe... I've never been up to his place and seen his collection for myself, but I know that this is definitely not all of his books. It is just like a fraction of them. He had quite a library himself, but it was a pretty substantial amount of books.
May I see a couple of these books that have come into your... I don't know, your
Collection.
That's just a big
Collection.
Sure. Give me a library use roll.
library.
Susan can
Miss
kind of just
Susan,
point you in the...
Did
Oh,
Arthur
wha-
himself happen to check out that book that he's a little late on? Or did...
Of course, yes. He came by and
himself.
borrowed it one.
Did
Back
he
in
seem like
November.
good health? Did he seem
He seemed
himself?
perfect. Yeah, he seemed very much like Arthur.
Hmm.
Yeah, so Yuna, yeah, you kind of look through some of these things. You don't really turn up anything too particular. You notice a lot of them seem to be books about like South America and South American legends and stuff like that. You do find in a few of them, as you kind of flip through, that there are some like penciled in notes in some of the margins.
Yeah, I also wanted to check for like if they had signatures on them as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to take a look as well.
Yeah, well, you see some like bits of handwriting here and there. Like he didn't really like put his name in them, but you do see like. You can also give me a library use.
While they're doing that, I want to ask Susan. I have to ask.
Oh yeah.
I've always wondered why did Arthur buy that place? You know, he's a man of great wealth, like me and mother. I still don't understand the value in it. Was there something that he got from the city, or did he get it surveyed, or was he doing anything to that place? I just don't understand why he bought it.
Arthur bought that place because there was nobody in it. It's had a bit of a nefarious history, but I don't know all of it myself. But it's had a bit of a nefarious history. But Arthur wasn't one for ghost stories or whatnot. I mean, the man used to go trudging through the jungles, the wild jungles of South America, looking for ancient civilizations and whatnot. A creaky, groaning house was not going to frighten him, and he probably got it for steal because of that. Despite
Peter's
it being
eyes
a very
were, like,
valuable.
wide-eyed and very excited when you mentioned South America. Oh, okay. Like nodding, yes.
From what I remember, I know the Fitzgeralds. They bought it, or the Fitzgeralds had it built in 1805, I believe. Oh, wow. I am not gonna fucking scroll up with my tablet anymore because my tablet is very old and takes 50 years to fucking load pages. It was built up in 1805 by the Fitzgerald family, and I believe the Fitzgeralds something bad happened to them. 1860s, something with their son, and then I know. Well, I mean, everybody around here knows about the Ainsfield family. The Kerwin family, who moved in back in the 1890s. I mean, there was that whole tragedy with Arthur Kerwin murdering his family and disappearing. I believe I could probably find something. And she goes kind of looking around, and she spends like a few minutes looking for something for Victor's successful library use roll. You would know. You don't really turn up too much either. You find sort of in the like margins of one of the, or actually in the margins of probably like a few of the books, in these penciled notes that were probably clearly written by Arthur when he was like going through them. Just like weird little notes and little things of like references and highlights, and like him just basically making notes to himself of like things that were interesting. But you see a lot of notes referring to something like a great dome of some kind, or you see that mentioned a fair bit in his notes there. Susan is able to find you a couple of newspaper clippings.
Ooh.
Old newspaper clippings from the Gamwell Gazette. First one she'll give you is this one. How do I make this available to campaign notes? And this one here.
This music is killing me. I'm just sitting here jiving. Like,
Oh yeah, I'm just
this
booping it
music
out
is
the
so
back.
I was gonna
much,
put
man.
Pocket Bard back on, and I keep forgetting to. And then I just left my fucking jazz thing just going. Makes good in-town music. There's no good or like non-fantasy town music at the moment yet. But yeah, so the first one is a clipping from 1895. Gamwell family slain in terrible attack. Mother and 3 children killed. Police seeking missing father. May 17th, 1895. Tragedy of awful proportions unfolded today in Gamwell when Ms. Gloria Kerwin and her 3 children, Harold, Sarah, and Susan, were found brutally murdered on their estate north of Gamwell, the well-known Fitzgerald Manse. Deputy Whitford of the Gamwell County Sheriff's Office made the grisly discovery while making a routine inspection. "I've never seen anything like it," the brave but shaken deputy told this reporter. "They were all dead." The family had indeed been brutally and cowardly slain, struck down by repeated blows from an axe. Not even little Susan was spared from this hideous fate. No murder weapon has been discovered, and Mr. Arthur Kerwin, the children's father, is presently missing. He is wanted by the police for questioning, although fears are also held for his safety.
Did you just say that in that newspaper article that the guy who they were looking for and went missing was also called Arthur?
Arthur Kerwin.
Kerwin.
Now, these newspaper clippings of this incident, is it only one incident or is there a couple?
Well, the other one she hands you is an even older one from the Gamwell Gazette from August 15th, 1865. Tragedy befalls Fitzgerald home. Horrific news has driven anguish through Gamwell this week with the tragic slaying of Mr. Albert Fitzgerald and his entire family. While convalescing from an injury sustained at the Battle of Appomattox in Appomattox, Virginia, John Fitzgerald is believed to have shot his father, his mother Elma, and his younger siblings Simon and Grace in a fit of mania before turning his weapon upon himself. Readers may remember William, the Fitzgerald's eldest son, having played a role in the Second Battle of Bull Run in 1862, suffering a wound and subsequently dying of his injuries. I guess also successfully. Notice a funeral arrangement to be announced.
One thing is, when I look at these two clippings and the dates, are they the same distance apart? I was kind of trying to do
They're
that
30 years apart.
Exactly. Now, is the last incident exactly 30 years from now?
Yeah. It's been 30 years. February 1925 now. So she would also be able to tell you, like, yes, these are a couple of the most noted histories. I believe after the Fitzgeralds were horribly murdered, I think it was the Ainsfield family bought it in 1866. They lived there until about 1894 when debts forced them to sell out and move. And then Arthur Kerwin moved in with his family, and then tragedy that befell them. And then the house was vacant for, I believe, a few years until 1898. I think an elderly couple, the Franklins, bought it. Martha Franklin and Henry. Martha died in 1911, followed by Henry, her husband, in 1918. And then Arthur bought the place in 1919, and he seemed to be quite happy with it. There were no complaints of him, and
It seems like this place has a
But the
thing
history.
for death, if you call it that.
yeah, it's definitely
Did
not.
say it was.
Does not have the greatest reputation. I know the sheriff himself, he has quite the disdain for that place. Before Arthur bought it, I believe he was petitioning to just have the whole place just reclamated, just tear the whole place down and be rid of it. Of course, the Franklin family, who had ownership of the estate, who sold it to Arthur, of course, they're not going to just throw away a bunch of money like that. But there were no. Arthur scooped it up, and he had no complaints.
Upon looking at all these clippings, I'm looking for any kind of patterns. Like, did anything happen on the same day, or I know I asked about the years.
Doesn't look
Also-
like it. One's in like May, one's in like August.
Okay.
If something has happened to poor Arthur, Arthur's been essentially missing since like beginning of January. Or beginning of January is the last time anybody heard from him.
Right. Yeah. Check out the book. Talk to people. Yeah. Okay.
They did say at the Dodge Brothers lawyer's office that the house has a bit of a sordid past. I guess this kind of is what they were talking about.
Well, yes, the Fitzgerald Mansion's got a bit of a reputation around here. As you can see, the vast majority of its former occupants being deceased or horribly murdered. Two family slaying tragedies in the same house is pretty. That's pretty alarming. That doesn't happen every day. To have two in the same building, 30 years apart, that's a bit of bad mumbo jumbo, as my granny would say.
You know, in like cartoons and shit like that now, you go to City Hall, it's like, I need to see the blueprints and the house layout for 123 Fake Street. I don't suppose they have like anything like that in this library.
The library, no. There is a town hall, but it's not much of anything.
That sheriff that was in the most recent news clipping, the one that supposedly
The
found
deputy?
The deputy.
Deputy blah blah blah.
Would he still be
Whitman.
alive? Would he still be alive today?
You asking me? You asking her?
I'm gonna ask Susan. Is the deputy still around? I don't get entangled too much with the law enforcement.
That's William Whitford. He's the current sheriff.
Yes.
Current.
Yes. Oh yes. Oh, you're referring to. I just keep taking for granted that you're not from around here. And Poor William. He's the one who was on call. He's the one that pulled up to the estate when Arthur Kerwin's family was horribly slaughtered. He's the one who found the wife and the children just brutally murdered by an axe.
Let me ask you something.
Don't make me ask
Quite
you
the thing
again.
He was still a pretty young man back then, so too young. But I mean, I don't care how long you've been in law enforcement or where your life has taken you to walk in on, especially children horribly murdered by something like that. That must shake you to your core. She kind of even shudders a bit. She's like, I don't even want to think about it.
I'm gonna lean into Yuna's ear and be like, "You should probably interview him for your journalism, dear."
Yes, but first we'll have to. I'm gonna ask a few questions to Susan here. If that's okay, dear.
Yeah, be my guess. Turn yourself up, Jim Jam. You turned yourself too low, damn it.
So Yuna will pull out her notebook and be like, Susan, my dear, is there any word on the street? Any bad vibes from regular people on the street about the mansion? Maybe sightings or hauntings of any sorts?
Well,
I mean,
no,
I'm
it's
not
just
I
people
don't
just think
believe
there's
in
some sort of curse
spirits,
upon
but-
it. I mean, it's so far out of town that like it's not like it's scaring children away. But I mean, you
Has
get
anybody
any building
ever-
with that much of a sordid history, people are going to talk.
It's true.
I think it behooves us to pay this Fitzgerald estate a bit of a visit for ourselves, don't you think, Mr. Dickson?
I concur. I think it'd be our best move.
Believe so
Mommy
as
knows
well.
best.
All this paperwork, sorry, it's not really my forte. If you don't mind, there's not much excitement here, if you'll forgive me, dear.
No, Mother, that's my forte, not yours.
No. Thank you very much, young lady, for all the help you have provided. Yuna, we'll have to make sure to stop back in this place once we've found my good friend. You need to get your story, after all.
That's right. And she jots down a note on a side piece of paper saying, "Must stop by here.
I'm
again.
back here.
Mother demands it."
She probably asked
Why
you to
no?
call her, like, Mum. It's like the
Mumsy.
Like the Brits do with like an older woman.
Mom.
It's like ma'am, but with like that Scouser mum kind of bit on it.
What is it, Mum?
Excuse me, mom. I don't know how to say it properly.
Fucking
Mum,
people.
just M-U-M, mum, mum,
People in
mummy, mum, mum.
people
Makes her
in
feel
the fucking,
comfortable.
People in the fucking Call of Cthulhu, like Reddit and that, are like the most unhelpful fucking people I've ever seen for like a TTRPG. Like I'm trying to find just a travel time or like how long that'll take you by car to get out there. And everybody's was like, there are charts in the back of the Keeper's book for that. It's like, well, fuck you.
Yep. Like, oh, thanks.
There are charts in
didn't
the
come
thing.
here.
Go look it up. Like, wow.
Everyone on the internet is so helpful.
Yeah, everyone on the internet is
No
also
wonder you
not
don't have your own
fantastic at all.
fucking section on Twitch.tv. For your own category. I could just look it up. By today's standards, it's not that far of a drive, but I think that car goes quite as fast as cars do today. I don't think you'd want to drive that thing. I don't know if you'd want to drive that thing that fucking fast. There's a table for vehicular collisions. I might need that.
Vehicle collisions? Wow. That's interesting.
I have what the relative movement speed by, or like, yeah, the movement speed number by miles per hour is, but these are just like, what does it take to drive this many miles in this amount of time? So you guys have probably about finished up here in the Barbie.
I think so.
The library.
Mom's trying to be like, let's get a move on. You know, let's go find the excitement.
I kind of give a bow with my hat on my chest, and then I run to the door and open it for everyone to leave. Being very gentlemanly.
Thank you very much for your help, dear.
Yes. Thank you, Susan. It's a pleasure as always.
Ma'am.
Head back out to my real nice car.
Everyone's gonna pile up in the car.
Pile up into the car.
Rinse and repeat.
Young Mr. Mason, would you be so kind as to guide my car tonight?
It would be a pleasure, my
euphemism?
lady.
I do need.
Mommy likes them young.
I am widowed. I have two sons. Mayhaps
Not,
I get
as
to
you
know
wish.
not
them.
unhappily widowed either.
No, very happily widowed. She's what is she? 49?
Oh, she's like 50 something.
Bio 40, no 49.
Oh, 40.
She's on the cusp of 50. But for 1920s, 49's pretty up there.
I get up there.
You're getting up there. I'm not getting any
And
younger.
I know the husband was 30 years older.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so dude was like I was like probably like 40
What
and
happened?
he was 70. Yes, play your cards right. And you might be playing this car right as
Walter
Ooh.
Lexington, Order of the Lexington Petroleum Company.
well. Mhm.
Petroleum. That's where the
So
money
not
is.
only is she her own Nepo baby, in that her granddad was a gold magnate, her husband that she married was a petroleum magnate.
That's how she landed the super rich husband, is by being a trophy wife.
Yeah.
Trophy wife to the gross old man, rich man.
Anna Nicole Smith did.
Yep.
Hey now.
Yes,
She
well,
did
Mr.
it out of
Mason,
love, okay?
With your direction at hand, I'm sure we will get there post haste. Peter,
Yes, certainly.
I hold back my cigarette holder.
I grab it, put it in my coat. You hear
That's
like
a
the
good lad.
clank of it hitting the photo of Yuna, and I kind of like, oh shit, and kind of readjust.
So you guys pile back up into the car and start heading west. Victor's
Yep.
able to kind of guide you. He's like, yeah, just take the road out of town. Keep heading down for about like 10 miles. Once we
Okay,
get into like estate country. You see, like, after you get a few miles out, you just see giant-ass plots of land, kind of like fenced off and that, with like big mansions on them. Which is a little bit more Daphne's wheelhouse.
Yes, this feels much more like home.
So you get probably
Although-
about 5-6 miles out of town. And then Daphne, while you're driving, you kind of see little glints of red kind of strobing in your side mirror. You kind of look, and there seems to be a
shit, 5-0.
There seems to be a vehicle that's kind of like right behind you with a big red siren light flashing around.
Damn. I pull over.
The vehicle following you also just pulls over behind
Peter,
you.
Peter, take this one. I need Mummy's regular cigarettes now, not the special ones out of her gold case.
He sighs. Yes. yes.
Kind of looking in the
Puts
Start-
the
Start
Put the
taking
hairpin
deep
away,
puffs
too.
of the regular cigarette, blowing it around the car, like waving my hands around.
you look. You kind of
We're
like
cool,
looking
we're
through the
cool.
mirror.
Mommy,
You
get the
see
perfume. Get the perfume.
you see a pretty handsome looking older man,
one's black in the
solidly
Star Wars
built,
line.
pretty tall guy, in like a full kind of suit and tie and everything, with a nice shiny badge on his lapel. I kind of get out of the car and start slowly walking up to your driver's side window.
I roll it down.
Yuna kind of hunkers down in the back seat, like kind of trying not to show her.
Don't worry, officer. She is legal.
You have any paperwork for the one in the back?
She's married to me.
Wait, I thought this was 1925, not 2025.
Ooh.
So yeah, the gentleman, as you roll the window down, he's like,
Yeah.
I've gotten some reports that there's some really suspicious characters asking a lot of questions around town, and might I ask where it is you find folks are heading this afternoon?
Cole will reach into his jacket and pull out what would be considered an official badge for
His
his line of
profession.
work, for his
For
profession.
for bounty hunting.
For bounty hunting.
Oh no, the dog, the bounty hunter badge.
Yeah.
Bounty hunter. I'm the Colt, the big bad Colt.
Did you
hold it out.
recognize my paintball gun full of mace? So, what business do you find folks have here in Gamwell?
We've been brought in to find a missing persons, that's all.
Would I recognize him?
Oh yeah, you would recognize me. He probably says, Victor, what have your employers tasked you with here? What are you dragging these people around for? Yeah, you would recognize that this is Sheriff William Whitford. He's the town sheriff. He is the law.
Oh.
You would know he's a pretty no-nonsense guy.
Sheriff Whitford, have you heard of the disappearance of Arthur Cornthwaite?
Jesus Christ. He's not missing. I tried to explain that to your bosses. They asked me to go up there and take a look around. And I did. No signs of forced entry. No suspicious anything that I could find. Arthur wasn't there. I told them quite plainly. The old fool probably just spent some of his money and is out of town. Probably off on another one of his goofy expeditions.
Yes, well, that is very strong possibility, but they wanted to just do a little poking around, and these fine folk, and you'll see Victor kind of point at the slightly finer, more refined-looking people than Mr. Colton himself. Although he is dressed quite nicely, he's got a nice suit on. But I mean, he looks like he's a lawyer brat, not like wealth. They wanted to make sure, and these fine folk, and he gestures to them, were acquaintances of his and asked if they could come along, because, you know, rich and all. You sure you're aware?
He is a very dear friend of mine.
Mommy, how much have you donated now to the academy? It's been...
So,
Oh,
Victor,
come on.
why don't you give me a charm or persuade or fast talk roll? Whatever you want.
Where's my persuade? I forget which one's better. Is it the same? No, it's the...
The gimmick
Yeah,
isn't worn
yeah.
off yet. I still find it
Yep,
funny.
43
giggling
out of
myself.
50, so that's a success.
Look,
Red Coat Reaper, mommy.
I'm going to tell you the same thing I told your weirdo bosses. This is all a waste of time. Arthur's not there. There's no sign that something bad has happened to him. He's just gone out of town. You want to go waste your time? Fine, be my guest.
That's actually exactly what I want to do. Is go waste my time.
I would be highly suspicious of these people's intentions, perhaps to help themselves to some of the belongings while the estate is not being looked after anymore, but...
Oh, absolutely not, officer.
At least...
Forgive me. I have no need of my good friend's belongings or effects. Quite happy with my own, thank you very much. Just deep concern for a very good friend of mine.
He just kind of like looks at you and just like, like, well, I know I've known you since you were a little kid, Victor. You've always been a pretty honest and hardworking kid, so if you're going along to keep an eye on them, fine. Again, I think you're all just wasting your time. Make sure that nothing's damaged. Make sure that nothing's stolen. I want that place left in the same condition that you found it. You hear me?
Yes, guaranteed, Sheriff.
You must
All
be
right.
quite a smashing young man, Victor. I got that same feeling from you.
So yeah, you see the sheriff kind of just turns and walks away, goes back into his car, gets in, pulls a U-turn, heads back to town.
I fucking peel out and gut it. Don't do that.
You didn't know about the kilo of coke I got in the trunk.
Know about the coke. Think, Peter.
I don't think coke's illegal yet.
I don't think
No,
so.
I don't
I'm
think
pretty
so
sure it's
either.
Still
not.
in Coca-Cola, for crying out loud, in
Yeah.
1920s.
The best kind.
Well then. Interesting
mommy,
fellow,
mommy
your
here, and
sheriff.
I'm tapping on her shoulder, handing the
Ah, yes.
No,
the special cigarette.
give me the cigarette that's full of the cocaine. Mommy's medicine.
Pass me the coke cigarette. Pass me mommy's medicine.
Okay, no
Mommy's
speedballs while
medicine.
you're
Actually-
driving,
Oh,
please.
I forgot to stick his picture.
Oh, look at him.
It was 1914. Coke was made illegal. Cocaine.
14? I thought it was later than that.
1914.
Oh,
Some places
Lame.
earlier.
Put it
Oh,
in
but
Coke
no,
again.
but I mean, when would it get taken out of Coca-Cola?
Hmm.
That was probably different. Because it was...
that's
Ah,
medicinal
fuck it.
coke.
That's medicinal coke.
I want to say like the 30s or 40s.
I'm gonna say 1923. Random number. I'm gonna. pick
Oh,
out my head.
29.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, it's
Yep.
still.
Well,
Here's why I'm just delivering this to the Coca-Cola bottling plant.
1903 is when it was officially started to be removed from the formula.
So, yeah, the Sheriff Whitford heads back.
So,
But-
excuse me, Mom, but are we doing something illegal?
I
Doesn't
don't
seem like it.
I don't think so, but I'm getting a strange vibe. We do a vibe check? How do I roll a vibe
You do
check?
think that, yeah, if you didn't have Victor there to kind of vouch for you, he'd be a little
That
more
might have gone
suspicious of your
differently, yeah.
intentions. Like, so you bunch of weirdos from out of town that I have no idea who you are, just randomly heading up to his place while he's not there to quote, look around.
Yeah.
That's where I make a luck roll and be like, no, look, I have a Polaroid of Arthur and I at a party recently at a gala.
But you guys got off a bit easy because he's got Victor in the car, and Victor's a pretty trustworthy kid. And that's also kind of more
Smashing.
proof that the Dodge brothers have put you up to this because he's there.
Well, shit, kid, you did come into good hands. You were useful for something.
Yes, well, it's good to be on the right side of the law.
Well,
Absolutely.
we're on the right side of the law. Nothing we've done yet is illegal.
No, certainly not.
I do like how you said yet. Engine turns over. Shall we then? Rhubarb, 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 rhubarb.
So you continue on the last few miles down the road until you eventually pass by a large estate that Victor's able to kind of point out. It's like, oh, it's this one. So you see what looks to be probably about a 20-acre estate all in total, with large, like 10-foot stone walls with spikes on top of them and a large iron gate at sort of the front, like right where the road is. When you kind of pull up beside this gate and look through, you can see way off in the distance a big house that's clearly seen better days. It's a little rough looking, a little overgrown. The gardens and stuff like that around the house also seem kind of overgrown and whatnot. Like they haven't really been tended to in quite some time. And then beyond sort of the main patch of like where the house and the gardens and everything is, there's just copses of trees filling out a lot of the estate.
Ah, such a pity. The house looks like it has such good bones.
Strong bones.
Bit of a fixer-upper, but oh my goodness, it looks like it would be gorgeous in its heyday.
Is the gate open like it is in the picture there?
It is not, because no matter how many times I ran it, the AI just kept like putting big gaps in the
Just
gate.
kept opening it.
Or it would be open with a giant floating lock symbol when I said like a locked gate. I was like, you know what, I give up. I fucking
That's
give up.
terrible.
That's amazing.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Why can AI nail some things, but other things that you would think
like
would
the-
be very innocuous and simple? It's just like, no.
Yeah, I was like a closed gate. Oh, you mean closed, but with a 1-foot gap between the two doors, right?
Absolutely.
Well, it's like, how did an image
Your
that looks
gates
like
look
Perry
like?
Mason in black and white flag the content filters?
I don't know. Whatever you're looking up just ain't good.
Because you're using the words black and white.
Does it look it's closed? Does it look to be like locked? Is it
Yep,
chained?
Yeah, there's a big chain and padlock on the iron gate.
Mr. Dickson, did those lovely men at the law firm give you some keys, or were those for the house? Those might be for the
They
house.
said they were front and back door. They didn't really say anything about a locked gate.
Well, I mean, we always try it on the gate.
I'm gonna pull up kind of next. Let's say these flowers on like the leftish hand side. Can you ping? Yeah, there you go. Left hand side. There's gonna kind of pull up and park. All right, everybody out.
Yep. I mean, you can also just kind of pull off on the gate is pretty much right off of the main road. So you can kind of just
Oh,
pull
okay, so
off
it's parked
on the,
right in front of
the
it.
side of the road, basically on the shoulder. Because you would imagine there's also a pretty, like, this picture doesn't really show it as well as it could, but you can see there is also a pretty wide road through the gate, pretty much all the way up to the front of the house, with like a roundabout with a fountain in front. I
Ooh.
didn't ask it to put that in the front because I'm not gonna,
Because it would explode.
because I don't
'cause
want to
it
push my
would
luck. But there is like a big roundabout in front of the house with a stone fountain that's probably kind of green looking, and it's not really there's no water coming out of the fountain. It's just kind of there.
I will accompany Mr. Dickson to make sure that he does everything proper for mommy. Yes.
Like stand outside the driver's side door, just kind of like looking around, just surveying the area, looking for like maybe tracks on the road, like car burnouts or anything
Yeah.
like that.
Give me a spotted.
Yuna will stand beside
Spot hidden, you say?
Mother.
Why don't you spot some
I have
things that are hidden?
I have a decent spot hidden, but I failed like a chump.
Yeah, you don't really. You don't see too much.
So did I.
There's nothing that stands out to you. Like, you don't see any, like, there's probably some ruts, tire ruts in this like road that goes up to the house, or some kind of marks, but it doesn't look like anything recent as far as you can tell.
Hmm.
While me and Mr. Dickson are walking up, I mean, even though we pulled off and kind of walking the short jaunt to the gate to unlock it, I want to look at the house and look at the windows. Do I see any movement or lights in the window?
You give me a spot hidden.
I'll also be looking around.
I was gonna say I was about
Why
to
don't
do
you
the
all
same
give me
thing.
then spot hidden?
Wow. Ooh, barely.
Oh, just.
Yeah.
Hard
Odd
success.
Wicked hard, bro.
Yeah, so Victor's he's having too much trouble kind of extricating himself from the back seat where he's been kind of squished in there. But the two big boys. Yeah, you guys are looking around. Peter looking at the windows, like you don't see anything weird or suspicious. You do notice that it looks like all of the windows, like all the curtains have been drawn. So you can't really see into any of the windows of the house. Looks like somebody's come along and drawn the curtains in every room that you can see windows for. But they look to be intact. Like there's no busted out windows or anything of like shows forced entry.
That's kind of like what the sheriff said too. He didn't see anything. That looked kind of amiss, right?
Yep, doors
It
closed.
is odd that every window is shuttered, though, to some degree, or covered, draped.
Yeah. Some people like to block out the light.
Yes, and
Well,
he's
they're
not
home.
about, so he doesn't want people just poking their noses in.
Yeah, when they're
And
not
after my
around.
own heart, I keep my fucking blinds down like 24/7.
Everything. I got
Right.
blackout curtains
Yeah.
everywhere, dude.
I have
In real
blackout
life,
curtains.
yeah, but
I've never
when you have this
set
much
my
land, it's
blackout
you
curtains
don't got
back
nobody
up.
around. Just
We don't
open
live
everything
we don't live in Florida, right?
Right?
There's probably a
Said
lot less
blackout,
light
they're-
pollution in
they're
1920
dark
something
blue.
out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's, what are we looking at
I'm
for
gonna-
time of day here? On that note, for what it's worth,
It's probably took you like an hour or two to get out here, so it's probably early afternoon.
10 miles.
Yeah, but after our stop off and whatnot, and
Oh yeah, we did fuck around at the library.
Library.
I'm gonna
Talk
take a
to
look
the
at the
sheriff.
lock on the gate.
10 miles, it doesn't sound like too far. 16 kilometers. I imagine your car is not going to go as fast as, like, you're not doing 100 down the fucking country road. It's
No,
a rougher road that's,
pop a tire.
yeah, like you're probably only going 20, 30 miles an hour or something.
Plus
like
the
that.
extra weight with all the extra people inside as well.
Now,
Those cars
my gas
were-
mileage.
That's why I was
is
trying to
just
find a
shit.
good. I was trying to find a good chart for, like mileage time. Call it Cthulhu, but goddamn it, why would the internet be helpful?
thanks, Obama.
Well, because when you look it up too, a lot of the things that show up is like people looking for airplane travel, boat travel, like for more campaigny kind of stuff. The stuff that's a lot harder to figure out.
Navigating the internet reminds me of picking a flower off a cactus. It can be really useful, and you can get a great item off of it being the flower, which you want. But man, does it like to prick you all the time.
I searched 1920s in the gift bar. Let's get zozzled.
Zazzle!
Zozzled.
Zozzled? What the
What is
heck?
zozzled? I'm ready to get it.
It's what happens when you smoke some 420 and some coke. I'm just telling you. You get
Oh,
zazzled.
why didn't I think of this? Miles. So what else you guys doing? Yeah, you don't really see too much of anything either. Colt, yours is the only other check.
Lock?
Yeah, you see that. Like,
Oh, I want to look at the lock.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it just looks like your standard issue padlock.
I'll try the
Chain.
key. Make sure that.
You try both the keys; they don't seem to work on this padlock.
How does the lock look? Does it look like a little old, or does it look pretty sturdy?
No, it looks relative. It looks relatively new and used.
I just want to give it a good tug.
Oh yeah, it's solid.
Okay.
Mr. Dickson.
I'm going to push Mr. Dixon aside. Mommy, I've got this, and I have
No,
my
no,
pipe.
don't break anything, Peter, dear. Remember,
But
the
mommy, I
officer
wanted
said
to
we
show
want you to cause
off.
any damage.
But I wanted to show off, mommy.
Pizza,
By all
dear.
means.
Plus,
By all
Right.
Yuna
means,
loves
you
when I
know?
lack strong. Don't
Rural
you,
dirt
Yuna?
roads or poorly maintained streets can significantly slow travel. It might take closer to 40 to 60 minutes on bad roads. There you go. So we'll say
There
like
you
60
go.
minutes. Thanks, ChatGPT. Why didn't I
There
just
you
ask
go.
you?
See?
Why
Just
didn't I
ask
just ask
AI.
you?
Just ask
Shit'll-
AI.
Dude,
Should've solved it for
ChatGPT, you
every
are
time.
better than every human being on Reddit. Confirmed.
ChatGPT
You're
helped
not
me figure out
wrong.
how to use the survey system. So
Hey, I'm on
Right.
Reddit. I stand my ground.
AI's gonna summarize
weren't
all the
helping. I
bullshit
mean-
for you.
It's funny. There is actually an AI assistant. If you were subscribed to Quest Portal, like this system
Ooh.
we're using, there's an AI assistant button that you can basically ask for like rule
Oh,
clarifications and stuff for, or like, quick, give me a description of this room that they entered, or like a treasure that they found, and it'll spit stuff out for you
That's
on the fly.
nifty. I like that.
I'm not subscribed, not yet. Anyways, haven't been using it enough to bother subscribing.
We'll
yet.
get more Cthulhu in us, and we'll talk.
This is definitely a way better place to play Call of Cthulhu than Roll20.
Oh, it seems like it.
like
It's just
Oh,
just
yeah.
night and day. The
Great.
only downside is you can't buy modules like you can on Roll20. That's the one nice thing Roll20 has is
Yeah,
buying a module for a few bucks and having
I do
everything
really
ready
like
to
that.
go.
I looked at a few, like I said, I was looking at like Foundry and how's the other one? The other big one, Fantasy Grounds. Excuse me. But it's you got to buy a license to begin with, which isn't terrible. But then you got to just the price of the certain adventures I was looking at was super expensive.
After everything else, and yeah,
And everything's
Roll-
in American dollars, of course, too. So for us Canadians, it's like
It's the Roll20
Yeah.
sheets are just awful. The nice
are.
looking one is is kind of broken and was giving us problems, and then the basic one is just horribly ugly.
Mr. Dickson, I think is this fence? What's this fence like? Is it like 5 feet high kind of deal? 3 feet
Probably
high?
10 feet high, same height as the walls.
I was gonna say we could hop the fence, but
You can
Um,
certainly try to climb it.
we're going to walk around the back, see what we see there. Maybe there's a much easier point of entry.
Well, you'd imagine, you being a rich dilettante, you would know that
Fence goes all the way
the
around.
fence is going to go all the way around.
Maybe there's a back gate that's open, but if the fucking cop was here, I think we just gotta go over or break it.
Or pick it.
well,
I ain't got no pick. I got a hair. Oh,
No, wait a
bet I have
minute.
bobby
You have a-
pins.
Do you have a
Bet I
haircut?
got bobby pins.
Why don't you give me a luck roll?
Between
My hair's done up in a bun.
let me hit that sweet,
That is
sweet
true.
luck button.
Canonically, Jimmy's character's hair is done up in a couple of buns. Oh yeah, you got bobby
Ooh.
pins for days holding that shit together.
Wicked hard. I do have. I just pop out a couple of pins. If anyone has the abilities,
I'm
I
sure-
fear I'm all thumbs with this kind of thing. With a
Shock
1 in
Daphne
the
is
score.
not good at fucking lock picking. With
Right?
everything
Sure,
else
right.
she's good at.
Nah,
She was
Nah.
a rowdy girl in her youth.
listen.
I've got
This
a
and
stick.
this fucking pre-gen character is amazing.
God.
She dodged the shit out of everything with a 50. I guess that's your dex.
Yeah, it's your
Um,
dex. Well, no, it's
yeah.
half
Would it
your
be-
dex. Half your dex if you don't put anything extra into it. You can put more
Yeah.
into your dodge if you want.
So I have a couple of these. Pull out some bobby pins. But no skill to use them. I'm afraid. All thumbs.
I guess it would be locksmith.
yep.
I imagine so.
Yeah. I know how to put them in my own hair, but picking a lock.
Yeah.
I've seen them
Yeah.
try to do this in the pictures. I could try.
Peter
Give a
could
one.
Peter's an actor. He could act like he knows
He
how
could
to
he
do
could
it.
act.
He can
I was
act like he does it.
acting.
I was studying for a role, you see.
You move your hands like this. It looks like you're doing something.
Yeah, I'm like,
One day they'll call it method acting. You learn about the
What the-
professions you're acting as.
yes.
It'll be the biggest thing, I swear.
N-O-O-O. Fucking love Calculon.
Oh God.
I don't think we're picking this shit.
Nobody's even tried.
What? I was
Well,
waiting to see if Shawn had any skill.
I don't have lockpick.
I have 1 in lockpick, so I'm holding up bobby pins. Like anyone? Anyone?
I will
I've got a
try,
stick.
mummy. and I will.
Peter, you said you could break it. You wanted to show off.
I feel like I could, but Mommy said not to break it. I will attempt.
Just don't break
Yes.
it.
Come on, Peter.
Yes,
You wanted
to
Peter,
show
listen
off.
to your mom.
We don't want to cause. We don't want
You
to.
might, yeah, you might
cause
as
a
well.
scene
He might as well
on the
try
outside.
to pick it first before breaking it.
Absolutely.
Breaking it
What the
is
hell?
breaking it is always
What
an
the-
option later.
What
Sheriff
the hell do I
Whitford would be
roll?
most remiss if we were to do any damages.
Oh, my locksmith is. Is that what I gotta roll as locksmith?
Locksmith.
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
That's why none of us are doing it.
Probably a 1, like the rest of us.
I thought about doing locksmith, and I fucking didn't.
Yeah, no.
He
Yeah.
kind of jiggles it in the lock. Listening to the pins bounce back and forth. It's like, it's how they do it in the talkies. Actually, I don't even think the talkies are a thing yet. I can't remember. This
I
time
did a
period-
roll
this-
just for shits and giggles.
this-
So I got a 6.
6. So you motherfucker, you're 6 times better than the rest of
You
us.
are way
No.
better than the rest of us.
Early
Yeah.
sound feature films, 1926. So we're just before the talk.
Ooh, we're on the cusp. We're on the cusp.
Mm,
Up and over, I suppose.
let's break it. Mommy, let me
he
break it.
He
I
does
can
have a
break
fight.
it.
He could just kind of
Let me
slip it
break
in
it,
there.
Mommy.
Same way I used to bust into lockers back in high school.
If we're
Right.
going to cause any damage in what we do, it's to get into the house, not the front door.
We
We
could
want to
keys the
arouse
house.
There's no one
suspicions.
gonna know that
right
we
here.
did this to the gate.
The sheriff
just-
was here. He told us.
It's just the chain, not the actual
Well, it should
gate
be
itself.
just the lock, not even the chain.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll stick the pipe in the right way to kind of get the leverage and try to.
Sure, give me a strength roll.
You're being very naughty.
Sometimes.
God,
You
no.
just kind of, you're kind of like,
Col-
but you're just,
Colt's
you're
gonna
just
walk
not doing it
over.
right.
Cole's gonna walk over, push her off the side. I'll show you how it's done, young buck. Oh Jesus!
Oh really?
Mm,
I felt
These two Broncos just fucking.
We're like
These
judging
bulls.
each other while this is going on, so we can't get
I
proper
mean, you could always push the roll.
Now I'm pissed off.
Yeah, that is only
Um,
5.
I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna friggin' be mad.
I
because remember
shove
that
him
Peter,
like in the
remember that
direction
Peter
he's leaning
knocked
towards.
my cigarette out,
ooh.
Oh.
You just wiggle it a little.
and I'm gonna use all my anger to
Nope.
try and snap it as hard as I can.
That's you pushing the roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
Oh no. Oh yeah, you're just
Can I
giving
use
it.
luck on it? Or
And
no,
get, no,
Can't use
not
luck
on a
on
push
it.
roll.
Not on a push.
You
Holy
give
smokes.
it, and you're just leaning back, and suddenly this metal pipe kind of starts to bend and stress, and then snap, and you just kind of end up on your ass, and this piece of pipe just flies back, and you just crack yourself right in the nose. Blood starts like pouring onto the ground. You're gonna take 1 HP of damage, and the pipe is now broken.
Ah.
Up and over then.
Yes, up and over, is it?
Yeah.
Are you done showing off, Peter?
It's a strong lock.
Mommy,
But
we need to buy a
mean-
stronger pipe next time. I knew this wasn't the good one.
As someone who's popped locks off of lockers, it doesn't take a lot. You're just gonna you just give it a little and it usually goes.
I put an
he
arm
looks so
on.
he looks so
This is a-
good when he's
This is a rich
showing off,
guy's. This is a rich guy's lock, right?
I kind of
They,
flex my
well, you know
muscle
what
for
it
Yuna.
is. They built things a lot better back in the 20s.
I put a hand on Yuna's shoulder, and I'm like, when he wants to make something foolish happen, and you know it's a bad idea, this is what will happen. You must nip it in the bud, dear. Now then, who's going to give Mum a boost?
I will do it,
Me,
my lady.
Me, of course. No. Only
Ah,
I.
Yes,
No,
Mr. Mason, thank you. And I stare daggers at Peter.
He prostrates himself down like, so that he can get down, or not prostrates, but gets right down.
Oh my!
So kneels down, puts his hands together so that he can kind of like boost her up and over.
I'm like kicking the ground a little bit, kind of like scoffing.
Yeah. So whoever's climbing over, why don't you give me a climb roll? Tell you what, I'll give you because somebody's helping kind of boost you up. I'll give you a bonus die.
I was just about to try and fish for that because my climb ain't
Yeah.
good. So you right click, roll with bonus die. There it is.
There it is.
I'm just gonna click regular. Fuck
Ooh,
yeah!
dude.
Yep. Daphne kind of scrambles up this thing. Oh,
Is it like
Almost
flat on
kicks.
top or like kind of
it
crenulated?
spikes. No, it's spiked like kind of like it
Oh.
is on this drawing, dude. But yeah,
Okay.
you get like a leg sort of in between the spikes, and it's kind of like, ooh,
I
this
kind of
is-
keep my hands going up with you, so that way I kind of
Mhm,
balance
mhm.
you the whole way.
But yeah, it's a bit of a scramble, but you get yourself up there.
I like tuck my dress up enough so it doesn't get caught on the spikes, and I start like kind of turning around to like lower myself
Yeah, you
down.
can lower yourself and just kind of
Yeah.
drop down.
As she's lowering
Yeah.
herself, I'm still kind of like facing the fence, and I'm kind of like staring at her. She goes down. I just give her the nod.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mason. Such a gentleman.
I begin to help Yuna up.
Hello? Somebody gonna help me?
I immediately like.
Colt, are you gonna help?
No,
You're gonna be
no,
a darling
Peter,
and
I
help
am
me.
no. I'm gonna fight this. No. Yuna, let's get up here. I pull you over.
Peter's
No,
probably
no,
just
no.
like wiping
Blows
off the
her over.
blood from his like busted up
Colt
nose.
is bleeding. Do not get your dress dirty, Yuna. Come here. I know you can be disgruntled, and I'm a be eccentric, but come. I'll help you
Oh
up.
my god. It's
I do
about time.
exactly what Victor did as like a way to be like to get mommy's approval after seeing the
So-
compliment.
I add this bonus die thing.
Yep.
If you fail this, I swear, it's gonna murder you.
Yeah. So you are
Yuna,
still.
dear, grab this.
Yeah, it's
Was that with
it's
a
kind
bonus
of a
die?
mess. You're just kind of scrambling over this thing, not
I
with.
clicked on it.
That didn't roll with a bonus
Oh,
die.
just roll an extra D. Just roll a
D10.
D10. Just roll a D10. It's the tens
something
die.
too.
You get to roll twice.
Yeah.
That'll make it a 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah. So you having watched Daphne quite skillfully navigate climbing this thing, you basically do the same thing and have no problem hopping over this fence and getting to the other side.
Get to the other side, and I have 2 cigarettes lit, and I just pass you one.
All right, Peter, you help
Good
me
shot.
up to the top, and I'll help pull you up to the top, and we can hop down.
Well, you're probably not going to be able to post up properly on
No?
top of this thing
On
because
spikes.
it's just full of spikes.
Yeah.
Whoever goes last is going to have to do it on their own.
Who's got the best climb?
I
I got
will
a 30.
I will help.
It's bigger than mine.
I will help
I
Peter.
get that a lot.
Or not Peter. Peter will help Colt up because
You'll
he
help
kind of feels
yourself?
bad. No, well, I listen. I'm very confident in myself.
No one knows
I
how to
can
do it better than yourself.
I can get over this, no problem. Okay. He said overly confident. Because that's his character.
I just have to
let's
act like a climber.
That's right. Let's help Colt over. You.
How
I
do
would
you-
be very.
Climb
you
the
add a
bonus
bonus?
die.
I
You right-click
am
it.
Right click and then what?
Right click where
Plus or minus at
and
the top.
there's the plus at the top
Oh, there. Okay,
of the little box, and then I just hit regular.
regular. Okay, there we go.
Oh, you got your
Aw.
blood on me. God,
I'll-
I kind of.
I'll burn. Oh no, I can't. Never
You
mind.
can,
No, you could burn
You can luck
13
that.
luck,
You can
but
luck that.
it's okay.
A lot.
You managed to get.
I didn't
You
mean to
still
click on
managed
that.
to
I was
get
trying
to
to click on
the.
the other.
You still managed to get to the top of this thing and kind of scramble over, but you do not do it as gracefully as these ladies do. You kind of
I have
rip and
blood in my
tear some of your
eyes.
clothing on the spikes. You end up kind of just going ass over tea kettle off the other side of this thing, and you just end up landing hard in the mud. Now you're just kind of filthy.
Mr.
Bloody
Dickson.
nose.
Peter
I
didn't
laughed
really
a
help
little bit.
me. He just
He kind of
Yeah,
threw you over the
he's-
fence more than he.
he kind of
I
just,
yeeted
as I
him.
went to go up, he went
Yep.
down.
I was trying to
Mr.
avoid
Dickson.
blood.
Oh my! I
Mr.
lean
Peter.
down to help you up. If Daphne is getting dirty in any of this, she doesn't really care. She more like bunched her dress up so it didn't get caught and she didn't fall on her face. rather than
Like he did.
like caring about it ripped. The
Oh,
adventure is
sorry.
like
That was
you know you're
close.
gonna get a little dirty. Kind of to help you to your feet a little bit, dust off your chest, and then pass you a lit cigarette.
Nope. So we just got Peter and
Allow me to
Victor.
help you, Peter. It'd be my honor.
Are you sure, young chap?
Yes, Peter, let Mr. Mason help you. He's very talented.
I'm gonna like, as I put my hand on
It's
his
also
shoulder
like half
before
your
he helps
size,
me,
probably.
I'll be like, I lean in. I'll be like,
How
look,
big is
she's gonna love you.
big is
But
Victor?
she does not love you as much as me. You understand?
Size 50.
You love me?
Yeah, he is-
Wait, you love me already?
Yeah, Peter, yeah,
She
Peter's a
loves
size 50.
young,
Or
strapping
sorry,
young men. Okay.
if Victor's a size 50, he is considerably smaller than.
He's considerably smaller.
So you're gonna help me, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Let's do this.
All right,
All right.
climb with a bonus.
You gonna roll? Hello? What?
Hello? Hello?
You got to click on after you hit the the check mark or whatever it is to add one. You got to click on the regular.
Oh.
Those other options are for the type of roll.
Oh no!
Yeah, so Peter, yeah, you're not getting as much help as you kind of hoped you would. This guy's
Heavy.
you're a little big for poor Victor, and yeah, you kind of just tear up your clothes a bit, kind of go stumbling
See,
over this
that-
wall, and you land in the mud right next to
That
Colt.
didn't
Yours,
have
no,
the
yeah.
extra bonus
Not
either.
as-
Yours didn't.
Not as
yours
easy
didn't
as you
roll
thought it
bonus.
would be, huh?
Colt,
Yours didn't
No,
roll.
Mr.
Colt and
Dickson,
Peter
you'd be
are a
correct
mess.
about that.
they're just
Didn't
muddy,
roll with a bonus.
muddy. Their clothes are kind of ripped up now.
Didn't roll with a fucking bonus.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah, give me
I know,
give me
it-
D10 roll. Just
It
roll a
didn't
D10 out
work
of the
for
dice
me
roller.
either. I don't know. I don't know what
D10.
I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, you can't roll the tens digit of a. So that'd be 37. It'll still be a fail.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'll climb up and over.
Okay, give me climb roll. No bonus.
Oh no!
Yeah, Victor just
Hard
scrambles
success.
up this thing like no problem. Just
Fucking look at the heater this guy's on. Fucking 3-round kills an adult dragon
Oh.
last week.
Yep.
he just scrambles
Boosting
up,
everyone
hops
over.
down, and just lands nicely on his feet next to Colt and Peter, who are kind of getting helped up and wiping themselves
Dusting
off.
off.
Yep.
Yeah.
He reaches over and lends a hand. And... Oh, sorry, old chap. I mean, you didn't see that coming.
Hand everyone a cigarette who's come over.
Thank
Did
you,
it.
Mom.
You beat the first boss, a locked gate.
Yep. Dust Peter's chest off a little bit. It's like, they're there. It's all right. We all fall down sometimes.
I guess you could have also driven your car through it. That probably also would work.
Just listen
That would have
here, you.
worked. Yeah.
I'm okay with getting my dress dirty, but you're talking about ruining my roadster.
Buy another one.
I mean, you're right.
Miss Lexington, you didn't get yourself soiled, did you?
Yeah, I mean, not yet. Wink.
Oh my.
Yeah, this strapping young man has proven pretty capable.
Fucking useful, man. Could use a young boy
Peter
like him
warned
around
him.
the
That's
house.
all. That's all Peter did.
Oh no, she's going full cougar.
Rose, she's 49. Hell yeah, she is.
God, Florida's
Hungry
let
for
me tell you.
meat.
So yeah, you can now see.
The second that Daphne's not looking, Yuna will like toss the cigarette away.
Yeah, so
I mean-
you guys kind of hop down.
Okay.
You're basically in the mud beside the road, like the driveway that leads up to the house. You can see a pretty overgrown garden, and it doesn't look like anybody's tended to this place in quite a long time.
Mr. Dickson, I believe this is where we refer to your expertise.
You would also notice there's a windowless garden shed sort of off to the right. like one of the little side paths. There's essentially almost like a circular trail kind of pathway that leads all like through the gardens all the way around to like the back of the house, and way off to the right of where you're standing, like way off on its own, like right near the trees, is a windowless garden shed.
Oh, you're talking about this one over here?
No, it's not on the thing.
Yeah.
Not depicted.
Nope.
Is there a breeze or like clouds or storms or anything like that? Like
It's
what-
probably
what's
a bit
the weather
cloudy.
Like? It's a bit cloudy. Okay.
Bit cloudy. It's a bit cold. It is February in Massachusetts. It's
Yeah.
fairly mild,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, it's that kind of thing where it's like it could probably start raining at any minute. Who knows?
A drizzle.
I think
Wow.
Shawn might be
It might be.
AFK.
Sorry.
Nope.
No, I'm back. I'm back now. Sorry, I was dealing with my kid.
We figured.
Yep.
Oh, the door. Yeah, I got the keys.
You have the keys. There's also this. There's a garden shed to the
Oh.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, Daphne's like, Mr. Dickson, I believe this is the part where we defer to your expertise.
Yep, yeah. Kind of still wiping himself off after, bloodying his nose and falling on his face again.
I look at Peter and it's like, yeah, putting in a key in a door, real hard.
I just want to take a quick look around now that we can see a little bit better. Now that we're on the other side of the fence, and just kind of
Yeah, I was just telling them you
Good
have
property.
sort of some overgrown kind of gardens that encircle the whole sort of area around the house. The mansion itself is kind of plopped in like the center. There's the long driveway with the roundabout with the fountain, which is pretty much in like kind of the same state as the house and everything around it.
Mhm.
There's also way off to the right, like wouldn't even be depicted on this. Like there's like a pathway that leads way off to the right to what looks like some little like wooden garden shed or something like that.
Okay. Well,
Is-
yeah, I'll.
Like even to the right of like you guys kind of hopped over the side of the fence, and it's even like sort of further off to the right, like before the house, like a little, like a shed.
Okay. Well, I'll start by going up to the main entrance area, and obviously all the curtains are drawn, right? There's no windows. There's no way peeking in.
Yep, all the curtains are drawn.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to the main door. I'm gonna actually knock first
Sure.
to make sure. Well, I mean, maybe someone is home.
Maybe
I don't want to just barge into
Arthur
someone's
was
home.
sleeping every time somebody else came along. No?
Right.
Or someone's come back. You never
Or
know.
or he was just went to go get
Without getting milk.
I was just gonna say.
Oh, back having a smoke. You never know.
Yeah, right.
Nice scenery. He might be out in the woods.
Hunting.
Might have jumped on a boat to South America. Who knows?
Yeah, so you kind of wander up to this thing. As you're walking up, I guess as all of you are walking up to this thing, just looking at it, you see the house itself seems pretty silent and shuttered. It seems very, very brooding. Ivy kind of cobwebs around the surface of it. You would see that it's pretty large, pretty well constructed, high ceilings, thick, substantial windows, walls, and big doors. But it also seems strangely, like almost slightly skewed. Like it almost seems like the house is like oddly crooked. But like as you kind of look
Bad
at it a
framing.
little closer as you walk up to this thing, like the foundation seems pretty solid. It doesn't look like it's sinking or anything. It's just maybe it's just a weird trick of the light. Maybe it's all the disrepair and just kind of the worn out look of it's just making it look a little funny.
That was the framers.
Just
Right.
makes it look a little off.
Fucking framers.
Foundation's good. The framers just went.
What
Yeah,
happens
you
when you
can-
hire framers from Surrey?
You can clearly see the house has 2 stories. There's a front door. You know there's a back door because you were given a key for a back door.
I'm assuming an attic as well.
Yeah, well, the roof is peaked pretty high, so, I mean, there's space for an attic, surely. The
Oh, his name's
door.
Shawn.
Is there
not
a
Shirley.
reason? Is there a reason to believe that there'd be a cellar or a basement?
It's not uncommon for houses like this to have cellars or basements or something like that.
Possibly access from the outside.
Could be. You don't see anything at the front here.
No,
You do see that the door, like a big carved oak door with a brass knocker on it.
Well, I'm gonna after I knock on the door and
Yeah, there's
obviously
no
get no
answer.
response, I'm gonna use one of the keys to find out which one opens the front door.
Sure. You can give me a luck roll.
Oh no!
Went in the back door.
Oh no!
Oh.
Yeah, the first key you try, that's not that one. Then you try the second one, and you hear the lock click.
Such
You really
dick.
made me roll a luck roll to see if I had the right fucking key, even though I had the right
Yes.
key.
And a silly question is that? Yes.
A
Do you know how many times
troll.
Luke has done that with us with a push or a pull door?
Guilty.
Schrodinger's hinges.
If you had succeeded, the first key you used would have been the right key.
Lucky you didn't break the key off in
Yeah,
there.
that's 2 points off of a fumble, sir.
I mean, that could have also happened.
Hey, hey, I might not be lucky, but I'm not that bad at luck. Yeah.
2 points off of a fumble,
Yeah,
sir.
hey. It still counts. It still counts. Every point counts, all right?
It definitely does.
I like to burn my luck to save my luck. All right, well, after failing to open the key with the door of the first key, I'll open it with the second, and then I'll open the door and kind of step inside. Ooh.
So, you kind of
Mostly.
swing open, unlike this beautifully AI-generated image. When you swing the door open, you are greeted to... the mansion looks a lot worse on the inside than it did kind of on the outside. With all the shutters closed, there's no lights or anything on in here. Doesn't seem to be any electrical lights running. So it is dark, and it is dingy. There is kind of the slight but noticeable, like, that moldy, wet smell kind of permeates through. You can probably see some spots here and there that look like paint is peeling. There's, like, some water damage. Like, this place is kind of a mess. There's loose plaster here and there. It is quite dark.
Yuna's gonna pull her camera out again, and before anybody gets too far in, is going to flash it into the dark. I'm assuming it's like pitch black because everything's all shuttered up and
It's pretty
whatnot.
dark. I mean, the front door is now letting some light in.
yeah, I'm gonna flash to see, basically to see, just once.
Sure. Yeah, so you flash into the darkness, causing the other four people to just be like, recoil and, like, close their eyes.
Done.
Yuna, I got a lighter, and I pull out my
A
lighter.
little warning, please.
So from the first floor, go into... I think I actually put the
It's all right. It'll make for a very good picture for this story.
You could see that the front door, there's a little hallway that carries on for a number of yards. It scales in yards for some reason.
Yards.
In my
don't know why
drawing that
that
I
got
have. Yeah, so you see that, the hallway continues on for probably like a good 15, 20 feet before opening up into the front hallway, and then from there, other hallways branch out. You see glimpses of, like, other hallways kind of just going further back towards the back of the house. Hallways to the left, hallway to the right. And you would see a big old staircase going upstairs to the second floor, but that's all you can really make out in that quick flash. I have...
Do we see any like candles kind of sitting around, kind of like we do in the picture, or is that?
Good question.
You give me a luck roll.
Oh boy!
Oh boy.
Sometimes
in
the old
the-
man gets lucky.
Yeah.
In the flash of the Colt, in the flash that like while you're like when that flash goes off, you kind of like squint out of one eye and kind of like get a glimpse of some stuff, but you do sort of catch that there's a little candelabra thing, like pretty much right next to the door, like probably over top of a little table.
I light it.
Little table with like a little mirror of it where you'd kind of like, check yourself before heading out the door. You could yank one of those candles off and light it and take it with you if you wanted to, or just light it and leave it here.
I'll light it and I'll use it to kind of light my way.
Now, let's say there's two of them there.
I'll light
That's
them
good.
both.
I'll take one.
Sure. With that, you can see a little bit better into this room. The air is heavy and stagnant. The faded wallpaper peels in long strips, revealing warped wood beneath. Footsteps echo unnaturally in this long corridor. Not that I made little write-ups for every section of this. In another tab.
Well, it looks like nobody has been here for years.
Arthur,
It's rather empty.
You live like this?
Oh my, this is rather unfortunate. Such good bones. Boo bones. Such good boo bones.
Boo bones.
I will say, like, if you're poking your heads in a little bit further, you can see that once you kind of get out of the hallway into sort of this main room of the entry hall, you could probably see all the way to a door that looks like a shittier version of the big door that you just came in, which you imagine is probably the back door. So you can see it like all the way down over there, and there is another door to the right of it that leads somewhere. You would see that there is a hallway to the right that has a bunch of doors and then also continues north. You would see that there is a room just behind you, just like sort of to the left of you. Actually, two rooms, and then also a hallway that continues on further to the left with a couple more doors. Doors everywhere.
Doors.
Peter, please don't leave my side.
I won't, and I'm gonna keep my lighter lit. Since
Yes.
Softly-
Watch your step, Miss Daphne. There's loose boards about.
Miss Daphne.
Oh my.
Awfully dank in here.
Sorry, I meant to say Miss Lexington, not Miss Daphne. I am not on a first name basis yet.
It's right, Bub.
It's all right. I appreciate a slip of the tongue.
Oh my.
Oh God.
Peter rolls his eyes. Come on, Yuna. We'll kind of scoot to the side. Let everyone else walk in.
Well, the best thing we can do is split up, look through, cover as much ground as possible.
Yes,
the Scooby-Doo rule.
Yes, I'm gonna go here with Yuna. Certainly, we're not doing anything like taking a shower or anything.
That doesn't make
You're really just gonna abandon your mummy like that?
that doesn't make me Fred to Daphne, does it?
Actually, I was thinking, Victor, you could come with me.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you
very
guys
well.
do you guys give one of the candles to like one of the other groups, or you take them both with
Yeah,
you?
no, they can take one of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will
Sure.
grab Colt's or Victor's candle, and since Colt's
Yep.
got
Fine.
one.
We'll find another one.
So you could have sent Daphne out to the car to go check and see if she's got like a flashlight in the trunk or something like that. But it's,
Make her go climb
you-
the fence.
Climb
well,
the
you
fence
made,
and
you
come
made it a
back.
little difficult to go get to the car.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that. I was like, if we have to leave, we're in trouble.
I will go with young Mr. Mason and Mr. Dickson,
Sure.
the experts and the.
Leave the kids to their devices.
Leave the kids to go find a broom closet somewhere.
Sometimes when Peter gets a little squirrely, I just need to leave them alone for a while.
Yes, let them get it out of their system.
She checks her pocket watch. She's like, no, damn, Peter only needs a good 10 minutes. And most of that's just to get his belt off.
Oh, efficiency.
So okay, Daphne and the people actually getting paid to be here. Well, yeah, technically Victor's being paid to be here.
Victor's paid to be here.
He's being paid.
Not quite as much as
His
Mr.
intern prices.
This is part of his job. His bosses are making him do it, and they are paying him, so he's paid to be here.
Yeah. And he's a bit of a keener, trying to get as much experience as he can. Hopes maybe one day making it to the big city.
Yeah. So you got a door, a couple of doors right by you that are like essentially in this hallway room, kind of in we'll say the southeast. I'm just gonna pretend this map is. I'm gonna pretend the front door is south, and that it's like a fully north facing house. So yeah, like southeast of you, basically. Kind of like where the camera is in this image, like basically away, like opposite of the stairs. There's two doors. One of them is kind of small, like maybe like a bit more of a closet door. One of them seems like a big door to a room. Then there's also a little hallway further to the left that's got a door or two down it, and other hallways that go further into the east side of the house.
Peter's gonna hold the candle and ask Yuna, where do you want to start looking, Yuna, for your story? I will follow. Hold the light just
I was
right.
hoping that you would kind of lead the way, but let's
Well, you
go
tell
to
me
the
where
left.
to go, Yuna. I'm used to women telling me what to do. Look at my mother. Let's proceed.
Miss Yuna, as a journalist, I hope that you use discretion when you find something. Please inform us, and we'll come and take a look and see if we can put two and two together.
Of course. I mean, evidence is evidence, and
And don't-
left untouched is best.
Don't let Peter touch it, please.
Oh, don't worry. He'll have things to touch later.
Ugh.
I give you a goose. I goose you.
Honk.
That's not what I'm talking about when I say touch.
All right. You two want the left? We'll start
go
on the
left.
right.
Yes.
Yep, we'll go left.
We'll go to the right.
And
then.
likewise,
Sounds
I
good.
mean, once again, evidence for story. This story has to get out.
Colt starts heading to the right.
Sure. You managed to find, like, as you kind of start heading down the hallway to the right, sort of past the mouth of the stairs, there's quickly a couple of doors on your right down this hallway, and one door on your left, and then the hallway, at the end of the hallway continues off to the left.
I'll pick the closest door to the side that I went on and kind of start
Okey-dokey.
poking our way through.
You open that door, and it seems to lead to a study.
Perfect.
Do I have a study?
Is there
Place to find
another?
books.
Is there another light source in this room, like for candles or anything like that?
Wow, there's the shuttered windows, or the curtained windows.
I'd open the curtain.
Yeah, you can whip open the curtains, let some light in. There's one window in here. I did actually have a study, but I guess I just didn't make it as a page. Oh well. Not every one of the rooms is. I didn't make a thing for all the rooms. So you see a heavy oak desk dominating this room, surface cluttered with faded papers and a tarnished brass lamp. A single chair sits askew, as if abandoned in haste.
Oh.
You would also see, lying on top of this desk, there's a book. Like an open book.
I'd like to do a book check, please.
So you know, being the big nerd that you are, that the titles of books are usually on the front or on the spine.
Yup.
And sure enough, this one seems to be a book called The Missing People, The Tribe That the Jungle Swallowed by Thomas Pratt.
Hey. That's the one that he took out recently from the library.
Yep.
Yep. The book's in pretty rough shape. The binding's cracked. It's covered in some like odd stains, and some of the pages are loose. Like it's It's in pretty rough shape, but you figure you could probably, being a studious young boy like yourself, you could, if you took an hour or so, you could probably skim through it and get the gist of it.
Ah, yes.
You'd imagine it would probably take you like 3 hours, 4 hours to read it thoroughly.
Yeah. Can I just thumb through it looking for any annotations or anything like that, or anything that looks like it might have been like, hey, this is like something circled, or like something
Where's
that
the bookmark?
You just flipping through it, you don't see that he's like noted anything in particular, and like it is not light reading.
Okay.
It's pretty wordy and descriptive and scientific. So yeah, you would imagine it would take you an hour and a English language roll to skim this book and kind of get the gist of what it's about.
Do you guys want to carry on? I think I would like to take a look at this, see if I can discern anything from it.
All right. Well, Miss Lexington, why don't we continue
Probably.
searching around?
You just kind of like pick the chair up and sit down. It's a comfy chair.
Yeah, I'll drag it over by the window so I have decent light and
Peek out the window, like
yeah,
look on
definitely
like
peek
the
out
side
window.
yard or anything like that.
This window, this is at the front of the house still. But
Okay.
this is essentially the first room to the right of the front door.
I gotcha.
So yeah, this window looks right out the front of the house, so you can see the fence and the gate with your car, probably like the nose of your car, like just like through the gate there.
So like a poke my head back in like the foyer entry area. Is there like a bowl near the front door that has like where you drop your keys when you come in with the gate key?
Probably not. No.
I mean, mine's on the wall. Is it on the wall?
It doesn't seem to be.
You never know.
There is like a little table there and a mirror, but yeah, no key bowl.
That's where he does his cocaine.
Oh, the cocaine table. Oh, it's fallen to such ruin. Such a
Yeah.
shame.
"Quote unquote" powder table.
Right?
Yeah. Don't call it a powder room for nothing.
I must
Well,
have
Mr.
powdered my
Dickson?
nose.
Shall we continue?
Yeah,
Aye.
Coming out of the study, there's essentially a room right across from you that's like beside the stairs. There's also another one, basically the room that would be beside the study that also faces out the front windows. That is also one door over.
Yeah, we'll just kind of knock rooms off as we go.
Yeah. Do me and Yuna notice
Yeah,
anything
we're going
on
to
the left side?
You see a small, like a thinner door, pretty much right in front of you. That's probably like a closet, and also like a big door to a room that probably looks out on the front of the house as well. Left
I
of
want to open up.
the front door.
I want to open up and look at the closet, where I think is a closet.
Yeah, you kind of open it up and sort of a musty smell just kind of wafts out at you. You see a few coats kind of hanging limply in there, their fabric riddled with holes. Faint scent of mothballs kind of lingers in the air. Inside of it. Did I just scroll past all the rooms? I did.
Of course. You say it's never the one you're looking for.
Yeah, so like as you kind of like look, you can like hold up the candle to kind of get some better light, and all of a sudden you see a huge dark figure with an axe. And then you kind of like blink for a second, and it's like, no, it's just a weird shadow being cast by one of the overcoats.
Jesus.
Okay.
Is that a sanity check
No.
or roll?
I kind of do a double take, and I immediately look around to see if there's, of course, any other candles or anything, because it's probably like a coat room.
No, they don't really keep candles in the.
I wouldn't think so, but maybe it was something. You said all of the jackets were pretty tattered. None of them look better than the one I'm wearing.
No.
It's all muddy, I assume.
No, everything in here seems kind of rough.
I would considering we're looking for keys and clues, I'm gonna check the pockets of these coats.
Yeah, you can just kind of quickly stick your hand in there and fish
Yeah,
around. Yeah,
just-
you don't find anything.
Oh, kleptomaniac.
Alright.
Gotta live.
There's nothing here. On to the next. Close the
Peter,
door
can
behind
you
me.
get out of the closet already? And
God damn it.
That's his trip into Hollywood right there.
Yep.
Gotta do what you gotta do to get those rolls.
You gotta do it.
I am fabulous, Yuma. Fabulous. Let's proceed.
Yeah. So there is a door, like pretty much right beside the closet. There's a door leading to a
Yep.
room at the front of the house.
Well, Yuna's not going to open it, so of course I'm going to open it up. Let's see
You
what's
creak
in
it open, and you see a fairly decent sized, like L-shaped library.
there. Okay.
There's also 4 windows in here. You can see 4 curtained windows that are, or shuttered windows that are, look out on the outside.
Immediately go the first one on my left, I'm assuming, and try to open it to get some light in the room.
Yep. Yeah, you can throw it open and now see a little better.
And then go to the other 3 and do
And
the same and start
I
kinda
will
shifting
start
around.
combing through, see if there's any books that are amiss or not, like doesn't look like the rest of them.
Sure. Why don't you give me an intelligence or a library use roll?
Is there any bonus for the fact that I'm kind of lighting it up for him?
No, there's just no penalty now
Okay.
because you're like
Yeah.
Okay. I was fishing a little bit, you know.
Yeah, so with a success. You look, there's lots of books here on exploration, archaeology, history, anthropology, so on and so forth. But there are also a lot of really big gaps on the shelves. And as you kind of go through it, you realize, despite all his fascination with South America and his travels there, you find no books whatsoever about the South American continent anywhere in this library. There is a lot of mold and moisture noticeable on some of the books.
What if a hard success would do any better on that? With you're too off.
I'll tell you, hard's not really gonna do you any better for this.
Never know.
It doesn't
look like very many of them have rotted away to the point where they're like unreadable.
They're unreadable.
So but there is noticeable water damage and mold here and there on some of the books, and there's definitely water damage present on the walls and the ceiling.
Interesting. This being a library, I'm assuming there's definitely some extra candles around. And I would like to give one to Yuna if there is one.
Why give me a luck roll?
Okay.
Oh.
I'm going.
Ooh.
Can I?
You find a lantern on like one of the desks, but then you kind of like try to spark it up.
Oh no,
but
not the
it's-
broken lantern.
Oh,
thing.
The broken lantern.
I mean, it seems like a perfectly functional lantern, but it's completely out of oil. Shame.
I will still take the lantern, even though it's out of oil.
Sure, you have an empty lantern.
Yeah, if I'm not noticing anything other than his studies, like his archaeology.
Looking at the
studies.
books, like you specifically just kind of looked at the books, and that's kind of what the contents of his books sort of tell you. So you would imagine that all these ones that are missing are probably the ones he donated to the library. So for some reason, all of his books about South America he gave to the town library.
Which is really odd. If you're taking a trip there, you would want your books with you.
Why don't you guys, while you're kind of looking around, why don't you give me a spot hidden? Kind of.
Me and Yuna.
Yep. You are the two that
Look
are in the
around.
library.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty
Hard.
good. A hard success.
Hard success.
There
bro.
you go.
Success is hard, kid. Baby fucking whale kid.
Damn.
No, Peter, you're not getting hard yet. Don't worry.
God.
Here's,
I'm really looking at this lantern,
again.
man.
Another 2 points off of a fumble.
Ooh.
yeah, so with a hard success, you notice, like, despite the, like, all of the bowl, like, all the peeling paint and the water stains and the water damage, you see in the wooden paneling, like, a strange, bulging knothole.
Peter, how about you come take a look at this? Does this
Yes,
not
dear.
look
Ash.
weird? Don't touch it.
Okay.
Just come take a look. It looks like either water has warped this wood, or there's something behind it.
Does it, since Yuna pointed it out, does it look like it's is it bulging like water would be bulging? Like, does it look like it has like a moistness to it, or a like
I'll say
condensation?
with the hard success, it looks kind of like it is maybe like a plug that would be like covering a hole, and just because of the water damage and stuff like that, that's caused it to no longer be like nice and flush. It's kind of bulged out further than the rest of the paneling has. I think you might be able to kind of get it out of there with like a dexterity roll or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I was.
If with Yuna egging me
I think
on,
we're both gonna try and see what's on the other side.
Yeah, come here, dear. Help me. Give me leverage, and we'll try to open the plug. or what?
Dexterous.
I mean, it's so yeah. Well, taking the initiative, Yuna just kind of pushes
Yep.
Peter out of the way and just kind of digs it out with her fingernails.
Apparently, I don't even need to do anything.
I examined it.
Well, yeah,
really
I mean, it's like a
closely,
little,
and
it's like a
then-
little plug. You would have basically been
was
doing it
like,
one at a time, anyways.
Mm.
It's too small for like two people to be mashing their hands all over.
Right.
But yeah, you kind of yank this thing out and find a tubular hollow into which a yellowed piece of paper is stuffed.
I pull it out and kind of take a look at it.
I hold the candle so that Yuna can see as clearly as
Yes,
possible.
Peter, be handy for once.
Oh.
He's a good man. You're
Yeah,
happily
like-
married. You're happy in your relationship.
He said handy, not handsy.
It's like they're just berating me because they can.
Jesus, Jimmy.
Pretty sure that's
Show a little love.
Yeah, so you pull it out, and the paper is covered on both sides with some pretty like closely packed scrawl. It's aged pretty badly, and it's like almost illegible, except for the signature AC. While you're kind of looking over, why don't you give me a psychology roll?
No, it's not under those ones. Hold on. Just gotta find it.
AC, strange. Almost like AC could be Arthur Cornthwaite.
Cornthwaite.
Yeah. I keep saying his name, by
Psychology.
the way, a little different because it's the best way I didn't remember it.
With a success. Yeah, so like kind of looking at this thing, you it's hard to really make much of it out, but you feel like there's probably some sort of severe emotional imbalance in its author, whatever was kind of scrawled on this thing.
It's almost as if he lost his mind and started drawing symbols.
But yeah, it seems to this paper's like between the water and whatnot, like it's aged pretty bad, and it's just so much of it is
It's-
faded
yeah.
away that it's can't really get anything specific out of it.
AC.
Yuna?
That would have to be Arthur.
Yeah, Yuna. Why don't we?
Yes.
I have a weird suggestion. Put it up on the glass of the window, so when the light comes in, you can kind of like see through the paper a little bit. Maybe there's something more in there we can like decipher with that.
I looked at it pretty good, but sure, I'll put it up
And
against.
I would
some
imagine
more
you
light.
had taken it to read it. You probably would have walked it over to where like the light's shining. in
Okay,
anyway.
okay. I was thinking like the candle
Yeah.
light in the kind of corner of the library. Right. Okay. Alright.
I will very neatly and delicately fold it a couple of times and put it into my notebook to keep it as well as preserved as I can.
Can I recover up the hole covering?
Oh, like stick the
Like
thing back in? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
Meanwhile,
after- Yeah, after I do that, the only thing I say
Meanwhile-
to Yuna is, you can share with them whatever you want to share with them. You just let me know, and I will go with.
you also as I kind of move back over to the others, you do also see that this is an L-shaped room, so it like looks out the front where the front door is, and it also looks at the left or like the west side of the house. Like so, two of these windows look out on the west side, and at the very end of that part of the room, there is a door. Another door heading out of this library. So you imagine that is one of the other doors you saw on like the left side of the from the front hall. So there's really only one more big room in the back left corner.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
We'll enter that.
So you guys, you have Daphne and Colt, you guys have you got a room across from you basically, and also a room next to you, and then down the hallway and more doors.
We're off to Mordor.
Yeah,
Yup, I was just saying.
probably start with the door closest to us.
Across the hall?
Yeah.
Sure. So you throw that door open, and you see the dining room. More kind of just moldy, rotten plasterboard and gross-looking, cracked floorboards. You see that there is a silver service laid out, essentially a setting for one. So you would imagine this is probably where Arthur took his meals alone. There are
Alone.
thin slivers of broken glass that you kind of see on the floor.
Is there any curtains in this one? Windows?
No, because it's kind of in the middle of the house. There's
Okay,
also a
any
door
more-
on the far side of.
Is there any more
far side of the
candles?
room. Well, you give me a luck roll.
We're gonna candle the shit out of this house.
Yep.
You have higher luck than I do.
I don't have a candle, so I will
Sure.
be on the lookout for.
I mean, I
Wow!
kind of crushed my roll.
I'm looking at boot.
Bro.
Yeah.
We
so
reach
you
for
find
the
you
same-
find a nice candelabra of 3 candles just sitting like right in the middle of.
We reach for the candles, and we each reach for the same one together, so that our hands touch.
Oh no.
So 1920s, I'm 49. I'm fucking everything.
Exactly.
And you're rich.
STDs haven't been invented yet, so.
Exactly. Exactly.
Actually, they knew a lot about syphilis and cholera at that point in
That's
time.
fine.
Yes, they did. Hence the powdered wigs.
Rich people
I'm
don't
not-
get those things. That's for the poor.
Sorry. I promised I wouldn't wreck this house like I wrecked the last one I was in. The Dodge Brothers.
Oh, well.
Unless you're willing to pay extra price, then I can afford it. Because they're not going to pay me if I wreck the house.
Well, let's try not to then. But if it comes to it, wink.
Well, with that said, I'm going to light the candles so that now we have an extreme amount of light.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
I'll hand
essentially,
it to
or you can light
Daphne.
one more candle and have two backup candles you can shove in your pocket.
Well, I'll give one to Daphne so she has her own.
Yeah. Backup
And-
candles.
I was like,
Stick it in.
there would be a candelabra in this room. Okay, 1 candle for a success, 2 candles for a hard success, 3 candles for an extreme success.
That's a tier
Oh.
system.
There we go.
But yeah, so yeah, you
Extreme.
see the silver setting, some bits of broken glass kind of sit on the floor below it.
Below the
Is it-
setting? Like
on the
a glass-
ground, sort of below where that person would sit.
Oh, is it like a cup or is it like a plate or
It's
like
pretty
just-
small.
Or is it like
I don't think I'm gonna even make you roll for this. It's pretty.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of bend down with, especially you got lots of light now to look at it. You see that it's pretty thin slivers of glass. They seem to be from a broken pepper shaker.
Yeah.
You see, probably
Is there, like,
there's
pepper
probably
everywhere?
there's probably some pepper like spilled on the ground amongst the glass. Looks like
It's
it
a rather
like,
expensive spice.
it looked like it had fallen off the probably fell off the table and shattered.
how does the plate set look? Is it like covered in dust?
I guess it's probably a little grimy, probably a little dusty. Yeah, it looks like it's probably been sitting here for a bit, not terribly
Well.
long.
Not a lot of buildup on it.
No, not really.
With a candle in hand, kind of walking around the room, looking at the walls, trying to look out the window, seeing if
There's
anything
no
is...
window. It's in the middle. This is
Oh,
the middle of the house.
excuse me, middle of the house. Seeing if anything is out of the ordinary. It looks like, lonely old man sat here by himself, eating
Now,
by himself.
you notice the walls are pretty cracked and moist as you're kind of looking them over.
Such a shame. Such a shame. It's fallen
water
into such
damage.
ruin. It looks. Where could so much water have come from? Is the ceiling damaged? Is there skylight? I guess
There's,
we're on
there's probably some
bottom
water
floor.
spotting and some stains here too.
the whole house. Everything we've seen is just water damage.
Almost as if the roof doesn't exist.
Yeah. No,
Wait,
but it
is
clearly
it-
does.
it's not
I can look
Jumanji,
up
is it?
and I see it.
Well, that's the ceiling, but the roof is on top.
Yeah,
I
but
sit down in the place setting and look imagine what Arthur would see sitting here eating by himself, and was like, oh,
it's
this is
probably
terribly sad.
his place setting is probably closest to the other door that you haven't gone through. The door that was on the other side of the room, that's probably closest to that door.
Is there anything else of to note with the table, or is there a desk
No,
or anything in there
pretty
as well?
Pretty decent
Pretty
looking.
straightforward.
Look, yeah, it's an older but
Is there a
pretty
place to
nice wooden table.
Store dishes in there.
There, no,
Like a
yeah, there's
cabinet?
no cabinets or anything in here to hold more stuff. It's just the
It's
table and
literally
the
just a
chairs.
table.
But
Okay.
the only place setting is the one.
Is there a painting by chance on the wall?
No.
Damn, this guy's boring. Peter would have a paint of himself up there.
This is true. Be a my Hollywood star too.
I crack open that other door.
Sure. Yeah, you crack it open, and you see, as you're kind of poking your head in, a kitchen.
Ooh. That makes sense.
With lots,
Right
Yeah,
beside
where
the
the woman
dining room.
belongs.
with lots more doors.
Yes, how else would I tell the servants what I want to eat?
Yeah, you see one door on the far left of the kitchen. There's also a couple of windows, kitchen windows that are shuttered that look out. You would imagine on the back of the mansion.
Did we
Did
lose
you lose
Kevin?
I hope not.
Oh.
Nope, there we go.
Oh, there you are.
You stuttered you went robo for half a second, then
That's
just
weird.
quiet.
Did I drop any frames? No, haven't dropped frames in forever. Anyways, that was probably a Discord thing. But yeah, so there's a couple of windows that look out on the back of the mansion. You would imagine, in like on either side of the stove. There is a door on the far left, which you would imagine probably goes back to the hallway. It's probably leads pretty much right to the back door. The back door you were able to see from the foyer. But on sort of the left and right, there's a couple of doors. One to the right of the one you just came out of, you would imagine is probably the end of that L-shaped hallway that you could have gone down. But you do see one door on... Actually, you see two doors on the right-hand side. One of them's a lot skinnier, and then sort of like a normal-sized
Broom
door.
closet. Due to previous PTSD, I want nothing to do with brooms and or their closets.
And then you would also see a door in sort of the bottom left corner. Same wall as the one you just walked out of. Which you would know puts it pretty much underneath the stairs. So you might imagine that's maybe a pantry or something, or
Yeah,
a storage room.
Could be a basement.
It could be stairs to a basement. Yeah. Anything of note in the kitchen? Like, does it look like it was? Obviously, the place setting hasn't been used in quite a while. I imagine the kitchen is equally as bereft of activity recently.
So far past the kitchen. So you see... What did my thing cut out? Am I still here? Uh-oh. Hello? Thanks, Discord. Oh, Discord's exploding. This is a good time. This is a good time for me to throw up a BRB.
No,
Stop
it
that right
it was the end of the game. I pressed stop instead of allowing the credits to
Oh.
roll and
Oh,
stopping.
that's not so
It's
good.
like, oh fuck. Oh well.
All right, we Discord has finished exploding. We are all back. I'm gonna wait.
That was
I'm
weird.
gonna wait for Luke to come back from peeing.
I'm back.
Oh,
I'm
he's
standing
back.
here. Yep, just putting my drink down.
Anyway,
The opportunity to pee and get a drink.
Whoa.
Yeah, I also grabbed a drink.
Right?
Fancy.
Multitask. Boo boo boo.
Yeah.
Whiskey
So
time.
you were asking about the kitchen. Yeah. So you see
Yes, sir.
what you imagine is probably a pantry door in the bottom, in the back left, like to your left, on the same wall that you just walked out of. Another door in the bottom right, which you would imagine leads to the hallway that L-shaped, the one that you were going down before you came in this room. On the far right wall, there is a door and a smaller door. And then on the left, there is a door out of this kitchen that leads to probably right beside the back door. A couple windows looking out that are shuttered that would look out on the back of the house and on either side of the stove.
Well, that's clearly where the kitchen gnomes come out, pointing to the smaller door.
Well, it's narrower. That's where the kitchen Slender Man comes out.
Oh, apologies.
God,
No.
fantastic.
I've
pig
Yeah,
upgraded
you-
since to the gnomes.
You see on the shelf above the stove that there's a series of 4 metal canisters, kind of just in a row. But it is pretty obvious there's a gap, and there's one of those containers seems to be missing.
That look to be like containers of like baking ingredients or seasonings or.
There is, yeah.
I want to do a kitchen look.
Yeah,
kitchen check.
Well, looking at them, you see the one is flour, one is sugar, one's tea, and one's coffee.
Flour, sugar, tea, coffee. Salt? We're missing salt. Wasn't dude buying up salt?
Yes,
He
He
was gonna
wanted
get a dump
tons and
truckload.
tons of salt.
You did
Yeah.
place an order for a truckload of salt.
Oh, fuck, we're dealing with ghosts.
Mr. Dickson, the salt is missing.
Yeah. Never seen that before.
Isn't Arthur looking for copious amounts of salt? Yes, maybe the ghost in my head is right. The roads are quite icy. Maybe. It's February, you know. Could get cold any day now.
Well, winter does tend to come a little later these times.
Yeah, you're not right. You're not wrong. I guess global warming isn't so much of a thing 100 years ago.
Not really.
Like, global warming? It's cold as shit out here.
Well, Boston, February, should be
Yeah.
freaking.
Yeah, it's probably a bit
Dump.
nippy out.
It's gotta be nippy.
It's gonna be dumping.
Especially with the overcast and like the drizzy rain. It gets always nippy
Yeah.
when it's like that. Like it's about
Fast.
to sleet.
Well, it's a good thing I always carry my pocket salt with me.
Oh, I carry sand. I reach into my dress pocket because, of course, her dress has pockets, and there's sand in that dress pocket.
I have like a pinch of seasoning salt that I like to rub on as a
Your
little
gum.
flavor.
Wounds.
Mm.
Yeah.
See, it got like on the numerous vacations she's been on, and been to various beaches. Sand just gets everywhere to begin with, so you learn to kind of live with it. And she learns that it was like a natural, like nice exfoliant for your hands. She always just kind of keeps a little bit there and like rubs her in her hand. But in a pinch, you could always blind someone with it.
Pocket sand.
Pocket sand. Shh.
Pocket sand.
Oh,
Gotta
microwave's
have
done.
pocket sand. Someone's got microwave popcorn coming.
Microwave's done.
Or a bottle.
Mm.
No.
Or a bomb.
No, Chelsea, baking.
I was gonna say it sounds like somebody's baking.
Baking at this time of night?
Yeah, we're making dessert for Christmas dinner tomorrow.
Oh.
We're doing another one. Yeah.
Another one.
Another one.
So we number 3 or 4. 4.
Wow.
Yeah, we go
I
hard.
remember being young and doing that kind of thing.
Well, we're just doing the
Barely.
dessert. Sorry, Chelsea's just doing the dessert.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah.
You know,
so-
Yeah.
she's
there-
making sex in the pan.
When me and Yuma open the door in the library, does it just connect to the kitchen?
No.
The one door? No. Okay.
No, the kitchen
you're-
should be the other side. Of the
Kitchen
staircase.
is kind of. The kitchen is essentially right beside the back door, and the back door is across from, but a little bit to the left of the front door.
Okay.
And even then, the front door is not really in the dead center. It's kind of a little bit to the left.
Off skewed.
But I would like on the side of the, like, not the front, but the, I guess the left side of the building. I'd like to open up the curtains and look out.
Oh yeah, I already did that.
On that.
I opened it
Yeah,
up.
from here you would see just more of the. You get a bit closer look at some of the gardens on the left. You would probably see a sitting area, a bit of an overgrown kind of sitting area on this side. There's like a stone bench. Ivy is kind of trying to take back over.
Nothing, no benches or anything tipped over or anything?
Nope.
No, they're all good. Okay.
I opened the door. The door we presume is not going back toward the center.
Wow, you mean not the door you came through?
Yeah, yeah, very clearly.
Yep. You open that door, you end up in a hallway. You are essentially left of the main foyer with a door more or less across from you that leads into essentially the northwest corner of the house.
Okay.
You can see like down the hallway, and once it get you're basically just down the hall from the main foyer. The main foyer is like a big room with the staircase and essentially 4 branching hallways.
Okay. All right.
Is there any like scuff marks as we traverse down this hallway?
I mean, everything's
Like,
scuffed.
I mean, like, how do I put this?
Drag
Like,
marks,
as-
maybe?
Yeah, as if something or someone was like dragged across the floor.
Yeah, not that you notice.
What about does all the doors have all their doorknobs? Like, is there any
Yep.
any with like the doorknob? Okay. Any weird etchings or paintings or anything anywhere, like on the walls, ceiling?
Not really.
floor?
There's wallpaper here and there that seems to be peeling away.
We haven't seen a single mirror, have we?
Oh, there was probably one.
Yeah, there's one at
near
the
the front door.
Okay. Okay. All right.
But you didn't see any vampires in it.
No.
You didn't even see yourself.
Sorry, back in the kitchen. You said there was coffee, right?
Hmm?
I'm gonna start making coffee.
Sure. Yeah. So you grab you find a kettle. It's a little dirty, but whatever. Grab the tin that says coffee. When you go to turn the spigot for the kitchen sink for the faucet, nothing happens. Nothing comes out.
God damn it. Just dump my flask of whiskey into it and throw the coffee in there.
Oh, I saw. I got my hopes up there.
Nah.
I mean,
Oh well.
there's definitely some coffee grounds in the coffee tin,
Dump them into
and
it.
it's in a nice sealed tin, so it's all safe from any mold or any mildew or whatnot that might have gotten in there. So it's perfectly good coffee.
I'm gonna pocket the coffee because I don't think coffee's cheap here, isn't it? Isn't coffee like expensive back here?
Yeah, possibly.
Good coffee.
Yeah, it's probably
Even-
good coffee.
It is probably
I would
good
imagine it'd
coffee.
be good coffee.
I mean, Arthur
Yeah,
can
pocket
afford
coffee.
good coffee.
And you can afford it, yeah.
How well he could get it from fucking Gamwell.
It's probably like straight from the bean. Yeah, I'm gonna pocket
Wait,
the coffee.
sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, no, it's in the hallway that me and Yuna are in. Like, besides the door we walked in, how many other doors are there?
There's a door pretty much right across from you, and then that's it. And it's back to the main foyer.
Let's go to the door right across from us, I guess.
Sure. You open this to a like a pretty large room with 3 windows, 2 windows that would face out the back of the house, and one that faces out that same west side as the library. This room is pretty much completely empty. It is a large area devoid of furnishings with polished wooden floors. There is some water damage visible on the edges of the floor. You would imagine maybe in happier times this was probably the mansion's dance floor.
It's in the ballroom. I will, while we kind of get in here and kind of realize what it is, I'm going to kind of do the waltz over and try to open the curtain.
Sure. Yeah, you can open the shutters up. Get some light on in here.
Yeah.
You said it's devoid of any furniture?
Yep. Just a big empty room with polished wooden floors that ain't in the greatest shape anymore, but they were polished once upon a time.
Are there any tapestries or beautiful chandeliers?
Nope.
Really? Not even a chandelier. What about a fireplace? It'd be a good room for a fireplace.
No, well, I mean, you wouldn't really want a fireplace where your dance floor is.
One near the edge of the house.
Typically, fireplaces were more in like
center.
More like sitting rooms or bedrooms or
parlor. Well, not parlor. Cause they'd be right
rooms you're gonna spend some time in and enjoy.
Yeah, like dining room. Yeah,
Dining hall.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's weird, and there's just a blanket room. There's no nothing. Paintings. That's weird.
Well, how Colt kind of sips on his whiskey coffee. His whiskey with coffee grounds floating in it.
Okay.
No.
I was joking. Just drank the whiskey.
It's a fucking sanity roll for anybody that enjoys coffee.
I hate coffee,
Yeah,
actually.
I know, right?
Yeah, not a coffee drinker.
I'm an energy.
Bad
drink
enough
guy,
when you
so
get
I guess
coffee
I'm-
grounds in your coffee, let alone in your
So you guys
whiskey.
drink coffee?
Let alone anything else. It's like, ugh.
I didn't know
Yeah.
you weren't a coffee guy, Shawn.
Oh, I hate coffee. I drink tea.
I drink
Am
tea.
I
I like the
the-
way coffee smells.
I don't.
Is
Yeah,
Kedge and
I
I
do.
the only
Whatever.
coffee drinkers here?
Apparently.
Yeah. No, I drink coffee. Remember?
I drink
Kevin's a
coffee
coffee
occasionally.
drinker.
Oh.
I was eyeing up my kettle when I went and got a pop out of the fridge. I was like, I kind of want a coffee.
I got a Keurig just for that.
Kind of need to stay up till 3 a.m. and prep fucking Vecna for tomorrow.
Oh,
We'll
shit.
take advantage of Kevin being tired.
Yes.
We did find that Vorpal Warp Sword.
A level 11, right?
Yo.
Yeah, you guys are level 11.
Oh
Yeah.
no, in
You
Yeah.
say excuse the fuck
Yep.
out of me?
Wrong
Wrong
game.
goddamn game. You keep your mouth shut over there in the peanut gallery.
I like this idea. Yeah, you guys are gonna show up in Barovia at level 11.
No.
I'm not going back 3 levels. No, thank you.
I meant 15.
We are 14
Damn.
right now, madam.
Like I said, wrong game.
Ugh.
Wow.
Anyways, are you guys just gonna stand in the kitchen forever?
No, we'll keep moving around.
Yeah, there's
Um,
nothing else of note. Yeah.
Actually, 4 doors you haven't checked. 5 doors you haven't
God.
checked. One you know that goes to a hallway. One you know goes basically back to the foyer and puts you basically at the back
there's
door.
There's one that's like a little cubby or storage
There's one-
pantry, excuse
One
me.
to the left that you know is pretty much situated under the stairs. So you imagine it's probably like a pantry or a storage closet or something.
I'll
And
open
then-
that door.
So as you kind of like go and put your hand on the knob for this thing, you all of a sudden can smell something just rotten, something really just
Ooh.
rank.
Like at the door?
Yeah, so like once you walk up to the door to go to open it, you can just all of a sudden smell just something terrible and rotten.
Excuse me.
Okay.
It wasn't Daphne
I-
farting. It wasn't.
No.
It wasn't just Daphne farting.
No, so it wasn't just. Don't you pin it all 100% on me.
No, it stunk
That
over
questionable-
there, but when you come
Is that-
over here, it's a different kind of stink.
She's had questionable food with the pores in the area.
All right, well, might as well pop the door open and see what the hell that smell
Ooh.
is.
As
That's-
you,
yeah,
as
I'm
you
not
open the
far
door,
behind.
that smell just permeates through and just wafts out into the rest of the kitchen.
I
And
use my handkerchief to cover my nose.
you see just a whole bunch of like rotten, decaying food. There seems to be like an ice box here,
Hmm.
kind of the storage, and a bunch of the food has gone bad. just this terrible rotten meat smell.
All right.
Oh.
Close the door.
You close the door, but the smell still lingers now.
Oh, Jesus.
It's not as
use
bad, but it's definitely hanging around in here now for a bit.
I'm gonna use the Febreze in there.
There's a Febreze, but it's a crank. You gotta crank it to get it to go. They haven't invented aerosol.
Aerosol, yeah. Not a readily available
Nothing
thing.
yet. Nothing yet. All right.
So there's still a couple of doors.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
There's
we
a
can
little
like to-
door, right?
The little door, yeah, you kind of pop this one open, and it seems to lead to a skinny little room with a window at the far end. You see empty, disused tubs with odd sediments in them. You would imagine this is probably some sort of laundry room. You do see a little closet door in the back corner. Right
We'll
by
look
the
out
window.
the window.
Window.
We'll look out the window
You'd see very little because the window is shuttered.
from the outside, right?
No, well, it's shuttered in here.
Oh, okay. Can I open the shutter?
Sure can. You can now see out the window. Window's kind of
penis.
dirty. You see the eastern side of the house.
Excuse me.
Does the window open?
Possibly.
Crack
Some
the window
effort.
open, crack the window open so that the stench can get out.
Give me like a strength roll.
Oh God.
We tried to open a window in an
my
old house.
God. Are you
Spend the luck.
freaking
Spend the
serious?
luck.
Wow.
I mean, he has
Spend
very
the
little
luck.
luck, though.
It's one! Or push it.
I
Or push it.
Ooh.
I don't know how you push a window opening.
Oh,
No,
that
'cause
could
if
go
you
real
fall-
badly.
Fall out the window? You're
You can
broken
break
my-
the
Push
glass
through the
and
glass,
cut his
cut
throat.
yourself
Smash your
open.
hand through the window.
yeah, I'm gonna actually try and give the window a tap with my hand to like kind of
Oh,
like
you're
to, like,
you're gonna
kinda
try and like
vibrate it.
Yeah, you're gonna try and punch the window
then-
to kind of shake her
No,
loose as you're pulling up
yeah.
with the other hand. Absolutely,
let's see
that
if I
sounds
can
like a
tap
good
it.
pushed roll. Let's go for it.
I have to do something. There we go. I have such a
Yeah,
high
you
chance
kind
of
of like
succeeding.
boom, 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 and you're able to get it like a few inches, like slide it a few inches open to let a little bit of fresh air
Yeah.
in.
There we go.
Oh,
That's
like
so
all the-
painful.
Although the water damage and all the like how everything's kind of like shifted and is kind of gross. Yeah, it's kind of jammed the window shut a bit, so it was very difficult to open.
Yeah,
Fucking
I was like,
window
there's only
jack.
one way I'm opening this is if I like attempt to break it and hurt myself. So I was like, yeah. Can't believe that. I have an 80 in strength. I failed like twice on it, or 3 times. I failed
Three
3
times.
times.
Shawn, honey, can you open that window? No!
No.
Well-
Timid.
Well, while we're kind of going through here, can I make a listen check for any major creaking of like walls / foundation?
Sure.
Possibly.
Hey, give me a listen roll.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, you would notice as you're kind of making your way through.
Like
You
not
made your
not
way through the
floorboards,
library.
but
Oh, I was gonna say, like, as you're making your way through the library and back out and into that dance floor area, and then back out probably to like the main foyer where the staircase is. Yeah, you notice that. Yeah, there's stuff kind of like when you push on some of the walls, some of them are kind of soft and creaky. But the floor is like, pretty solid. Like, there's no creaking at all, like really coming from the floor, despite how bad the floor looks and how cracked and creaky it looks. No, nice and solid, not making any sound at all.
Well, Yuna, do you want to
that makes me
regroup
think
with
there's
Mother?
nothing underneath.
Mm.
Or whatever's underneath is well protected.
Yeah, that's true.
That.
Yeah.
Or the
Could be
house is-
either extreme,
Or the house is built really well,
right?
and all this is just kind of cosmetic damage. It's got
Oh,
good
man.
bones.
Cosmetic
It's
goo.
got
Yeah.
good bones.
Good
Good
bones. Good bones.
Okay, how well a house is built, boards creak. Been in brand new houses, the boards creak. You're like, what the fuck?
Yep, they didn't get all the crowns facing the same way.
But yeah, as
True.
you two kind of with that listen roll too, as you kind of make your way back out to this main foyer, you can probably hear Daphne and Colt fucking around, kind of like down like on
Talking
the
about-
eastern side of that house.
There was one more room right next to that window. Sorry, door. Give it a little openy poo.
So yeah, you try to
A closet in the
you
laundry.
turn it and you kind of push on the door and it's stuck. It is stuck hard.
Gonna throw a shoulder into it.
We're gonna strength roll.
Yeah, I haven't rolled a dice in a while. Oh fuck.
Mr.
Mr. Dickson?
You throw yourself into this door and yeah, just thunk, you just bounce off it like a wall.
There. Let me give you half that.
I don't think I got the right footing there. Would you mind?
Oh yeah.
Ah,
Dude. That's using that strength.
there's such a strapping young, strong man.
I'm older than you.
So yeah, you
I'm in my
You're older
50s.
than me?
I'm in my
you
50s.
throw yourself into
Oh.
this door, just crunch into it, and you hear like you could feel some of the boards give, and it still does not give. It stays.
Oh.
It's like
What?
stuck. You can feel like it feels like you did a
Wow.
little bit of damage to this door. You shouldered it so good, but the door remains stuck.
Some doors aren't meant to be opened, I guess.
Maybe you wanted to give me
If only you had the
spot.
back door key.
Wanted to give me like a spot hidden or something, maybe.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like, you gave that thing quite a rogering. Let's
Yeah.
go ahead and I'll roll it as well for 28.
Yeah,
Regular
both of
success.
you kind of like you're kind of like looking this thing up and down. You do notice that there is like a line of like white crystals, like little tiny thin white crystals all along the base of this door.
There's your crack room.
White crystals.
It
White
doesn't look
crystal.
dissimilar. It doesn't look dissimilar to cocaine. A little thicker and bigger than
Cocaine?
cocaine.
I get real
I-
cocaine. Is that the cocaine?
It's like powder?
Yeah, it's like little tiny crystals.
What the
Nick it.
devil is that?
Is there any way of deciphering what it would be?
You can lick it.
Oak.
I always encourage players to lick things.
Yeah.
Where's that Peter kid? He likes to lick things.
No, I don't.
Is
The only thing I like to
it,
lick tonight is Yuna.
trying
Bye.
to think.
Wow.
Looking at my skills.
Let me take a ride on
Look
your
at my-
disco stick.
Look at my taste skill.
Looking at my taste skill. What's my taste skill? Does it look to be like ice or like maybe like think of like a geode, like that same kind of like
No, it's like
pristine-
it's almost like it's really, really fine. Like almost kind of like sugar or something.
Or salt.
or salt.
Salt. Whole lot of it.
Mr. Dickson, do you think it's salt?
It might be, but I wouldn't know without testing.
I put my finger on my nose. Shoddy not.
He does that all the time.
It's so.
I take a little pinch of salt and I throw it in Daphne's face.
Oh Jesus! Not the pocket salt.
Give me a luck roll. Actually, both of you give me a luck roll.
Oh shit!
Why not?
Here we
We'll
go.
we'll see what the rolls are. We'll see how this kind of
This
bounces
is
out.
where the killings happen. Come on.
I got 19.
Yeah, you successfully gotta get it in our face.
Oh Jesus!
Daphne,
Dodge.
Daphne gets so you get it all over your face, but it doesn't go in your mouth as you're kind of like freaking out. But you can feel it's kind of like all kind of sticking to your face because you're probably a little sweaty, a little moist
I
just from the nerves.
like
But
lick my face then, like consciously unconscious, like. Meh.
it tastes salty.
Ugh. Dirty pool, Mr. Dickson. Dirty pool.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't gonna put powder in my mouth.
Yeah, it was in his nose,
Feels
obviously.
like the type of lady that likes to enjoy that kind of thing.
No, it's a
It's
no.
not cut fine
Wrong
enough for me to
orifice.
snort it.
Wrong orifice. Yeah, just rub
yeah,
it in my
you would
gums.
believe this strange line of white crystals is salt.
Interesting.
I just want to iterate that I took the smallest pinch of it. I didn't take like a lot.
Smallest damn pea I've ever seen.
You're goddamn right. It's the smallest pea. I've never seen such a pea either, Chelsea.
My
That
kids
was so clear.
potty training.
That was funny as fuck.
That was pretty good.
But yeah, so yeah, you guys now
Pea happens.
that you've sort of investigated every door in the kitchen, you know there's about a couple more. There's still a couple more rooms in the. Would you imagine there's at least a couple more rooms in the bottom?
So do we
like the
imagine?
southeast corner, kind of like next to
like,
where you
the-
left Victor reading?
Imagine that this room, like beyond, is like so full of salt that we can't open the door.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't look like it's pouring out of like it came out of the door. It looks like somebody just like left a line of salt like right in front of the door.
See, Daphne knows that. Luke might know things that Daphne does. Is that weird? Does Daphne think that's weird? For
Seems
salt
kind of
to be on the floor, like it looks like specifically in this doorway. Is that
Like a
weird?
line protecting the door.
Like kind of like it's
Like, does
there
he have
intentionally.
ants? Does he have slugs?
It could be. Is it a bug thing? Is this a gardening thing?
Could be a
Like
spiritual.
a nature check. See if this is a gardening.
It could be a natural roll, a natural world roll.
I'm campaigning for roles I'm shit at. So
Uh,
I mean, if it has a dice, I'm pretty shit at it. So
yeah, you don't. You've heard of salt being used to like old wives' tales. Of like, oh, sprinkle some salt to. If you're looking for something that might be more like superstition and whatnot, you can give me an occult roll.
much worse occult, if you could believe it. Nothing occult in the in high society.
That you know of.
The
That you're
again,
aware of.
that she is aware of.
You know that salt is, like, it's
Strange.
it's a
Must be a
thing that's been
gardening
around forever, so it always kind of finds its way into weird superstitions.
An old
You're probably
wives'
both
tale.
both aware of the old superstition of throwing salt over your shoulder.
Yes.
That's kind of like the only thing you think of.
See, he dropped the pepper shaker in the dining room. Maybe he recently dropped the salt as well? Hard to say.
Like if I get a whole truckload of it, I don't have to leave my house to get salt for a very long time.
And it doesn't matter how much you drop because you have more.
It's just odd how it's placed, but
It is. Seems
Can
a
make
bit
nothing of it.
strange, but
Yeah, maybe
it's a
strange
slug
method.
repellent as well. And let's we've showcased. We've gone through all the doors now on the bar, all the doors that we could find.
Well,
Kevin,
you know, there's two
on the
more
bottom
rooms
floor.
on this floor. There's basically the room right beside where you left Victor, and then
We should-
a room
we should head
beside
back
that.
towards Victor and we can check on him and see how he's
Keeper
making
and
out.
Yuna will definitely join up, I'm assuming, with everybody in the kitchen, hearing some commotion and
Yeah, at some point you.
smashing a door.
Yeah, while you guys are.
Sure, we heard it.
Yeah, while you guys are like
Yeah.
investigating this door, the door on the far side of the kitchen opens. The one that's right beside the back door, and Yuna and Peter kind of come poking into the kitchen
Hello there,
Hi.
kids.
to see.
Oh, mother.
To see, they
Finished
probably walk
already.
in to see fucking Colt like salt baying fucking Daphne.
No, no, you motherfucker! Oh, is that what the kids are calling it these days?
He's been assaulted.
Oh.
I saw that coming.
Thank you,
Yup.
roll sanity. This is a way easier one for me to punish like bad puns because I can just force sanity checks.
Yes. Fuck you, Dungeons and Daddies, for putting that in anyone's mind. Oh,
Anyways, yeah. So
How
four,
is-
four of you are
how is-
reunited. At some point when the crunch happens, Victor probably looked up from his book for a minute. And was like,
how
"Huh."
is young Victor making out?
He's reading. Hasn't really been an hour yet.
No.
An hour takes time.
Yep.
60 minutes.
I figured by the time you got through the last couple of rooms in here, it'd probably have been an hour.
Yeah, let's check out those rooms you guys haven't checked out.
Yeah, you would find at the end of leading out into the hallway from the kitchen, you would find there's 2 more rooms. One at essentially the front of the house, like right beside where Victor is, right beside the study. That's the study. I have a legend in front of me. Why did I not look at that? Yeah, there's right beside the study. There's a room, and then there's another room, basically right beside the laundry room.
Let's go to the one next to the laundry room.
Sure.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Dickson, so we came across a library, and it seemed like there's many books missing. I'm assuming that it's the ones that he donated to the, what is it, Gamwell library.
Yep.
And it seemed to be almost like a hidden compartment with like a little plug, and I found this parchment. Can't discern anything on it except for this signature AC. I'm assuming would be Arthur.
Yeah, seems to be that way.
But it is far too damaged to really make out anything else on it. Did you guys find anything?
Just some salt in front of a door.
Some
but nothing
salt,
else.
I presume.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Nothing substantially noteworthy. Well, his food has gone rotten.
Well,
But,
Is that what this
look at the
smell
state of
was?
this place.
That's nothing to be surprised about. It is odd that he would just let food go bad and leave, though. There was quite a bit in there from what I saw.
I am getting more and more worried. There was broken glass in the dining room beneath
That's right.
the only set place at the table.
The pepper shaker.
Pepper shaker.
The pepper shaker.
Such a tragedy. And salt in near the laundry room, but no, nothing. The terrible shape this house is in, though.
So,
Unfortunately,
is there anything else you either of you saw?
Not
No.
really. I mean, we came
There's
across
a weird empty dance floor that was odd because there's nothing in the room.
a ballroom of sorts.
Well,
Well, you don't want
yes,
things
I
in the
would
way when
assume-
you're dancing.
I would assume a ballroom would be empty.
And
else would you host a ball?
A long hallway that had absolutely nothing in it.
What's strange is that there's no pictures, there's no tapestries,
There's some wallpaper.
everything is so barren.
unused real estate on the
Wallpaper.
walls? Oh, how gauche.
Did
Think of what you
look
could
out-
put there.
Did look out the left side of the left window, and there
Well.
was a sitting area in one of the gardens. But other than that, seemed very devoid of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Arthur is. He doesn't have family, does he?
I don't.
No,
That's
but he
a
has great
good
wealth.
question.
Would I
Not to
know
my
anything
knowledge.
about that? Having been schmoozing with upper class society.
Anything about
Some
what?
Sort of, if Arthur has, further family. He's kinda
I would
like,
say no. No, he's unmarried and doesn't have any children or
Well, being
anything like
being
that.
a man that is single and old, it doesn't surprise me there's nothing on the walls. That is quite a family thing to do.
Yes, but
family
he's a man of
legacy,
wealth,
though.
And Mother has taught me that you must display your wealth as much as possible.
Yeah,
All
you-
this
you would
real
know
estate-
A lot of his wealth came from inheritance. So he did have family. He was probably
Does it
just
stop
the
you
end
from
of the
being
line.
gauche.
Maybe just never got around to it. Seems strange.
And didn't he recently buy this place? Within a few years ago?
Yeah, 6 years ago.
And he travels a lot.
1919.
And he travels a lot.
He goes on
Yeah.
expeditions.
So
Well,
the
I
house
think
being
we
better
should.
doesn't surprise me.
I think we should finish up down here, and all of us head upstairs, if it's
Yes.
safe to do so.
Gotta sweep the remaining rooms.
Well, the house is solid.
Well, I never got to open that room next to the laundry room. I said open it, we never even did anything.
Everyone started talking to each other.
I know.
Yeah.
go
You had a
ahead and
hand
open
on
it.
the hand
Crazy.
on the knob the whole time while you were talking. Yeah. So you open it up, and
Oh, Peter's hand's always on the knob.
this opens up to some sort of parlor. You see 2 windows lead out to like the east side of the house, and some comfy chairs. Looks like a sitting room.
Any candles or any like cane or anything left by people who have been waiting in the parlor? Like any items of note?
Not really. It's pretty dark with the windows drawn and just a bit of candlelight. You don't really
Alright,
see
I'll go.
anything.
I'll go open the windows.
Sure.
Help everyone see.
Go open
That's
the
a good
shutters.
lad.
Let some light in. Why don't you give me a spot hidden roll?
Spot hidden.
Spot hidden.
Yeah.
Bought the shit out of that hidden.
And it's horrible.
Eh?
Success is a success.
Yeah. So you're kind of like throwing the shutters open, letting some light in, and you're kind of like looking out the window at the eastern side, and you see a figure, kind of just walking stiffly through the garden, wearing like a blue uniform and carrying a rifle.
Oh.
Like
does it-
off in the eastern part of the garden. You're just kind of looking at it. It's like, yeah, this blue uniformed man just sort of like stiffly, like not quite marching, but it's like a very stiff, like militaristic almost style gait. He's got a big rifle slung over his shoulder, and you see him just walking, and then you kind of lose sight of him as he goes around the corner of the house, kind of past where the window can see. He seems to
Having
be
just
heading
seen
towards
this-
the back of the house.
Gotcha. Having just seen the sheriff, does it favor him at all?
No, this looks more like a. Why don't you give me like a no roll?
An education.
Education.
There is no.
Just no, it's your education.
It's at the
Oh.
top. Like
Your
right
education score.
Beside, right
Perfect.
beside power, I think.
Ah, bro.
Hard.
Just double checking this so I get it right.
Guys, I saw him. Saw him over there.
Yeah, you would imagine like you're kind of looking at this and you remember this from like your history books. That you believe he was wearing like a blue like Union Army Civil War uniform.
Oh.
Who did you see, Dark?
And he had with that hard success too. You imagine his rifle he had was like that looked like kind of like the standard issue long like sort of musket style rifles that like the Civil War soldiers would wear, like standard issue.
As soon as I see him disappear out of my sight, I turn to everybody and be like, guys, I scratched my head for a moment, but I could have swore was a Union uniform from the Civil War of a guy in a rifle just walked toward the back?
You want about pizza, dear?
There's
Civil
somebody at the
War?
back door, Mom. There's somebody at the back door.
Oh,
For
no,
some
yeah.
Well,
reason, he's
not necessarily the
wearing a
back door.
uniform.
You saw him walking through the garden, and he was heading towards the back of the like behind
Yeah.
the building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would assume that he goes to the door because
You say someone out back has a gun?
yes,
And you're saying
rifle.
Civil Wars, so like 130
Gun.
years ago.
Oh, not that long.
that'd be more
1860s.
like 50 years
1860s,
ago,
sorry.
maybe 60.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right. We're 1920. That's right.
80. 80 would be right.
A gun, you say?
Yes.
That
Big old rifle. Big old rifle, Mum.
And I
go into
point
my
out the window,
handbag
too.
and I pull out my gun. It's
That's not
extraordinarily
a gun.
unheard of. Safety purposes and all that, you know. Mr. Dickson, I hope you have some method of firearms.
Colt will also pull out his revolver.
Ah, there's a good man. I don't suppose anyone else is packing. Could just be.
I
Could be a
pull out
local.
my half-broken pipe.
Could be a local hunter, maybe, around the area.
Why would he be wearing a
How do
uniform
you
like that?
Let's not
How do
think
you
the
get
worst
through the
right
locked
away.
gate?
That is that's a very good point. All right.
The war was ages ago.
Is there? I guess we'd have to go upstairs to get a vantage point on that. Is there a room we've been in that has a window facing kind of the back of the house?
Yeah, the kitchen.
Kitchen?
Yeah, I had a couple windows facing the back of the house.
Mr. Dickson, you remember in the kitchen there was a window? Might be able to get a sight on this man.
Isn't that the one that we opened?
Probably. I think you opened
To
them.
get the stink out, yeah.
No, that was the one in the laundry room, which is essentially like next to the window
Next
that Peter
to the
saw.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's also
Yeah.
on the eastern side of the house.
Well,
I'll pull out my can of mace.
Do I have
Someone
any advantage with my half-broken pipe, considering it's got like a pointy bit?
No.
someone grab
If
young
anything,
Mr.
it is-
Mason.
If anything, it is barely usable as a weapon at this point.
Well, that sucks.
Someone inform young Mr. Mason.
You could use it as like an improvised weapon, which is not quite as effective.
It's all I got.
Yeah, it's a shame. I don't know
go to
what
the
happened
kitchen,
to
get
it.
a knife.
It'd probably be a knife. I mean, a
Or a
knife's not
rod.
really going to do too much more than the improvised weapon.
yeah, anything's better than nothing.
Yeah, there might be a kitchen knife.
All right.
Upon seeing Mr. Colt and my mother scramble to get ready, I will see my pipe and feel something small, and then go look for a kitchen knife. Absolutely.
Yuna, dear, would you mind informing Mr. Mason that there's a strange individual on the property with a rifle?
Will this paste?
For sure.
Ah, the
I
link will
will
paste.
do that at once.
A link will
Yeah.
paste.
I
got it.
I wanted to see if. Yeah, well, no, yeah,
That-
it shows up. I was just hoping I was hoping it would automatically put the image into chat.
Oh,
But yeah, it looked kind of like that.
stock image.
Yeah, I'll
Or the uniform and the rifle.
why is he
anyways.
black?
Well, he's Union, so he's on the right side.
I'll head over to where Victor is and inform him that there's an odd Civil War clad man outside with a big ass rifle.
You run over and tell him he's skimming through a book.
Doing the what now?
My darling Peter, he noticed some Civil War era person walking around the grounds holding a big weapon, big rifle.
Good heavens! What would a man be doing out there doing something like that? That's rather preposterous.
Especially around here. This makes absolutely no sense.
Well,
We should
you have to keep our
go
wits about it.
convene with the. We should go convene with the others. I realize you're knees deep in a book, but
This is quite fascinating read. I think I should continue on.
to be alone if he comes in the house is probably not a good idea.
I'm just reading a book. I'm no threat to anyone.
But they might consider you a threat of some sort.
Well, I think I'll elect to stay here. But if you guys
Bring-
need me, please call me.
Bring the
I'm
book with
making-
you.
There's not enough light
Yeah.
in the dark,
Not enough
dingy
light.
house for him to properly keep
The
reading.
book's
this thing.
practically falling apart.
That is true. It is also practically falling apart.
Yes, no, I must stay here and finish this. At least I'm onto something. Maybe, possibly.
Onto these nuts.
What have you
Got him.
uncovered so far? Just out of curiosity.
He'll know
It's
when
a
he's
book.
finished.
Covered lefty.
You don't
Working on
get
it,
shit
Well-
for half of it. All or nothing.
Yup.
I mean, I think I'll stay here with you.
A book on summoning Cthulhu.
Yes, please. If you
Protection,
wouldn't mind
probably.
keeping an eye out,
Possibly.
just in case.
That's right.
Well,
6.
what is
I
everybody
have to
else
run.
doing while she's doing this?
Going to the kitchen to
Any vantage point.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
try
you
and
guys go to the kitchen
eyes.
and you
Yep.
guys watch from the windows in the kitchen. I don't know, you don't see anything.
no person.
Where's that boy at?
After getting the kitchen knife, I will then go to the back door and.
Well, I didn't say you
Open
got
it?
a kitchen knife. I said there could be a
Oh.
kitchen knife. Give me a luck roll.
Okay.
That's just gonna give you a kitchen
Oh,
knife.
Well,
just butter knives.
Yeah,
Just
nothing to be good for stabbing or cutting. Just
damn.
like little flimsy. You might find like a steak knife that's like really dull and kind of like the tip's broken off.
Mm,
How about a frying pan?
You'd probably find a pot or something like that if you wanted to swing a pot. That's technically that's also just going to be an improvised weapon. So
yeah,
Yep,
I'll
not
stick
worth
to
it.
the broken pipe I've got. All right. Well, after scramble that and like, okay, and then I see.
you're
Mother and-
going through drawers while the other two of them with guns got their like
Yeah.
guns drawn, like pointed
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
I'm looking
window,
for a
and you're just
weapon,
like
yeah, it's
you're just like
exactly-
opening drawers up in cabinets. I was like, oh, in here, and
You have to be so goddamn loud, boy.
I gotta find a weapon.
and then he checks the same drawer again like 3 or 4 times. It's like, oh, there's still nothing here.
This is the knife drawer, though.
You
yeah.
just got a false
you,
bottom.
you spend a few minutes looking. Doesn't seem to be no blue uniformed
Peter,
soldier
dear, are you
man with
sure?
a rifle.
You sure was a man?
Yes, Mother. I am 100% sure. I
no,
would
I
not
have
do
no reason to. If you tell me you saw a man, then there must be a man.
He could have just been walking by, but it's strange.
But like Mr. Dickson said, he's in the grounds of the fence, the walls.
Yeah.
It is very odd.
Can I open the back door to take a look outside?
Sure.
See if he's out there?
Yeah, you give the back door like a little tug. And it seems to be locked.
Is the lock inside that I can unlock? The little like deadbolt inside the house?
There's a keyhole.
Interesting.
You seem to remember somebody having keys.
Mhm.
Somebody has the key. Mr. Dickson.
Yes, Dickson, can you open this door? It doesn't seem to open.
I look at both the keys and I can't remember which one I used to unlock the front door, so I hand them both keys.
Give me, okay, you send them both.
I just hand them both.
Okay.
One of those will unlock the back door. I'm just gonna keep watch from here to make sure if this guy pops out. Gonna get beat on him.
There you go. Put the right key in there. That's a good boy, Peter.
Put the key in, turn it.
Which one?
Hey, give me a luck roll.
Such a
if Shawn had only given him one key, it would have been Shawn's luck roll. Didn't give him the right key. The first key you try unlocks it, no problem.
Of course.
You swing open the back door.
What do I see? Is there?
You see the back of the manse. Notes. That's a different map. Yeah, you see probably the main part of the garden. There's definitely much more garden back here. You see, you see a lot of sort of odd kind of trees and stuff as you're kind of like looking out over this garden. You do see sort of the occasional like stone bench and planters. And you You remember the fountain out front. It seems to be like quite an nice ornamental garden that surrounds this house. It doesn't look like it's been tended for months, and like a lot of it has become pretty wild and overgrown.
Can I vibe check the trees? Kind of like.
You could give me a. Especially from the door. You can give me a science, botany, or biology, or you can give me a natural world roll.
Science or botany? We have survival.
Well,
Probably. Unless you put specific points into those things, as an actor pre-gen, you're probably not going to have. I just have
I can't even
science,
find botany that you're talking
any.
about. Like,
no, yeah, because a
It
lot
should
of
be
the sciences
science.
are not
Yeah, you have to
automatically in the
consider
list.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be
Anything
under
that's
science,
not
and it would be a
deep.
specific.
Yeah, so you just have it's probably like
One.
a 1
Yeah.
or natural
YOLO.
world.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really know much
Yeah,
about
yeah.
plants. Plants don't act.
No personality, kid.
Your mom's got
that
people.
one kid.
Your mom's got people that do the gardening.
Yeah.
Peter
I
doesn't
find-
know anything about flowers. He doesn't buy me flowers.
You got
But
people
I have,
for that.
but I have Lego flowers.
No, he
so it's
pays
okay.
one of the help. He pays like the gardener to like bring him a big bouquet of flowers to give you on
That's
Mother's
what a
Day.
child does.
Yeah, that's fair.
That or drugs. One of the two.
One then the other, my son.
And he
Come.
also that's how
Or
he
one
also
off
gets
the other.
that's how he also gets
Huh?
flowers for his wife or for his fiance. He's like, hey, Sergio, could you go get me? Can you get me some flowers?
I want some red violets, please. Thank you.
Wow.
A nice
that's
bouquet
uncommon.
to give to my lady friend.
Want them
Chop,
rare.
chop. I
want
need it
them
by
neat.
tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll close the door after not seeing anything and be like, I don't see him. He must have walked away. Trees were weird, but the garden is also in major need of.
It's
some-
pretty expansive.
There
I mean,
was
if you
a
go wandering
garden.
around in it, you'd probably get a better sort of sense of what's going on in there. You might like see some stuff. You're kind of just looking at it from the back door.
There was a garden shed as well.
Oh yeah, well, like way back, by
Way
the
off,
front.
yeah.
Well, yeah, a big garden like this, you would typically have gardeners, but it doesn't look like
Of course.
it. I will say that the amount of growth and overgrowth out there, it does seem more than, more like it seems to have been overgrown and untended for longer than Arthur's been missing. Like by quite a bit longer.
Maybe the gardeners were never there to begin with. It's this fucking bullshit haunted ass house.
Maybe none of this exists. Maybe we're just
You also realize
fat white guys playing a role in 100 years in the future.
You also realize you haven't seen or heard from your lady friend in quite some time.
I am not a
It's
fat
just-
white guy.
She disappeared. She disappeared while you guys were secure in the kitchen. And you haven't heard from her. Maybe the house got her.
Maybe.
That's okay.
Um,
Peter doesn't
well-
mind. He's still got mommy.
there's
Yeah,
nothing on the
He's like, I
outside.
feel like
maybe
I'm missing something,
Apparently.
but it must not be
Maybe
that
we-
important.
maybe we lock this door back up and maybe check upstairs. Yes.
Yep. I will use the same key that I used before and I never gave back and lock it. And then after I lock it, I give it back to Mr. Dickson.
Upstairs then.
We have the room next to Mr. Mace.
Oh, there was one more room, wasn't there?
One more.
Yeah, the room beside the study.
So, Yuna, are
many
you doing
rooms?
anything over these probably 10 minutes this has been going on? Are you just
No,
kind of
just-
staring at Victor while he reads?
Just keeping a lookout, making sure nobody comes around.
Okie
We'll go check the that last room on the ground floor then.
Sure. This is basically in the bottom corner. It's essentially right next door to where Victor is.
I poke my head in. Like, no sign of the man, dear.
This
No,
one here.
haven't
So
seen him at all.
No, we didn't see. We poked our heads out the back door, and Peter didn't see anything. So we've locked the door since, and continuing our poke about.
Oh, we need to lock the front door.
That wouldn't be a very good idea if there's a man out there.
That is quite weird. Is Peter feeling okay? Is he seeing things? None of us. I did not see no man.
Not seeing.
Did you
things.
see a man?
I did not take Mother's special cigarette. I promise.
Peter,
I'm telling
you
you.
can't handle Mummy's
telling
special
you.
cigarettes.
Telling you, there was somebody out there. I don't know what they're doing, but there's somebody out there, and they were armed.
No. I don't have reason to doubt you, my son. You can do no wrong, my special little man.
I have reason to doubt
I put
you.
up my chin so she could scratch the bottom.
No,
of it.
my Peter is quite talented. Don't let his he's kind of like a gentle giant. But really not. He's a strong, ferocious man. Or at least he plays one on screen.
Oh my god. That's right.
I'm sure he's
My
okay
PP.
actor.
My PP is quite the talented man. I completely forgot that I was gonna call you my PP.
I was waiting for it.
I completely forgot.
Thank you for that, Tiffany. That's
Yes,
great.
thank you.
No
Yep.
problem.
So yeah, you throw the door open to this final room, and it seems to be some sort of storeroom filled
Oh.
with junk, boxes, barrels, crates, and so on. You do see like a large area of like mold and moisture and whatnot in like the middle of the floor, like a big center area. But yeah, this seems to be storage.
Anything?
There's
of
window.
note?
Well, there's shuttered windows on the. There seems to be 3 windows in this room. One on like the eastern wall, and then 2 on the southern wall that point out to like the front of the house. All shuttered, just like all the other windows have been.
Flip open a shutter and just look for a man.
Sure.
man check.
As you walk across the room to go open one of
God.
those windows, you feel the floor kind of creak and groan and give way, and you begin to fall. Give me a jump
no.
roll as the floor
shit.
below you collapses and you go spilling into the room below.
Who's a fucking good ass jumper? Not Daphne.
Oh no.
You know what? You know the fuck what? Who's got luck for days? Daphne. Spending
29.
29 points of
You
luck.
spent 29 points left.
Eat shit. Fuck you. I got
Okay.
75 to start with.
So you only
if
take
I
half.
die,
You will only take half damage from your fall then. Which is, you know what? Might have been a good spend because I rolled a 6.
I'll take it.
So you were going to take 3 points of damage on
I
your.
had 75. Sorry, 29. Okay, just doing math.
Yeah, so you just collapse down into like the
I
chamber
didn't mean to roll
below.
it again.
And yeah, using your successful jump, you manage to kind of leap at like the last second and gives you enough momentum to kind of land on your feet. You still land hard, and you seem to drop down below you to
So I take 3 points of damage.
3 points of damage from the fall.
I'll make sure I
Oh.
edit my sheet properly. Oh, damn it! all.
Mother, are you okay? I
So
called
yeah,
down the hall.
you plunge down into darkness, and you kind of just land hard on like it feels like a big pile of rocks or something.
Oh.
And as you fall, you lose grip on your candle that you had, and it goes out, and you are just sitting sprawled in total darkness. A little bit of
Do I maintain?
light trickling in from above you.
Do I maintain control of my gun?
Give me a luck roll.
Okay. I said, now my luck is low. It's gonna shoot me in the foot, but not
Yep.
this time.
You got
Oh, I
a
hit
death
my
grip
mic.
on that pistol. You did not let it go.
Oh, damn it all. Ow. Really hurt. I'm okay.
Mom.
I
And
call
you
out,
you
"You
hear
okay?"
Fine.
you hear a crash from next door, Yuna.
Oh,
Guys,
great.
everyone, Peter's in pure panic outside
What?
like the door where it happened. Mother fell. She fell through the floor.
Shit. Colt's gonna
Wait,
kind of
what?
poke up towards the hole.
She fell into the floor. Do we have any
I don't-
rope or do we have any means to go down? Did we see a basement? Do we
You're
know?
you're looking down because considering you all just have like candles, you're just kind of looking down this, and it's just black. You can hear her kind of scrambling around and like
Do we have,
calling back to you, but
Do we have a spare candle?
Daphne, as you're kind of like picking yourself up, yeah, you seem to just be on this just rough pile of what feels like brittle stone, just piled up here, and it's kind of like as you're kind of like trying to get your feet, it's kind of like shifting and spilling like you're on like this big
Oh.
like a big gravel pile,
Oh my.
and you just have this just sinking feeling like something is moving closer, its jaws slavering with anticipation, like you've just sort of
Oh.
Hello?
fallen into the maw of some great beast.
Who's there? Something's moving. Hello?
I dropped my lit candle down the hall.
Um,
Smack right in the head.
Oh, my face!
so
Why?
I'm gonna get you because you didn't call out to your mom that you're just like, hey, I'm throwing you a candle down. So give me a
No,
luck roll. to
Peter
see if-
saw his mom fall down there. He knows that she's struggling. He's just gonna do it because that's what.
Oh yeah,
Peter
no,
does.
that's fine. Just give me a luck roll to see if the candle goes out when it hits the ground. She doesn't know to look for it to like catch it, so it's just gonna fall down. Yeah, you
I can't
see.
use luck for that. I assume.
I don't think you can use luck on a luck roll.
I don't
On
think
a luck
so. I
roll,
would
no,
be-
you can't.
Yeah, okay.
No. No.
You can give me a spot hidden roll though. You and also Colt, because the Colt's kind of, I guess, right there too. Well, I guess Colt, did you rush into this room when this happened?
I'm there after it happened.
I was hollering, so.
Yeah,
I
well,
would've been
yeah,
right
Peter
behind him.
Peter obviously sprinted in after his mom immediately, but
I
and
would
he's
be right
in there to drop the
behind him.
candle, so he's obviously right there. So yeah, you can give me a spot hidden roll as well.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
In that very brief glimpse before the candle goes out, Colt, your trained investigative eyes can see that she has fallen down into what you imagine as a coal cellar. She seems to be kind of standing upon like a big pile of coal. You would also kind of be able to tell her that yeah, it's a pretty decent sized chamber. Like you kind of got a good glimpse of the room, and the way the coal's all kind of piled up on sort of the southern end. If there's any way out, it might be further north. So sort of like ahead of her, kind of back towards the rear of the house.
Yeah,
you would also have glimpsed and seen that she looks she's probably kind of shaken up and that, but you can see that she's alive. She didn't break a leg or anything in the fall, and she's got her gun, but no source of light.
yeah, I would
Not
like
my-
that information.
I popped my own lighter.
Yeah. So yeah, you take your lighter out of your pocket, and you can see like a few feet around you. You kind of
I light a cigarette.
I would
that's the spirit.
I would tell her that
Stress.
there's a candle on the floor under the
Mother,
hole.
there's a candle.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
thanks, Peter. Thanks, Peter.
I go,
Yeah, Colt with
I
that
go to the-
extreme would be able to tell you exactly where the candle fell.
sure. I go try and I grab it if I can and light it.
Trained eyes of a professional.
You know it.
Panicked.
Yeah. So yeah,
We-
Peter's
I
Peter's
grabbed
heart
Colt
kind
by
of
the-
like calms down a little bit, like as he sees his, it's like, oh, He sees like his mom, like again, as she's now lit up like down below him.
Yuna comes over to the doorway of where
Yuna!
they're
I don't know.
over
She's
the
we
hole.
gotta get down. Mother's down there, and I kind of grab a
And I'm
public
like,
pole. How do we get down? How do we
is
get down? Hold on,
is-
Yuna.
is
Hold on.
she-
How do we get down?
Peter, calm down.
Yuna, I have to use you as a rope.
Mother!
Peter, look at me. Look into my eyes.
think so.
Take a breath. In
I hug Yuna.
and out. She is okay. She is fine.
I make cooing noises.
Mom, Mom.
You can kind of see
want
you see down in the pit, like you see she's like way down there, and she seems to have stopped after lighting the candle to making sure to like light it. Well, actually, before she lit the candles, you can see she's lit the cigarette.
Cigarette first, candle second.
Yeah.
1920s, we have an order of
Priorities.
things. Yeah.
There's an order of operations.
While this is all going on, while all this fun's happening, Victor, why don't you give me a spot in?
God, now I can pee. Fuck you, Chris.
You're welcome. Where am I? It is. Nope, that's the spot hidden. Come on. Nope.
Okay, yeah. So you're almost to the end of this book. You hear all this commotion, and you're kind of like looking up at like you're basically like doing that thing where you're like looking at the wall beside you that leads to the other room. Kind of just like I hear a sound from that way, and you're just kind of looking in that direction and back to the book and like. It sounds well. You're like, oh, it sounds bad. I gotta, and you're skimming extra fast now. And like as you're kind of looking at this thing, you feel something just suddenly wrap around your ankle and just start to pull, and you get yanked like right out of the chair.
Oh,
And something seems to be just kind of pulling and like dragging at you.
ah! I slide my hand into my pocket and I pull out my brass knuckles and I just start punching this whatever is this set down by my ankle.
Sure. Why don't you
Punching
get...
in the dead.
Punching your ankle.
No, beside it, not my actual ankle.
So yeah, you do you like instinctively try to like pull back as you're kind of like you just kind of like go limp? Do you yank
Well, it's,
back?
it's like one of those kind of like you're kind of like grasping at the floor with one hand, trying to like brace yourself and trying to kind of whack at whatever's got you. You know, you're kind of like trying to scramble.
So why don't you give me a strength roll as you kind of like yanking your leg? You're fishing into your pocket looking for your brass knuckles and kind of grabbing at like the desk, and you're kind of like pulling. You're just instinctively
no.
yanking at your leg.
I'm gonna push for not push, but I gotta
Spend
use
4
4
luck?
luck.
Sure.
Yeah.
You spend the luck for success. You kind of just instinctively you're like pulling on your leg and something's tugging and you yank and you kind of look down as you're fishing in your pocket and you see just a glimpse of almost like a snake-like shape that sort of rescinds into like kind of the dark corner of the room out of your sight and just doesn't seem to be anything and it just leaves you alone. Whatever it was, whatever pulled at you. Something you didn't really get a good look at it. You don't really know what it was, but it's whatever it was.
Slithery.
The kind of the shadow of it almost had like a tendril or snake-like sort of form to it. And it felt like a rope or something had like wrapped around your ankle. Something snake-like like that.
I don't like things that slither.
I know Peter and myself wouldn't have noticed. Maybe noticed the commotion afterwards, but
Probably not. This is kind of going on while you guys are
consoling me, Yuna.
panicking,
Yeah.
trying to console him and deal with Mrs. Lexington. Yeah, after kind of collecting yourself. Actually,
Yuna away from the snake thing.
based because you got a kind of glimpse of something real creepy grabbing you around the go. Why don't you give me sanity? We haven't had one.
Oh,
Yeah, you haven't done one of
yeah.
those
that
in a
was
while.
good.
First sanity check.
Oh, Lord.
Time to roll big or small. Oh no!
yeah, you definitely want small. Oh,
Yeah, it was a pretty weird thing to happen. You don't really know what it was or what's going on, and it sounds like there's some real cursed shit happening in the room next to you.
it just kind of disappeared too.
You're gonna lose 2 points of sanity. and you're just gonna start kind of like hyperventilating as you kind of like just slowly, as like an involuntary action, you find yourself kind of, uh, you find yourself just sort of throwing pieces of the desk, like just like a lamp that you're not using, just like random paper. You just start throwing things at the corner where you saw like the little shadowy tendril rescind into.
Yeah.
Kind of just involuntarily just start hucking things at it, and then until you're convinced there's nothing there, and you kind of decide you're gonna kind of just speed read through the last little bit of this book as fast as you can.
Yep.
Meanwhile, in the
Especially
storeroom-
now.
So what? Actually, let's go down to Daphne. Daphne,
I got a
You-
candle now.
you with the candle lit, you seem to be in a coal cellar. You seem to have landed on a big ass pile of coal. You look down and you're just all black and dusty now from coal. And there seems to be a door at the end of the cellar, like basically north of you.
Mom, well, you always said you wanted adventure.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is what you meant.
How
Not
far down-
particularly. I
far down
had
is
hoped it involved far less falling.
How
But,
far
there's a
down
door.
is it? It's probably at least a good 15 feet.
15 feet. Okay.
No, I see a door. It's okay. It's okay. Candle in one hand, gun in the other.
Perfect. How are you gonna open that door?
We're gonna get there first, sunshine.
All right.
We
Fair.
get there.
That's fair.
Then we get there. And then we put the gun under the arm in attempts to just turn the
Thought you
knob.
were gonna say the candle under the arm.
I put the candle in my mouth and then tilt my head at an odd angle so the candle stays lit and none of the wax drips on my face. No, under the arm. Gun.
So as you're kind of making your way towards this door, you notice there's like excessive like water damage all throughout this cellar. Like even worse than upstairs.
It's very wet down here. Much more than upstairs. It's really gross.
Which does make sense, because when there's
Water's
water
gonna
damage,
seep down.
water always goes down and flows down.
Yeah, it's gonna seep. Is there anything? I take the candle and kind of try and put it towards like the shadowy corners of the room, just thinking that there was something behind me. That feeling that someone's watching you from behind. Just that peace of mind needed. Try and just like slowly turn around so the candle doesn't go out, but it shines as far as like I could see in my radius.
You just give me a spot hidden, why don't you?
Okay. Spot the shit out of that hidden. Oh yeah, 2.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, so you're pretty sure. You kind of look around. You don't see a whole lot down here. Mostly just coal and some old crates for like bringing the coal in. Probably maybe like a couple of
Pickaxes?
shovels. Wouldn't be pickaxes because the coal would already show up like broken up. But there'd probably maybe there's like a small table with like a hammer, like a single-handed sledgehammer type thing for just breaking up like larger chunks. But yeah, with that extreme too, you kind of look at the door, and you notice that there's a lot of there's metal bindings on the door and some metal like reinforcements and that, and they seem pretty badly rusted. And you definitely do see kind of like a lock, like a bolt lock kind of thing on it. Seems also like really badly rusted out.
It's locked from this side.
Yeah, well, you would imagine there's probably it's probably like a lock, kind of like a thing where it's like it would be locked on both sides, where like you can pull this bolt probably from like either side maybe, and mostly just to kind of help keep the door closed. Or
there's no other door at the other side of the room or anything.
Nope, this is the only door out of here. Only door into here, technically. Just
I
a
try and
just a storage
use my
room for
hand.
coal.
Yeah, I try and use my hand to open that that like deadbolt lock kind of thing.
We're giving strength roll.
I got decent strength. Scroll all the way up. Oh yeah, 33, baby.
Yeah, you pull and pull on this thing.
Is that a
And-
crit? Because it's under and a repetitive.
No.
Or is that no? That's
That's
that-
not even a hard success. It's just a regular success.
no. Delta Green. Different system.
That sounds very confusing. Anyways, yeah, you pull on this thing, it doesn't budge. It seems to be just rusted, stuck, completely seized.
I try the hammer.
Sure. Hey.
I beat the shit out of the lock. The door down here is locked with a rusted out metal lock. I'm gonna try and use this hammer here to just swing at it.
All right. Well, while you're trying to bust that lock, we should look around, see if we can find a way down to the lower level.
Agreed.
That's a good idea. I'm not getting out through any other means of egress but
Yeah,
this door.
The only thing you could think of, besides, like, you know, maybe finding, like, like a rope or something to, like, lower down to her, you know, you've basically tried. You've seen every door on the floor except for that one. The only one you don't know where it goes is the one that was stuck with the salt in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only one you can think of that, between the group of you haven't already explored.
Well, hang on. The garden shed. Maybe there might be some rope out there.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere if I can't get this door open.
Sure.
Mm,
Somebody
I will-
somebody making a run out to the shed.
I'm still swinging,
Colt
regardless.
will go.
I
out
will
to the
join
shed.
Colt because I want to help my mother,
Yep.
and people shouldn't go alone. So I will hurry
You-
with him.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so
Maybe,
two of you
maybe
go. You doing it like hurriedly, kind of sprinting out of there. Okay.
Yeah. I'm
Yep,
gonna-
I'm right behind him.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause it'll take you like a minute or so to run all the way out to this shed. Pretty kind of far off to the side. So while that's happening, Daphne kind of grabs this thing off. And you kind of.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you give me a strength roll with? I want to make you do a strength roll. I want to make you do a. Maybe give me a. Maybe give me a weapon attack, melee weapon attack, like an improvised weapon attack. Not improvised, because this probably has a thing. There's probably a thing for this. You can make your attack your attack roll while I look to see how much damage this thing.
A brawl.
Yeah, fighting brawl. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Fighting.
I don't
That's
have
the
a good
word
brawl.
I was looking for.
A good brawl score, but yeah,
Ooh.
not a good brawl score at all.
Yeah, you're just kind of like two-hand. Well, I guess, did you put the gun down or?
Well, yeah, I would have replaced the gun with the hammer, so the gun's on the table.
Okay. So give me a spot hidden roll as you're kind of just banging away on this door. It just ting, ting, ting. Still continue to look.
21, hard success.
Great. So you look down. As you're kind of swinging this, and you look down and you see. I mean, it's hard to really describe it in any other way than like a tendril, a tentacle, like a pseudopod kind of thing slipping underneath the door and like going for your leg.
Huh? Can I dodge?
Oh, you see it before it kind of like gets to your leg with that hard success. So I mean, if you want to back away,
Grab
from
my
it-
gun and back up?
Well, I mean, your gun's over on the table. The table's not right
Table.
beside the door.
Oh, okay. Back up. What the?
Uh,
There's a tentacle! A tentacle!
yeah,
A weird long tentacle!
good description of this.
Me and Colt are outside, so I don't hear shit.
Did you just say
Tentacle!
tentacle?
Tentacle!
At this
I throw an
point,
ultra ball.
Victor kind of finishes. He's hearing like shouting, and here's the other two guys running
What?
out, and you kind of finish reading. You're skimming through the book. At this point, you spent your hour. A summary of the missing people, the tribe that the jungle swallowed. From what you're able to gather from like a brief skimming of it. That this book concerns a South American tribe that in ancient time... This book concerns a South American tribe in ancient times whose existence is testified to by various ruins, but of whose demise nothing is known. The book is based on legends of the tribe and archaeological discoveries. Pratt makes note of the tribe's religious fervor and conjectures that they may have been wiped out in civil holy war. He mentions in particular a great dome depicted in carvings and art. He believes that this was an actual stone structure, that it probably still stands, and may well house the last secrets of the missing people.
Whoa.
That was...
Interesting. How far do me and Colt make it to the shed?
At this point, we'll say you guys make it to the shed.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
I'm actually...
there's not much I
I'll
can
put
do.
us... Let's see, let me quickly go through. I should have written down your fucking deck scores, is what I should have done. I'm gonna put you guys in fucking dex order for a minute. Colt's at 60, Daphne's at 60, Yuna's at 60, Peter's at 75, Victor's at 6. Everybody's 60 except for Peter.
Peter.
Beta.
The quick boy.
He's wicked fast.
He's wicked fast, wicked hard, and wicked fast.
Yuna can attest to that.
So yeah, you guys.
Yeah, he
I'm gonna
doesn't
start.
last long.
I will start your turn essentially at the shed. You guys kind of come up on this shed. Did I actually leave this thing right by it? I did. Yeah, you see a windowless green garden shed. The paint's peeling, the door's slightly ajar. There's something like almost sinister to this thing as it's kind of like poking out of the trees. What do you want to do? What is your action? Essentially, when you go into dex order, which happens in timed things or combat or stuff like that, you basically have like an action, so you can do like a thing, and some movement can be included with that thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, some inertia move. Like, yeah. The thing you said was poking out of the trees. Can
Well,
just
yeah,
say that one more
you
time?
guys are basically right in front of this windowless garden shed. It's kind of like because it's pretty far off the beaten path, so it's like almost in the trees, like way out of the way where no one's gonna notice it. You know how this big ugly shed? Well,
I immediately
and the door's
without
ajar
hesitation.
slightly.
Thought it was a door.
So it's already open, so I just kind of push it open.
Yep.
Just push it open.
Yeah,
Step
inside
down.
the shed it's dark, and there's like a carpet of leaves and detritus covering the floor. You see throughout this thing, there's lots of tools just hang like it looks like a gardener's tool shed. You see hedge clippers, a pick, a saw, some shovels, a wheelbarrow, rakes. You're looking for some rope. I'd say there's probably some, like a couple good-sized lengths of rope here. Seems like the type of thing they'd probably be used for dragging away trees and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would.
It's everything in here is
I-
disused, dirty, and kind of rusty. Like it hasn't been used in a while. You want to give me a spot hidden?
Sure.
Colt.
Just
No, you can do it too because you're right there behind him. You guys were basically like at the door of the shed when we went into Dex order.
woo. Hard success. Hard.
Those trained
Harder.
yeah.
investigator eyes of Colt.
I know. I dumped into spot hidden.
Yeah, you would notice. You see all these tools and all that, but there is one spot that's empty, and you can kind of tell that it's clearly there's supposed to be an axe there, and the axe is missing.
Oh.
And it doesn't look like it. You don't see anything on the floor. You don't see anything like that. Doesn't seem to be anywhere to be found.
Interesting.
I'm assuming that me going into the door was my action.
No, you basically just walked through a door that was already open. But other than that, it's a pretty small shed. Lots of rusty tools.
I would do my first instinct is like seeing the rope, like okay. I would grab my first action. I want to grab the loppers, the big snips, the things like to trim the bushes.
Yeah, because you
grab
don't have a
that.
weapon.
Yeah, the hedge clippers. There's also a pick if you wanted to.
Yeah,
There's
hedge
like
clippers. Hedge clippers get defensive capability.
Yep. You can grab them. They're a little rusty and whatnot, but I mean they're still serviceable. Still serviceable for what you need them for.
I'm assuming that's my action.
Yeah, you could even. You haven't really moved at all. Like, are you grabbing that and the rope probably?
Yep. Grab that and then we'll start heading back toward where Mother fell. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll take it. So pretty much everybody else is got the same dex. Oh, I had to go.
I think was it determined by the whoever's got the highest power? I think it is.
No, it's dex. Dexterity.
Is it dex? Well, that's the order, but then if they're tied, then after that, there's like a.
I mean, you can also just, if everyone's, especially with if the players are all tied, you can just fucking choose who goes when.
Just let me toot my horn. I read the rule book like I was supposed to. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here trying to show it off, but you go ahead.
Way to read the rules, nerd.
Good job.
nerd.
Good job.
Fine.
Teacher, I did the homework.
Yeah, I did the homework. Go ahead. Yeah, you're fine.
I'll go. Fuck. Can I make a move? I want to go get my gun. More than anything, I want to get my gun
Sure.
and back away from this door.
Yep.
This tentacle thing is still creeping out underneath it.
Yeah, so you got a candle in one hand and you got the hammer in the other hand. What are you putting down to pick up that gun?
Hammer.
Okay.
I'm dropping
yeah,
my
it's-
light sword, sir.
Yeah, once you kind of start moving away from the door, like you start to kind of lose it in the gloom. But yeah, you can still see that there's clearly this tentacle thing sticking out from under the door. It's reaching further and further and stretching out like towards you. It doesn't seem to have given up. Yeah, it is a flexing, dripping, snaking coil of moist, darkly translucent gel.
Gel?
Whoa.
Why does that make it worse?
That does
very
make it
descriptive.
worse.
It's goopy and oopy.
Oopie.
And there's no other way out. And
It's
they're
goopy
not
goopy.
back with.
Besides
shoot.
up or
I'm
through.
shooting. We
Well, I'm gonna say like you picking your gun back up.
Okay,
and,
that's fine.
kinda
Pick it
moving
up and
over.
bed backing up. That's fine. It's this tentacle. It's goopy.
Gross.
Yeah, seeing
Help out would be nice.
Victor-
Help out.
because Victor didn't go with the two of them, right?
No, Victor's in the other room.
Yeah, seeing Victor like finishing up and
Well, you're not in there with Victor. You're in there with you're basically in the storage room looking down the hole at Daphne.
oh, okay, yeah. Because I was consoling Peter. Yeah, I don't really have much to do except for stay as far away from that thing as you can.
I'm
There's
running
one-
out of real estate.
There's one other thing that we
Sounds
really should have done
disgusting.
earlier.
Oh.
Oh.
Daphne, give me a sanity roll.
I fuck.
I
God damn
was
it.
waiting to forget it.
I forgot.
Yeah, I
I was
also
waiting
forgot.
for it.
I was too concerned with the tentacle.
That's
Embrace the tentacle.
is just tentacle.
Oh, it's not good.
Oh boy.
Why?
Oh no.
Oh,
Where is
Yuna and Peter are about to be really loaded if, if Lexington dies. Miss Lexington.
Oh, not that. I'm pretty sure I know what. Wow. Ooh, no. No. Wrong. I scrolled so far, I ended up in the wrong thing. Okay, it's some fucking bug monsters show up. I'm in the wrong adventure now.
Some fishermen on a ship.
What the fuck is happening?
I got one tapped by these gentlemen before.
Oh, no, that's... Okay. While you were rolling, I was trying to find the sanity damage of this thing. So you're gonna lose
Cool.
3. You're gonna lose 3 points of sanity.
That's less than ideal.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Okay.
But yeah, so it would be Daphne, or not Daphne. It'll be Yuna or Victor.
Well, Victor would if he's
Or-
finished reading, he would
That's what I
keep
got.
an eye on that corner and then come running to see what the commotion's all about.
Sure. Then you kind of scramble up. This probably happens at about the same time as you dealing with your own weird little tentacle thing.
Mm-hmm.
You probably just finished up with that, kind of threw the stuff at the corner, finished up like those last couple pages of your book, and then you heard someone screaming the word tentacle over in the other room. And it's like, I should probably go see what that is.
And
Yeah.
flashback's the one that grabbed him.
That's true. He's the only other one that's been grabbed by some
So
shit.
you run in, you see
Yep.
Yuna kind of like peering down the hole in the floor. You see some light kind of, probably see a bit of Daphne and some light down below in the darkness and some bits of coal on the floor.
Miss Lexington, are you okay?
Tentacle! Tentacle
ten-
under the door!
Tentacle, is it trying to grab you?
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Oh,
Lucky tentacle. I mean,
Lucky? I wouldn't call it lucky. This is
This is Massachusetts, sir, not Japan.
oh, right. Wrong era.
I'm assuming,
Wrong place.
Colt, you're gonna, are you...
I was gonna quickly just take in the shed.
Yep.
Is there anything like a crowbar or something similar to that, Beans?
You know what? Sure. There's probably a crowbar or some kind of pry bar or something there.
Yeah.
sounds like a luck.
Well, we've established that it is
It's a deal.
clearly like a
Tools.
tool shed. The only thing that's not there is an axe.
Mm-hmm.
It's missing.
Mm,
Is there a crowbar on this fucking thing?
Oh, probably.
Yes.
Probably somewhere.
Anyways, yeah, I would grab that and start heading back.
Yeah, you
Fuck is crowbar?
kind of start making your way back.
yep. Running.
Pseudopod slithers.
That's
Just
actually not on the
stretch.
list.
It's not.
Um,
I'm gonna call it a club.
yeah, club. The like a steel, like a
Club.
metal pipe would probably be.
Yeah.
It's more for like popping stuff, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is it called a tire iron? It might be called a tire iron.
No,
Well, no,
tire
it's-
iron is a tire iron.
Yeah. I mean, if you were gonna hit something with it, pretty much any metal object like
Yes.
that would
I'm
be
gonna call it a club.
comparable
Yeah.
damage.
A D8.
There you go. The metal club.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because a crowbar is a pretty effective weapon.
Yeah.
Gordon Freeman approves.
Well,
So this thing snakes towards you, and attempts to grab hold of you. It kind of like starts to skitter and slither, kind of like a snake, but it starts to kind of go faster and faster, and all of a sudden it's on top of you, trying to grab a hold of you. And I'm gonna make.
Do not want.
Do you want to fight back or do you want to dodge?
Do I want to fight back or dodge?
Yeah, as this thing tries to
can't.
grab you.
Yeah, I can't. I can't fight back with a firearm. I'll dodge.
If you fight back, you're rolling fighting brawl or
Brawl,
you're,
yeah.
or you're rolling dodge.
No, I'll dodge. No tentacles. No, thank you. Doge. 30.
Woof.
Regular success.
30.
So yeah, this thing tries to grab hold of you, and you manage to just barely kind of slip out of its gooey, slippery form.
No. Shouldn't mind getting dirty, but gooey is one.
Oh, it's
another
gooey.
thing.
It's moist.
That's something totally different.
Oh, it's gooey, all right. I'll take us back to Peter at the top of the order.
Top of the order.
Rope in one hand and fucking
Loppers on the back.
loppers on the other.
Yeah, they're kind of like you know, like a person.
Well,
with a
they're like
gun
hedge
behind their back.
trimmers.
Yeah, they're kind of in the back of my pants, like you would put like a gangster gun or something
Perfect.
like that.
Oh.
Perfect. That doesn't sound dangerous at all.
No, not at all. I
I'm
run up to the hole and just start
Wow,
dropping the rope.
you were a long ways from the house, so yeah, if you're
Okay.
you start booking it back, we'll say you get to probably the front door of the house. Your
Okay.
Colt has kind of already made it halfway back. You kind of catch you kind of zoom past him a little bit and make it to the front door of the house. You're booking it. You're a little more encouraged.
Yeah, very encouraged.
It is your mom down there.
Yeah. I guess open the front door if it's depending on where I am.
I imagine you guys didn't close it.
Yeah,
I imagine you just burst out the door and ran.
What,
But yeah,
running,
you basically make it to the door, to the front of the house on this turn.
while running, I'm thinking of that guy with the rifle. I'm kind of putting my head on a swivel while I'm running. Do I see anything?
Give me a
looking
spot
at
hidden.
us? Oh.
You definitely do not see him as you're running. Yeah, you don't really notice. You probably can see through the window that. Actually, no, she didn't get it open, so there's actually no windows open in that room.
Yeah, she didn't open it yet. Yeah.
I was gonna say you could see what's going on in there, but now you can't. You can see that Victor is no longer in the study as you're kind of running up to with that extreme success. He is. You imagine he's probably over there trying to help.
Concerning.
Because
All right.
he is not sitting at that desk anymore.
Run up as far as I can up to that point, looking around. And that ends my turn.
So we'll say Daphne. You get this thing right in your face. This little doodle noodle kind of coming after you.
Is it a new turn? New turn of Doodle Noodle?
Well, no, he's still right there.
No, but I went first in the round.
No, you went second. You went after Peter.
Oh, excuse me.
Peter's the
Yeah.
fastest.
I thought he was the bottom, and I had it backwards. There's nowhere to go.
There you go. Just be like this guy.
I love that there are gifts now in this. This alone makes the portal better because you can describe it in motion. So
Just
much
be
better.
So
one
good.
with the noodle.
He doesn't want to be one with the noodle.
God, I want to do a job where I love it that much. Damn,
You want to do a what? Sorry.
a job like in real life that
Oh,
pays it. I
yeah.
enjoy that much. God, I would love it. I
There's
want to
nowhere
have
to
that much
go.
fun.
There's still some room kind of
nowhere to
back up.
hide.
The hole's still behind you, right above the big coal pile. So you can kind of start scrambling up the coal pile towards it, but
Yeah,
beyond
but
that,
there's
there's
still no
unless you kind of
word that the rope is anywhere nearby. There's no word from anywhere that's safety aside from stay away from that thing. Oh,
You
Shoot, man.
could probably look up the hole and see a little bit of light, and you see Yuna and Victor looking down at you. Probably giving you a
Hi.
thumbs up, you're doing
tentacle,
good.
tentacle.
Actually,
Use it to climb out.
in fact, you two.
Help it's on its way.
In fact, you two, Victor and
Oh no.
Victor and Yuna. Yeah, at this point, because she's sort of backed up past this table and this thing followed her, you can kind of see it. Actually, you know what? Let's be fair. Give me spot hidden rolls. See how well you can see what's going on down there.
The one we
That's
don't want to
evil.
win.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Victor is certain that's what tried to grab him. He's that is. Oh, that's definitely some
Grin
kind of
on
noodle.
Kevin's face.
Give a sanity roll as the realization just washes
Does he get
over
a
you.
negative
Oh,
bonus?
no.
Does he get a negative bonus because he's like extremely
No.
saying it?
And he succeeded, so yeah. You're gonna lose 1 sanity. Just 1.
Oh.
As you realize, you kind of realize like that has to be it. That has to be what tried to grab you. Now it's trying to go after Daphne, and she's like kind of slipping and sliding from it. So Daphne, what do you want to do down there? What do you
I'm
want to
just
do?
trying to look at the type of gun this is again. Fitz, Colt, snub-nosed,
It's a 38 revolver.
revolver.
It's a
Yeah.
Colt 38.
Yeah.
The extra things don't mean it. The extra things are just flavor.
No,
It's a
no,
Colt
it's just like
38.
flavor.
It's a
I'm
D10.
trying to
It's a
see-
D10 gun.
Yeah, but how many? Can I full auto this thing? Does it have
It's a revolver, so yeah, you'd be able to shoot it once,
Mhm.
or you'd be able to shoot it 3 times.
3 times?
With
Yeah.
if you
No,
just
it's
sprayed it.
limited to 3. As if he's gonna let loose. This thing is kind of hard to see in the murk, anyways.
Yeah, well,
Right,
it's
but
right
you-
up in your grill, and you've got the candle in your hand, so you can see it fine.
Oh, then I'm just gonna shoot once. If I have a defined target, if I like couldn't really see it through the murk and the goo and the dark, it would just kind of spray wildly. But if I have a defined target, she's got some gun training. If she could see what it is, she could just shoot once.
Well, you do all, yeah, you know that because it's also close range, you'll get a bonus die.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. If I'm point blank.
So if you spray, you will get a penalty
Flat
die.
roll.
Yeah.
So
well, it'd be a flat because
so they will be flat. If you
Yeah.
shoot once, you will have a bonus die because of close range.
So I'm gonna shoot once.
Give me a firearms roll with
The
thing.
bonus. Oh jeez.
No.
Luck?
No, oh, you can if you want to. Yes, you can
Yeah,
spend
I'll
luck
spend
on.
8. I'll spend 8 luck.
Yep, you can absolutely spend luck on combat rolls.
46 down to 38 luck.
Damn.
To hit. The D10 plus damage bonus or something with this one. Where's my possessions?
Well, it'll be
Combat.
it'll just be a D10 roll. You
Yeah,
won't-
just a D10.
it's not like an extreme, so you don't get piercing.
3 points of shoot damage.
Trying to see if it has armor. Unfortunately, the way they did the pseudopods is kind of the way they did the friggin' stat block in here is kind of shitty because it's
Kinda
missing.
shoopy.
It's missing a lot of information that you should. Oh, there's its dodge. There we go. So yeah, so you just blast into this thing,
Cool.
and you see like a bit of goo kind of spray from like the gunshot, but it doesn't. Really
I hit it!
It doesn't seem to really be all that effective.
I hit it. It didn't seem to give a shit.
Yeah, it really didn't seem to give a shit. But you definitely did hit it, and you see like a little bit of a kind of a mark. You might see like your bullets kind of floating in the middle of the goo there where it went in.
Oh, it stopped like a Jello pudding.
Yeah, it's like ballistics gel.
Oh,
Oh no.
well, I'll burn it with my cigarette.
Is it flammable?
Yeah, I can't move because that was my thing to shoot it.
I mean, you can still move.
Okay, I'll just try to back up into the
Yeah.
as far as I
Uh,
can.
Why don't you
My
give,
move is
as you're
dead,
kind of like backpedaling up this coal pile? Why don't you give me a dexterity check?
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's not paying no attention.
You're also kind of like crawling up a loose pile of coal, basically.
Fail.
Yeah, and you lose some some
no.
footing, and you don't really get too far, and you kind of end up like on your back, prone,
Oh, stay back! Stay back!
as you're just kind of wildly pointing this
Do I
gun at
maintain
the...
grip on my gun and candle?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
you're just kind of like prone on your back, like lying on the pile of coal, as your feet kind of sunk into it a bit.
That's a tentacle approach.
As a tentacle approaches.
Daddy tentacle, no!
you lock
No,
your
I
knees
don't need a
together.
third brother.
So that'll take us to either Colt or Yuna or
No,
Victor.
daddy tentacle, please, no.
Any of the three that ain't Peter.
Um,
Anything you guys want to do? I imagine Colt's will be
Colt's
easy. He's booking
coming
it for the
back.
house.
I'm just coming back. I don't know if he'd actually be booking it necessarily. He doesn't know you're in danger.
That's true.
I just know you fell down in a hole.
I
And
heard the gunshot.
Yeah, I guess
you
if
know
I
what?
heard
You
the
would have heard a
gunshot-
gun. You would have definitely heard that gunshot.
if I heard a
ring out.
gunshot, I would have started hurrying. Yeah, that's fair. It would have changed my plans and sped me
I was
up.
agreeing with you for a hot sec. I'm like, fuck no.
That's fair. Well, yeah, I mean,
Well, I mean,
to be
Peter,
fair-
Peter's the one with the rope, so I mean, Peter's the one you really want back there.
yeah, I'm an old geezer. I don't run as fast as him.
being quite the intelligent person,
Getting
and
a little more
listening
Let's put the combat music in.
to these explanations of what it is, what it looks like. I'm gonna go trudging back off, like quick pace to where where Colt said that the salt was.
Did he tell you about the salt?
And he did.
Yeah, move them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mentioned there was salt by a door.
Okay.
Me and Yuna also walked into him sprinkling my mother
Just
with the
throwing salt at him. Yeah.
I salted.
You
Death.
assaulted me. You bastard.
he's a peanut.
You shouldn't have shouted nodded it.
So, yeah, I want to head back there and even like probably take 2 turns or something, but head back there, find a bowl or some kind of
Well, I think it's just a line on the
cup or
ground.
something. Yeah, I want to scoop
Oh,
it up
gotcha,
into
gotcha.
the bowl.
Yeah. So yeah, you can make it back into the kitchen. Start looking around in the kitchen.
Wicked
Prob-
smart.
Wouldn't be too hard for you to find a cup or a bowl or something like that.
Yeah.
There's an empty container that used to have coffee in
I'll
it.
say Colt kind of books it back in. You probably make it the rest of the way in. You probably make it to the hallway just in time to see Yuna basically go running out and start heading towards the kitchen.
As Colt's running into the house, he'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Who shot the gun?
Tentacle! Just constantly screaming, tentacle! Tentacle!
Reflecting things. This is a tentacle thing. I might have seen it myself. It's down there. It's attacking her. We have to get in there and save her.
I shot it! I shot it! Tentacle!
Is
Colt
it dead?
No! Very much no!
Well, it wasn't a very effective shot then.
Shoot it better.
Like Miss Stevenson's Jello salad, thick as
Oh.
fuck.
Oh no, not the Stevenson's Jello salad.
I don't know any of these fucking fancy people.
Revolutionary bad salad. You don't want it.
You kind of like look down there to see what's going on.
Oh, is it my turn? Am I able to get there?
Yeah, I'll say you managed. Well, because you had already kind of ran like halfway back on like your other turn.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah. I figured Peter would get
Sure.
there before me.
Yeah, give me a spot hidden roll. As you kind of like looking down, straining your eyes in the darkness down in the cellar there. See what's going
And
on.
The one thing I don't fail usually.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, baby.
Oh, I failed it.
You had to go and say something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can kind
Good
of see
thing.
it's tough to tell what's going on down there. You see Daphne like pretty much right below you, and you see the shadows are moving kind of weird, but you can't really make out like what she's talking about. And tentacle, and
Damn it.
because it's still
Kinda
it's
just looks
still a
like a
few feet.
critter.
It's still a few feet back because she
Kinda looks
did get
like
a
a
little bit
critter.
away from it.
Go!
Victor, do you want to do
nonstop.
anything?
Just a bug.
Do I see anything that would it? No, is the hole big enough that I could throw something past and not be at risk of hitting Daphne?
Be a real tough throw. I mean, you can throw. There's all sorts of stuff in here you can throw. All sorts of junk and.
Yeah. No, but it's just I was just saying I'll try and throw something at him. I'm like, wait, how big is this hole? Am I gonna like?
I mean, it's like a Daphne. It's
instead?
like a Daphne-sized hole, probably a little bigger.
Yeah.
Daphne,
Yeah.
Have a face.
The other
Can
question is, can you really see properly but where you're throwing it at?
Well, no. That's why I caught myself. Like I realized afterwards because he had said earlier when she was down there, like a spotlight of light coming in kind of thing. And so that's why all of a sudden I was like, oh shoot, yeah, no, the hole's probably not very big.
Yeah, it's
So
a little bigger than her. It's probably like a few
Yeah.
feet around, but that's about it.
Can I like kneel down and try and like pull away any extra like loose boards that are like jaggy or anything that she might get caught on trying to come up?
Try to like shore up the hole. Sure, give me a.
That's a
I
good
mean,
idea.
intelligence roll, I guess, to kind of. This would probably be intelligence. Is probably the best thing to have you roll for that. As you're trying to kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
39 out of
managed to.
60.
You're kind of like checking all the boards, trying to find like the strongest part. Make sure that where you guys pull her up, is it just going to also collapse the second she kind of like puts some weight on it and just.
Yep.
And yeah, you
Good roll, good
managed
roll.
to figure out like, oh yeah, this area here, kind of right in front of us, is good and solid.
Okay.
There ain't gonna
Okay,
be
right
any,
here. This is right. This is the spot.
there ain't gonna be any shenanigans with the floor in the spot where you're gonna pull her up. The tentacle's gonna.
Tentacle's gonna tentacle.
Tentacle's gonna tentacle.
The
Makes
joy
me
in your
scared.
voice.
Makes me scared.
So yeah, as you're kind of like looking at you could clearly see now, Colt. Because you can kind of see Daphne. You couldn't really see what else was going on down there, but now there's clearly some kind of semi-transparent tentacle thing that is now just slithered in and is trying to wrap itself around Daphne.
What the
Give me a
fuck?
sanity roll.
Go.
That's a fail.
I think I'm the only one that hasn't. Oh no, I guess Peter hasn't actually seen it yet.
That's gonna be
Nope.
3 points of sanity loss, and you just kind of, it's sort of like an involuntary action. You kind of, you feel like your body kind of start to tense up and freeze
Ugh.
as you're like, that ain't no like killer, that ain't no thug that you could just shoot down. Like, what is this thing?
That ain't no rattlesnake.
That ain't no rattlesnake.
This isn't kosher rules.
Good tentacle. Your voice is getting hoarse.
You're screaming that. I'm sitting going, man, rattlesnakes actually really good in real life.
Goddamn Floridians. Eating fucking snake. You ain't supposed to eat that.
I've eaten a few, actually, different kinds. Not bad.
So, is going to attempt to grab you again, Daphne. Do you want to attempt to dodge?
Stop that.
It's going to get a bonus
Yeah,
die.
but dodge.
It's going to get a bonus die because you're prone.
Prone. Where's my dog? Where's my dog? Dodge. Come on, baby, no ammo. Oh, that's so bad.
Oh
That
boy.
ain't,
Oh,
no,
no.
that is just a fail.
It's just
It's
a fail.
Not,
It's
not
just a
a
fail.
fumble.
I have a 50 in the score, so it's not a fumble.
You feel the pseudopod just start wrapping itself around you as it grapples
got me!
you.
It's got me!
And that is all it's going to do. Peter.
Well, hang the fuck on.
I run
Peter.
as quickly as possible to the hole. I see what's going on, and I look to Colt and be like, hold on to this rope! And I kind of toss one into the rope, and I toss the other into the rope down there. And,
Give me a throw roll.
sure.
See how
That's...
there's an actual thing called throw.
Yep.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Boom. Ooh.
Yeah, so you just kind of toss it in, and it lands lands like a couple of feet away from Daphne. It's kind of like, oh, it's like, it might be arm's length away, might be just within her reach.
So I run up, look at Colt, throw him one end, throw the other end down. That's my actions, throwing it, and then I kind of screaming out to Mother, be like, "Mother, grab the rope! I'm coming down! Grab the rope! I'm coming!" That's probably all I can do.
Well, are you gonna like also hold on to the rope with Colt, or like by coming? Do you mean like you're coming? You're planning to jump down there and help her?
If I will hold the rope with Colt, but if I don't hear a response, the next turn I'm jumping down there. Like I'm gonna.
Because like I'll give you a jump because it's more of a fall than really a jump. So it's I'll give you that if you're heading down there
Falling
now.
with style.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it one turn, and then if I
Okay.
don't give a response, then I will. Peter will definitely do that.
Okay. Are you also holding onto the rope with Colt, or is Colt doing all the roping?
He's got the best probably grip on it.
Okay.
I'll have like where he's got the main.
He's behind
grip.
me.
I'm like kind of.
I mean, yeah, because like more than one person can hold one end of a rope. I'm just
Yeah,
wondering, are you letting him do it all, or are you?
He's got the lion's share, and I've got the backup.
Okay, because yeah, I'll give him like if you're also grabbing onto this rope, I'll probably if there's a yank and roll, I'll give him a bonus die for the extra help.
Yeah. I'm definitely holding on to it because I'm calling out to Mother like grab it, and if she does not grab it, well then
We've been going with Daphne first each time, so that seems fair. Daphne, there's rope. You see a rope just plop down a few feet away from you, probably good 3 feet. It's like just like kind of arm's length away, and you're also kind of wrapped up in this tentacle.
Yeah.
I guess Peter doesn't see this tentacle around his mom.
I don't.
You know what? I guess did he look?
He threw the rope down.
He's throwing the rope down. Yeah.
The way
I'm assuming he's looking.
Well, you know what? Give me a spot hidden, because the way he kind of described it also made it sound like he just threw an end down the hole and then shoved the other.
Right.
He kind of almost.
You blindly threw a rope down.
Well, he's in a panic. And
The hole's
he's
so big.
I'm gonna panic for my mother. I don't think there's anything.
It
I don't know there's anything down there. I know that she fell, and I heard commotion.
It is justifiable that he's so panicked that he's just tossed one end down the hole.
He's already insane.
Yeah, I'm
He's
still
already
screaming.
And
Tentacle!
also,
It's got me! Tentacle!
and also,
got me!
hearing the gunshot, he knows that Mother probably shot at a rat or something. Is all skittish because it's creepy crawlies.
Yeah, so give me a
Rats
spot.
do not
Give me a spot
bother
hidden
Daphne
roll.
Lexington, sir.
We'll let the dice decide. We'll say, well, give me a spot hidden roll. We'll see if you as you glance down the hole to
toss. You mean me?
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, you, sir.
use because you haven't seen the
Misa?
tentacle yet.
No,
The one time I
me
would like
from
to
the
fail.
kitchen.
The only time I would like to fail.
You used to see the tentacle, okay?
Yeah, you were in such a panic and such a rush, and you kind of do a double take and kind of look back down as you're holding on to the rope. There's some kind of tentacle grabbing your mom. That's gonna be a sanity roll.
That's not.
That
That's
tentacle's
not good.
that's a
You
tentacle.
fucking
grabbing
say
your
it like
mom.
that. There's a tentacle grabbing your mom. A tentacle has your mother in its grasp. There's a tentacle got your mama.
Yeah, you're gonna lose 1 point of sanity.
Jesus.
Woo.
Oh.
That's like one of those ones where I really wanted a sanity break. That
Not
Peter would have
tackling my mom. No!
Peter would have swan dove into that fucking hole.
Yup.
Oh yeah, I would have.
Okay, so that's Peter. So it's the rest of you. So Daphne, yeah, you got this rope. You
Grab
heard
the rope.
and you hear Peter frantic yelling up above.
Mom, grab the rope.
So you got some choices. You could try to fight your way out of this tentacle. You can try to grab for this rope.
It's got me. It's got me. I don't
God.
think that I don't think it's gonna let go of me if I grab the rope, and I don't know if you're gonna be able to pull against. Does it have me and is pulling me? Is it constricting me?
It's kind of
Holding me in
constricting at the
place?
moment.
But
It's
it
wrapping
feels
itself around you.
Does it feel like a blood pressure cuff or tighter?
It's like
tight around my
probably
leg.
like a snake wrapped around you, like a big old ant, like big old python, except skinnier and gooier, like a slimy
Gooier.
python. Like it's gone and wrapped itself around you.
I can still see my bullet sitting in it. I'm gonna reach. I'm gonna reach for the rope.
Sure. Why don't you give me a dexterity check to kind of, as you wiggle and squirm and your fingertips
Jib,
claw at
jib,
this rope that's kind of just out of reach.
Oh, that's so bad. Can I push?
Absolutely. You could push that roll.
No!
I'll say you could push that, or you could spend the luck.
14 luck. 14 luck, or I have to roll more dice. 14 luck, sir.
Okay, sure.
14 luck,
With a success,
sir.
your fingernails just dig into the side of this rope, and you kind of just scooch it, and you've got it. You got a hand on it, and you kind of pull
I've
it towards
got
you.
the rope.
You
I've
got
got
two
the
hands
rope.
on it.
I've got the rope. Pull me up.
So we'll take it over to I guess who wants to go
I guess
between
go, 'cause
between the
I'm
two
the
of
one
you,
that's
between
holding the rope.
Victor and Colt.
Colt can start pulling, and what I'll do is, like, when I see him start to pull, is like I'll reach my hands and try and reach for Daphne's
Okay.
hands, arms, whatever.
Yeah, you're like laying on your stomach, reaching down while we're pulling up.
Okay, so Colt, if you're it's gonna be your go. You're reeling in this fish in.
Yeah.
All right, give me a strength roll with a bonus die, because Peter's got a hold of this thing too, and he's helping. He's a big strong boy.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
62, baby.
Yep. Yeah, you start pulling, and Daphne, you feel this rope going taut in your hands. I need you to give me a strength roll.
Such a penis. I just picked up my drink. Strength, you say?
Yeah, you feel this
Hold
rope
on.
getting pulled like out of your hands.
Hard success.
With a hard success. Daphne has this rope in a death grip. And,
For her life.
and you are, for a moment, like time slows down and you are just floating in the air. The rope pulling you up, the tentacle pulling you back down, and you are stuck in the middle of this.
Oh no!
And I'm going to roll strength for the tentacle.
If I get ripped in
and-
half, I'm gonna be very upset.
You
Am I still able to touch her? Like, grab her?
she's not within your reach yet.
Okay.
You got a front row seat to this. You're watching, like, she's up off the ground now, being pulled by the rope, and the tentacles pulling, like, onto her, like, no, mine. And they pull and rip you free of the tentacles' grasp. And as they start
Yes.
you kind of swing a little bit as you hang onto this rope, and you're getting hauled up. And at this point, like, Victor uses his turn to kind of grab hold of you as you get to like the lip of the hole and starts dragging you up, and you all manage to haul Daphne back up into the storeroom and up out of the hole. And
Mother, are you okay?
Oh,
I begin cradling her right away.
oh.
Yes, like I was helping her up out of the hole as you guys are lifting, so she's not like dragging on the boards and stuff like that. So you guys are like taking her from the front. I got like a hand on her, from behind on her shoulder. Are you okay, Miss Lexington?
Victory.
Oh, I shot it. And it
Did it
just
work?
went into it like the Stevenson's Jello pudding. It was.
you can all probably see, like, all of you at the lip, you kind of see that this thing is still, tentacles kind of like slowly, it's kind of like snaked up, kind of like towards the hole, like it's
Oh, we
reaching.
We gotta move.
Back up, back up, back up.
That takes us over to Yuna. She's got a bowl in her hand. Did you want it to, like, scoop up the salt and throw it in the bowl?
Scoop up as much as I can.
Okay. Yeah, you start scooping it up. You get pretty much all of it in there. And
then
as you're
head back.
kind of like, you take like a step, You like a couple steps towards the hallway door, and then you just hear like a bang. And you kind of look over your shoulder, and that door is now open.
Oh no!
And you see tentacles. You see more than tentacles.
Oh no!
You see Cthulhu.
You see this mass.
Oh no!
Oh
I
god!
scrolled in way too far.
You see, there's a good description of,
Fuck.
you see a nightmare pool of abhorrent corruption, a bubbling morass of translucent greenish gel in which swirl air pockets, sickly pus-like matter, and the bobbing, decomposing, boneless cadavers of its recent prey. Ghastly pink mouths and bloated black-eyed organs slowly form and dissolve out of the amorphous mass of the creature. Its eyes see the world in an inhuman way, but have some small ability to recognize hidden prey or traps. First of all, give me a sanity roll.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, this one's
That's so bad.
Oh no.
Oh boy!
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh dear!
No, this one's a 2d10.
Oh shit!
No!
Sanity?
Yeah, you're gonna lose 11 points of
Oh my
sanity.
God.
That bad. That
Yes.
real bad.
Doesn't that put you in like temporary insanity or something like that?
It'll definitely be. Well, is that enough to? Is that a fifth of your? Oh, I can just look it up. Have your things listed.
My
That is
sanity's
not a
70.
fifth. It is
At least six.
possibly
though.
enough for a bout of madness. So you're gonna have to give me an
Yeah.
intelligence roll. You want to fail this roll?
If it's 11, it's pretty much 1/7, roughly.
No, because
Going
she
to
well
one.
a seventh. It's a fifth.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
She's the only one that wouldn't get one shot from this because she had pretty high sanity. So give me an intelligence roll.
Intelligence roll, and I want to fail
You
it.
want
That's
to
gonna be-
You want to fail this
That's gonna be tough.
Mhm.
as your mind tries to comprehend what it is looking at.
Here goes. No.
Oh.
No.
Your mind opens up to the possibilities of what this could be, and just it doesn't find anything. Does not compute. This is unlike anything that should exist in this world, natural or not. And you suffer a bout of madness.
And because of his madness, he's not able to let us know what just happened, right?
Hey, Kev, try and sound a little fucking happier about it, why don't you? Jesus Christ, we can hear your boner from here.
I can hear the ding.
I no. What would have been fun is if Gaffney got that door open and found it down there.
Mhm.
That's what would have been the dang. Good one for this. As an involuntary action as part of this, you just begin to scream. Just at the top of your lungs, the most blood-curdling, just unnatural, just scream. And it's just constant and long.
Well, I'm
Um,
not going to because my daughter's asleep. But
Well, yeah, but your character does. It's just like,
there we go.
it's just
There you go.
primal. Like, it's just this uncontrollable, just scream. And you are going to... as your bout of madness is going to...
You pee your pants.
Well, that happens too. But I
Literally,
mean, that's a given.
basically did.
You are going to just you fall prone, like just onto your ass, and you just start kicking, and like just without even any thought, you just instinctively just start scooting and like curling back towards you.
Get away! It's gross. It's
Like
ugly.
you
Get
just an
away from
absolute
me.
terror response just to get away from this thing. Give me a luck roll. There are two doors behind you. One door leads out to the hallway and the back door. One door leads to the
Not.
icebox.
What? No.
Oh no!
Take your chances with the monster.
You
Oh god.
you throw
I
yourself
can't,
into the
I'm-
you throw yourself into the little pantry where the ice box is with the rotting meat and slam the door shut and just like push yourself up against the door.
This is all basically part of my madness. I
Yeah.
I know.
can't control. Well, I mean, but
I can give you
No,
a
it
nice.
makes-
I give you a luck roll to see which of the two doors
No,
you
for
headed
sure.
out.
totally makes sense. Now, the important. Can I make another luck roll? The important thing is, did I keep the salt in the?
Sure, give me another luck roll. See if you kind of like, because you kind of felt like.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Sure. Yeah, there was like some
you somehow
weird.
gained more salt.
There was some sort of like weird instinctive feeling you had where like this was important, and like you just kind of clutched the bowl as you like scooted back into this room. So yeah, it's like clutched in between your arms, like you got it clutched tight to your chest. This like bowl full of salt. We'll say it's like a good, almost a fist-sized big clump of it.
Yeah.
That's gonna basically be you. That's everybody.
Yeah, I would think so.
That's everybody. What's the dex
You-
on the spawn? What's the main body? What is its dex? Its dex is 10. It's a very slow dex. It's a slow, quivering entity. A couple of pseudopods will be with it. Its attacks with oh, there's a roll for how many pseudopods it has with it. Okay. Give me a strength roll, Jimmy. You are pressed up against this door. You start to
Oh,
feel.
that's way
You start to
high.
feel batter. Oh, yeah. You start to
That's
feel
way
battering against
high.
the door as these, like, it almost feels like two fists are just slamming against the door. And yeah, they kind of start busting through it, and your ability to hold back this door is
Mute.
not good. He's not good. They start just kind of bashing this door down around you. That's the other pseudopod starts to worm its way up out of this hole, and it kind of starts like going for Daphne's foot again, and it basically gets itself and starts to loom over Daphne again as she's kind of like lying at the mouth of this pit. And it's not gonna. It was far enough that I'm not gonna say it's gonna be able to grab you, but it basically gets up to you and like looms over you, and you have this like psychic premonition that it wants to yank you back down into the darkness below.
Weird.
Peter? Oh, actually, what the mass, quivering mass, we'll call him.
Oh.
I mean, it has a name. You don't know what its name is, but no,
Is the name gross?
is something. It starts to basically just envelop. It pretty much fills the kitchen as it just keeps out of the cellar door, and it just starts to fill up the kitchen as it's hunting its prey that the pseudopods are opening up for it. Peter. Yeah, you hear your wife screaming.
I hear the wife, and then I all of a sudden see the pseudopod thing, the tentacle thing, reaching up over toward my mother. My instinct will be to grab the.
It's a tough choice.
What?
Mom or wife.
I'm gonna
You can always
grab
get new wife. Can't get new
I'm
mom.
Wow.
I'm gonna grab the loppers from my back.
Ida, save Yuna. Save
and
Yuna.
I'm gonna lop the thing I see right in front of me. Try to
Ooh,
scissor it.
give me a fighting brawl roll.
Oh, we're scissoring. Scissor me timbers. Scissor me timbers.
You said a fighting brawl.
Fighting brawl.
Where would that be?
It should be in your combat tab.
If you go to combat, it should be on there under the items you have.
Fighting brawl. Okay. Boom. Oh, it's good. It's good.
That's success.
It's beautiful.
I'm gonna say it's not really in a position to try to grab you, so I'm not gonna use fight back. Its dodge is not very good actually. That was a fail. So yeah, you're gonna lop at it. We'll say that thing. I don't know. We'll say that type of a thing. We'll say is like a 1d8. Give me 1d8.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of get your rusty shears around this thing and chink, and you kind of get it in there, and the sides dig into this thing, and you kind of start like crushing it like a big clamp.
Apply kindness damage.
But it's not. It's not cutting through it. It's really not doing a whole heck of a lot to it. It's just you can see the edges of it are biting in, and
like a lobster.
like it's kind of slitting in a little bit, but it's like almost like more like you're pinching it than anything else.
They're not very sharp.
And it's
No.
it just doesn't seem to be. I mean, you do
Get
well.
away from my mother!
You would also
That'll
see,
end my
maybe
turn.
you see at this point you're right up close to this thing, giving it all you got. You see a bullet floating in kind of the middle of it.
Oh, shit.
Daphne.
You see your stunning son while you're laying prone as I'm trying to lock
He's
the
wrestling
tentacle
with
that's
it.
trying to attack you.
If anything, yeah, he's not doing a whole lot of damage to this thing, but he's kind of grappled it with the
Wrangling.
so you might be able to
wrangling it.
kind of help steer it from being able to come after you guys, because I would imagine you chopped probably like pretty close to the end of it, like whatever was like right in front of you.
Oh yeah.
So
we're
you've
full.
grappled the tentacle back at this point with your shears.
In Boston, we grapple you.
Right?
You hear your future daughter-in-law just screaming her lungs out from the kitchen, like just like not
Silly
even
thing,
like
one
a
thing at a
scared,
time.
like just the most horrific screams
Like-
you've ever heard.
Peter, Yuna's in danger!
I've seen a ghost kind of.
Get to her! I got
Like,
this! Get
I'm
to
It's
her!
running
almost like I'm
towards
being
her.
boiled alive kind of screams. Like
I'm
they're
gonna
just
run
horrific.
towards the kitchen.
Okay, yeah. so
Blood curdling.
as you kind of scramble up to your feet, start taking off towards the kitchen, you just see the mass of this thing has just filled the kitchen. I need you to give me a sanity roll
Oh no! Yuna!
as you look upon this thing, this form.
Success.
That is going to be 1d4 on a success.
Oh, I don't like that.
Oh, that's a 4. You're going to lose 4 points of sanity.
Ooh.
I took 3 earlier. Oh no.
Does that take you to...
Still haven't take 13.
Yours was at 55 to
Was at
start.
55.
So you need to take 11
40.
total for you.
I'm at 48 now. Yeah, because it wasn't in one hit.
No. It needs to be 5 in one hit to cause a bout of magic.
Yuna?
But yeah, you see this thing, and yeah, you start running. You can get like all the way to the kitchen door, and this gelatinous blob, this thing that's kind of like the tentacles, but worse in every way that is imaginable, is filling the kitchen, like floor
Do I
to
see her
ceiling.
anywhere?
No, you don't see her at all.
Can I shoot, or is running there my John?
Give me a listen roll.
Okay.
Because I would imagine she's probably still like kind of screaming in that from the pantry.
Screaming. Just
No. 43.
completely.
You can kind of
completely
probably hear
veered
the
out of my mind.
a bit of muffled sounds, like she's still alive somewhere, but you don't know where. You can't really pinpoint where it is, but you do kind of faintly hear her. Or maybe this thing's just
Thank you.
making that noise, and it just sounds like her.
Salt was.
It's a mimic.
Salt has got to be like, it's got to be a deterrent. It has to be. And the salt's gone from the kitchen. The only place we found it in this house so far is that room that I
It's
fucking.
on your face. It's on your face. So just
Yeah, you're
like,
like-
it's
you're a
like
little
Four
bit-
fucking
Just a
4
pinch.
salt crystals are on my face.
You throw each one of them. Each one of them's like a
Pee
bullet.
on
One
it.
individually. 1,
Pee
2,
on
3,
it.
4. Yeet. Not knowing where she is, Daphne probably not fully grasping the salt, like, oh, just, over the shoulder for a bit of luck. All that nonsense. Just gonna unload her gun.
Yep. Give me
Somewhere around here. Yuna!
You're
Where
doing
are
the
you?
3 shots, I'm guessing.
3 shots at a penalty die, I assume.
Flat roll because you're within.
Am I close enough? Okay.
Oh yeah, you're point blank.
Okay, first one.
I think it's like 15 yards or something like that. Give or well, it depends on the gun. But.
Yeah.
And 2 luck to make that a success. For what it's worth. I'm just gonna do I'll do damage after.
Oh yeah, just roll.
Extreme success.
Ooh.
That's pretty.
3rd bullet. Big fail.
So a success and an extreme success.
Yeah, let me just spend this 2 luck before I forget. 22 now. So that's 2d10.
Yep.
Or 2 hits.
Well, it'll be 10, and then
Oh, because crit.
Yeah.
Sorry, not crit.
crit.
You're extreme.
Yeah, a pierce from an extreme is you get a full d10 damage plus a rolled d10 on top.
Plus a rolled d10. But I spent 2 luck to make the first one a successful hit. So
that's just a roll of d10.
Yeah, it's just a d10. So essentially, I'm going to roll 2d10 and add 10.
You never get a bonus die or a maxed out one unless you get an extreme, hard, and normal success, or just
Add
a flat
10
roll.
to 11, so it's 21 total points
Nice.
of BAMF.
So yeah, you just boom, 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 and like one of them just kind of like the first 2 go up. You get one, and you see it just kind of sink in and stop like ballistics gel. You shoot the next one, and you kind of hit like some pustule thing of weird amorphous mass, and it kind of starts to spiral out inside of it as you kind of puncture this strange sack of pinkish purplish fluid that kind of starts to like vein out in different directions inside the gel. And then the 3rd one, you just the recoil, you just put it in the ceiling
Yeah.
as you're just kind of panicking.
You will not take her!
But
You
yeah,
will not!
I mean, you maybe you hit
Oh.
something with that second one, and I don't know, maybe that purple stuff is something important. You don't know.
Something happened!
You remember that like shooting the pseudopod was very ineffective.
It was very ineffectual. It was like a desperation act.
It's kind of a panic response of like,
Yeah.
oh, what do I do? Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, exactly. Don't see Yuna, boom, boom.
Victor.
Something goopy
Victor-
happened! Something purple!
Yeah, so Victor, basically any of the rest of you, Victor. Well, we'll do you
Colt.
last. Victor, Colt, or
That's it.
Well,
Yeah.
Victor would go running after Miss Lexington because he knows that his bosses would be very remiss if he had allowed anything to happen to her.
especially because she's
So
rich.
at this point, safety
She's
and
very
getting her
rich,
out.
yes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because potential big clientele. So he would go running after her to try and like get her out of here.
Yeah, you kind of scramble up to your feet. You tear off down the hallway after you hear, as you're getting up to your feet, you hear bang, bang, bang. Like 3 shots just quickly ring out. And you kind of like charge down the hallway. And you see her just shooting at this blobby mass that's kind of like poking out through the, that's basically filling the kitchen and poking out through the door. Oh, give me a sanity roll. Give me a sanity roll for the.
Oh no!
I'm in danger.
Ooh.
That's gonna be 17 points of sanity.
Jesus!
God.
Oh my.
Oh, 2d10.
17.
Well, that's really bad.
That's funny because it's Chris and he's 17.
Yup.
Well,
Beep, beep, boop, boop, bop, bop.
that's probably gonna be a indefinite mat.
Oh yeah, that's a huge chunk.
Because I know the rest of you had like 40 something sanity.
I was at 47.
Yeah, it's gonna be
down
an
from
indefinite
50.
mat.
Excuse me. Jesus.
Can you use luck on a sanity roll?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
You can't use anything on this. You can't push it. You can't do anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sanity, you get what you
You
get.
see freaky, you see freaky.
Mm-hmm.
Freaky.
It's gonna get freaky.
It's freaky with a PH. Mm.
In more ways than one.
Yep.
I am of two minds of what to do to Chris.
That's not a good sound.
No, it's not.
Chris, as his mind breaks in two, he too is of two minds of what to do. Part of him, the lizard brain in the back of his mind says, run out of his house, hop that fence, do not stop running until you hit Gamwell. Or further, just run past Gamwell, run 80 miles to Boston, if that's what it takes, and do not stop. The other part of his
Do not
brain,
pass
though,
go.
is like, you feel drawn to this thing.
The one with the tentacle.
You
said earlier.
Give me a. You can roll anything you want. Odds, you're gonna go give it a hug. Evens, you're gonna run and not stop running
Whoa.
until you are like in
Damn.
Gamwell.
I think this is a fitting one to. Oh no. Evens?
I said
That's good.
Evens,
You're
you'd
gonna
run
hug it.
and
Oh.
The
uh,
odds you hug.
so you start heading towards Daphne to save her, and you just stop. You see this thing and you freeze, and in that moment of panic, just something snaps in your brain, and you turn around and you just run. You run for that front door. You remember the tentacle grabbing you by the leg and trying to sort of drag you away. And you're just like, I don't know who these people are. Fuck these people. Fuck this job. I don't care about the dodge. I run. The only
Yup.
thing in your mind is run.
Yeah.
Daphne, would you? That's just a curious question. Would you have left the keys in your car? Or would you probably have taken them with you?
Oh, they're in the
No.
purse. Olivia, you don't leave the keys in
The
the
cars
car.
have- The cars have keys. in
Out of the
1920.
mission.
I think it was a crank back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't even know if these have
We'll
keys.
cross that bridge when we come to it because
If there's keys, they're in my purse. If
yeah,
there's not
there's
keys,
there's probably
Eh?
not keys, but I mean he is a pretty clever young lad. He might find a way to get that jumpstart that car. And,
Well, if his brain's telling him to run, he's just running.
yeah, but he might also get to get over that fence and see this is like running but faster.
Hey.
Well,
yeah,
maybe.
look at that.
Well,
Yes, cars in the 1920s had ignitions, therefore
Oh.
they had keys to it.
Yeah,
You
but
gotta start them.
You wouldn't need a key to start it.
Yeah.
You would just needed like anything to turn that ignition. They're not chipped.
Yeah.
Oh,
there was no theft in the
There was no-
20s. That hadn't been
Well,
invented.
there
yet.
there was theft. Just there was no.
We wiped
chipped
out the
keys.
pirates, and then everything was fine. So
It was
so,
fine after.
this leaves us to Colt. Colt, what do you want to do?
Yeah, well, Colt already knows he's like not in his playing field at all.
You
Like,
hear
He's seen
you hear
tentacles.
horror. You
He's
hear,
heard horror everywhere.
and you also probably just saw
Young
you
Victor
saw,
just go.
yeah, you saw your little ward Mason there sprint out of the room to help Daphne, and then just immediately turn tail and run faster than you've probably ever seen anyone run in your life. Like just
Colt,
like not
Colt's
not
gonna
the
do
kind of
fucking
run you
same
run a
thing.
race, like the kind of run where it's like it's them or me kind of run.
Colt's gonna do the same thing. He's putting blinders on and he's running out the front door and he's heading towards the front gate.
Okay. Yeah, you just
Colt,
Do
where
you-
you
do you
going?
gotta
Help
go-
me, get this Colt!
He is tuck and tail and running. He is out of his league. He hunts humans, not fucking monsters.
do you
He finds humans. Sorry.
do you like push your way past? Because you can easily go past Vincent because he kind of went up the hall and back. Do you push past him or do you kind of like
Past who?
help Vincent, young
Victor?
Mason there?
Victor?
Victor,
Victor.
whatever.
Vincent.
The other V name.
Look,
That guy.
book
Yeah,
nerd.
yeah. I was actually gonna say before he went, like, Victor, we need to leave. Like,
Okay, yeah, it's because
he's-
it's more of
Colt
like
knew he was out of his element.
yeah. 'Cause that's what I'm wondering is if you just budge past him and run.
No. I would help
Separately?
him if he's trying to leave. I would help him leave.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you catch up to him pretty quick and you can see as you're kind of running with him,
And I'd be
There's
yelling,
just
"We gotta
the
go!
eyes are
We gotta
blank.
go!"
Like the lights are on, but nobody's home. He's just pure instinct at this point, running.
I'd be screaming at everyone like, "We gotta leave! We gotta leave!"
Yep. So you guys,
And I'd be heading towards the
you
front
guys
gate.
basically get to the front door of the house. You could have gotten further, but you're staying to kind of help
I'm kind of pushing
Mason.
him along with me.
Victor. Why don't I just look at the fucking chat right there? Maybe because I have 15 things open. All right. Last but not least, we get to poor Yuna in
Young
there.
Yuna.
Poor Yuna, who is in a bout of madness, for how long? For that long. Yeah, you could feel these things are just battering the door down around you. Like you feel like giant fists are just smashing this door down as you kind of hold it shut. It's not gonna hold. And you kind of trying to hold it is kind of a pointless effort. And you are more terrified than you thought was possible. Is there anything you want to do? You seem to be in like a little pantry. It reeks in here. It's just full of like rotten food, rotten meat.
She doesn't really care about the whole smell of it.
Yeah, it's
Only horrific.
just painting a picture. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have my full wits about me. That was just a.
No, you're still terrified. It's just you're kind of kind of asking. Like you are still trying to get away from this thing, like at best you can, but you're also now trapped in like a little corner. So it's kind of, right. What do you want to do about it?
Well, first instinct, not with the salt, but I'm going because I had my mace out. First instinct would be to start spraying with that.
As these things are kind of bashing the door down, tentacles are starting to kind of like ooze in. Give even roll for that. This is a D&D book. There's no answers in here.
There's no answers in
There's
there.
no answers in here. Is that a fighting brawl to use that shit too?
It is, yeah.
Okay, then give me a fighting brawl roll.
I just did.
Success. Woo!
Yeah, you just start spraying it out the crack of the thing into the goop that is now trying to enter this room.
89 damage.
It's not 89 damage. It's,
Holy shit.
it has a stun effect if it affects this thing.
Yeah, so you start spraying it, and it just doesn't seem to be really doing a whole heck of a lot. You're just unloading all over this tentacle, and the tentacle's just now dripping in mace.
Oh,
and
why
still
do you guys
kind of-
say it like that? Fucking
Oh.
Japan.
That'd be her first
God
first
damn it.
instinct.
Okay.
Second, well, I guess that probably.
Well, yeah, that will be
pretty
your
much
action.
Yep.
It's a funny thing as to why that's a thing in Japan.
it.
It's the censorship. They were forced
So the
to.
tentacles.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Let's start with this one. The tentacle that is grappled by Peter is going to attempt to... Peter, give me a strength roll, as this thing is going to attempt to break free of... It says you try to, like, force its way out of the pincer grapple.
Ain't going anywhere.
I'm going to give it... it's a tie, so I'm going to give it to you. Yeah, you've got this. More of the tentacle is kind of starting to come up at the back end and sort of fill like up out of the hole. But you've got the end of this thing, and you're kind of keeping it at bay. So it doesn't do anything to you. The other ones in the kitchen that are sort of part of the main mass just finished just shattering down this door. And the main body begins to squeeze itself in. And does it...
No.
Does it take any damage that it wiggled inside the
No.
upper things? No. Okay.
They seem basically They seem about as ineffective as you could get, short of being immune. Almost like you are doing minimum damage. Whatever damage they do, I'm taking one.
I don't like it.
Give me a dodge roll as these tentacles that kind of start, these half dozen tentacles kind of start pouring in to grab hold of you and draw you forward.
Come on, beat. Oh no.
Yeah. They rolled
No, not yet. No.
Yeah, they rolled an extreme success. I needed an extreme on that dodge. So yeah, a couple of them wrap themselves around you and start pulling you forward into the main body. So you need to give me another dodge roll as you are essentially like start pulling you in to engulf you in the body.
Oh.
Be lower, be lower. That's not lower.
This is not.
Can you luck it?
Jim.
I don't know if you can luck on dodge rolls.
I think
Sure
you
you
can.
can. That's what? 20...
14.
No, 14.
No, sorry.
24.
26.
That-
26.
yeah, 26.
Where we
26.
all suck at math.
We're all bad.
That
The
was
good thing we
painful.
don't use real dice to play this game.
Yeah, yes, I can, actually.
Nah.
I am going to do that.
Okay, yeah, so
26 luck.
you manage to kind of keep you find like sort of the bottom half of your body is being drawn into this thing. You manage to keep like your arms and your head out, and you do not begin to suffocate.
Yeah, but let's face it, the poor thing's only gonna be hungry a half an hour later.
Right?
That's gonna take us to
Peter.
Peter.
Sushi, obviously.
Peter.
I'm fighting this thing in front of me. I've got to deal with what's in front of me. So I'm gonna try to.
It's like, don't worry, Mom, I got this one. Give me,
That's what's happening.
give me a fighting brawl roll with a bonus die.
bonus.
Did you? This thing's in your grasp already. It'd be pretty hard for you to not kind of squeeze on it, like try to put some pressure on it and do some damage.
Did that do it?
Give me another D10 roll.
Okay. I don't know why I.
It's a little goofy. I think I've tried to do it before. And the way
It's a
it
D10,
is selected, it's a little weird.
We call that a skill issue.
It'd be the same either way. It's still a
Yeah, oh,
success.
wow.
So yeah, you do one more point of damage to it as you dig the cutters in just a little bit more.
That's all I can do. I'm in a fucking death grip battle with the tentacle that was
It's like
attacking my mom
it's
in
like
the
a
hall.
Dragon Ball Z beam struggle between you and this tentacle.
Yeah,
with
that's
your
exactly
fucking
what's
tentacle.
happening. I would love to go help
At
and
the mouth
probably
of
die.
this hole that leads to darkness and horror that this thing is coming out of. So Daphne, what do you want to do?
Did I see her yet? Yuna?
Nope. Give me another listen roll.
Now that the door's wide open.
Listen. There it is.
I will say two.
Ah.
I will say two. I should have mentioned this before. The mass that's like you can see that's like encompassing the entirety of the kitchen door. It's starting to kind of like bulge out of the kitchen door towards you, and start to like make its way into the hallway as well.
I have shot 4 bullets of 6, I believe.
You can
Just
hear her still
foothold?
screaming and scrambling somewhere. You can hear just the muffled sounds of Yuna somewhere in there.
So I don't know what that purple nonsense did when I hit it like wicked hard before. I got 2 shots left in this thing, and they're both going in it. Yuna! Yuna!
Yeah, so you do 3 shots.
Yuna,
It's
get
just
out of
it's
here!
just, the third one just clicks.
It's just, yeah, click.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Flat
sorry.
roll then, because still point blank,
Yep.
assumedly.
Oh yeah.
Big fail.
Oh.
I'm gonna spend 11 luck.
Why not?
I'm running real low on it, so that's gonna bring me down to 11 from 22 to 11.
I'm sure you don't need to make any more luck
I don't
rolls.
I
that's
don't need
fine.
I don't need any more luck. But my potential daughter-in-law, her life might hang in the balance here. So
I'm sure your brave son is any minute now is coming around that corner.
I have all the faith in the world in him. But I still have to do my part
That's true.
with this wicked hard
That's
success,
a hard
bro.
success. Yeah.
We'll just
boom,
spend this
boom.
luck.
Oh, you gonna bump it?
No, just for the I hadn't.
Oh,
I hadn't
you spend the
took
luck
off
for the
the
other
11. Yeah.
Yeah. So boom, boom, 2 more shots, and then click as you run out
Yep.
of rounds in your
Run out of-
pistol.
And
Your
I'll
hand
say
shaking,
2.
and you see these 2 bullets. They made it. They probably got about 6 inches into this thing before just stopping
8.
again. Like
Total
ballistic
points.
shell is like the perfect like representation of what you were
Yes.
doing to this thing.
Mm,
As they
Yep.
just go in and just slow down immediately and just stop and just hang there. The wound, like the hole that it makes, very quickly just like bleeds back into itself. So there's just nothing but like a bullet floating in there with no entry, no nothing.
And it's like a full action to reload.
Yep, it's like a full turn.
Um,
You'd have to reload next turn and then
Yeah.
fire the turn after.
For what it's worth, I just like back up just like a couple of steps, like flavor steps, like hearing that click of that last bullet, like oh shit, Yuna, get out of here,
Yeah,
Yuna.
it's starting to advance, probably like a couple of feet at a time towards you. So I guess you're just backstepping at the
Yeah.
speed that it's advancing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I still have no idea where she is, so just screaming the whole time, like, get out of here! I've got its attention.
Yeah, get out of
Don't
here,
worry,
Yuna.
leave
Run,
it to
Yuna.
mom. Leave
Colt,
it to mom.
got-
Victor's easy. He just keeps running.
Yup.
He just keeps
It
running.
unfortunately has my attention.
He is non-responsive to anything that like Colt is probably saying to him, or he just runs. And
Does he have to do a climb roll? That'd be funny.
when he gets to the
Oh,
fence,
hang
yeah.
on.
Basically, it's a whole turn to get from the door to the gate.
Mm,
I would say it's more. I would say you get
Oh,
like
running.
you get like halfway to the gate. It's a pretty like this is a 20-acre property. The house isn't 20 acres in, but I mean it's pretty big. So yeah, you get about halfway to the gate. Colt, and on your turn, I'm assuming you're running with him.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, good. You're exactly right, Victor. We gotta run. You're doing a good job.
Stamina.
Well, we
Keep up
gotta-
your stamina. You
We
gotta,
gotta
go.
get going. We gotta move.
Yourself.
I'll take care of the lock. We just gotta get to the gate.
Yeah, you're keeping pace with him, booking it. He's as you keep talking to him, you can tell like there's nothing there. Like he's just blind running. Like he's does.
Like
just
they're on
You
the
don't
door.
exist to him at all. He is
At this
just
point,
going.
I'm trying to ignore that fact because I don't want to believe.
You don't want to understand why he is
No,
acting like
I don't.
this.
I just like I'm in like
But it seems
survival.
like a good
It's a fear
idea.
response. You've seen it before,
Yeah.
probably. You've been around the block.
Yeah.
It's a fear response.
but
Fight
not to this extreme.
Fight or flight. You were probably served in the war. You've probably seen some of the boys like just
Oh, sure.
see all sorts of traumatic things and kind of go nuts. Is there anybody left but poor Yuna?
No, I think it's just
Just
me.
you.
It's just you know.
What do you want to do? As you're half in, half out of this eldritch thing.
The only thing that I have left, and because I noticed that the mace probably didn't do very much, but yeah, I'm gonna dump the salt on as much as this thing as I can.
Yep. Yeah,
Not that I have very much.
as it's like
but-
drawing you in and sucking you, and you start hucking the salt out of this bowl at it. And it, as you're doing that, you can feel it quiver and shake and emit noises.
Salt me, mommy.
Emit noises that like could be pain,
Pain.
could be anger, could be fear.
Scrambling at me.
It's impossible to know. Why don't you roll me 3d6
666.
as the salt, as you're throwing the salt
Do
on
you
this thing,
imagine?
you can see the salt is just kind of burning, like when you pour salt on a slug. It's just kind of like
Oh,
biting in and dissolving. You do
kinda
8 points of damage to this thing with your.
Ooh.
With your
Well,
Probably
salt,
but-
8 like solid points though.
Yeah.
probably an actual 8 points.
Yeah,
Not like the
not like 8
zero on
bullet
the guns.
points. That's like
But yeah, so you see like some of the spots that you threw the salt on kind of dissolved away a bit. But it's just there's so much. There's
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
so much.
I forgot I brought my salt gun with me.
right. Blah, 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 blah.
I mean, 12 gauge shotgun loaded with salt cartridges is in my list of salt damage.
Yeah.
You can lay those assault charges at my feet anytime. Boom, boom, boom.
I actually have a salt gun.
Really?
The fly swatter
Yeah.
one?
For fly,
Yeah.
the flies? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So-
great.
The things are gonna go.
No, not the things.
A tentacle is gonna
Yeah,
continue to fight with. Continue to
Peter?
fight
What
with
else
Peter.
I can do?
That's give me a strength roll, Peter. You're gonna need a hard success or better.
He got it.
I got it.
That's
You
it.
are locked in this death grip, back and forth with this tentacle, and it is a stalemate.
We're locked in like two.
Lightning is crackling around the two of you.
Full anime scene in there.
Harry Potter, just Voldemort and Harry.
Yeah, the
just-
foam.
Daphne,
Is
you can
everything
kind of
foaming?
see, like, as you're sort of backing away from this thing, and like clicking, probably instinctively, just like clicking your gun a few extra times, waiting, hoping more bullets
Yeah.
will magically just start coming out of it.
Why won't they
Uh,
appear?
You see like a couple protrusions start to form on this wall of whatever this is, and they start to kind of snake out and stretch out as a couple of tentacles kind of start forming out of the mass of this thing and start poking their way towards you.
No.
And they're
I
gonna
don't
kind
believe.
they're gonna kind of get within kind of coochie coo room, and
Hey.
that's kind of what they're gonna do. Main body, Yuna, I need you to give me a dodge roll, and I'm going to need an extreme success.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what happens. 3,
I'm
2,
assuming
1.
I did at least like 1 damage. I'm assuming it's a
Zeros.
tentacle.
That's not zeros.
Fucking tentacle.
Said zero's like 100. Like that?
Oh.
No.
Oh no,
Um,
Yuna.
So the
I'll
rest,
find a new wife, Yuna. Don't worry.
the rest of you is pulled into this mass of the main body as it
Oh.
engulfs you.
En-
I need you to
Oh.
give me a constitution.
Constitution's quite
It's a different
high.
part that I don't see, right?
Yeah, you don't see this. It's
Okay.
like too far around. Well, and you're also backing down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can feel like this thing is just around you. Every inch of your body is touching this thing. You can feel pressure on your eyelids, on your mouth, on your ears, on every orifice in your body as this thing is trying to force its way in. You start holding your breath and you begin to kind of suffocate as there's no air to be had in here. That's gonna take us to Peter.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I forget it because he's trying to get away, right? So I'm battling this thing. I'm like, I gotta kill it. I gotta save Mom. I'm gonna fucking try to like you know, like you get a big limb that's in the guard, and you're trying to snip it to try to get the leverage.
Yeah, so do
Try
you
to-
want to, after a couple of rounds of, you realize you're getting, like, you're trying to cut through, like a steel cable with
Gardening shears.
Like,
Right.
it is not doing a whole lot. Do you want to keep digging? It's doing a little, but it's not doing a lot. Do you want to, actually, give me a spot hidden roll, too, why don't you?
Okay.
As Daphne is kind of backing her way up further and further down this hallway, She is becoming a lot closer to your sort of peripheral vision.
I don't know shit.
That's fine. You're focused on this thing. So yeah, you know that you're not doing a lot to this thing. I mean, if you kept it up and like nothing changed, you feel like maybe eventually you're gonna get through this thing, but you imagine it's gonna take a while.
Is it feasible?
But you also know at the same time, you're not getting anywhere. You're also holding it back from getting you, so it's kind of this weird stalemate that you're in.
Right.
So.
I don't know, like, I'm assuming it kind of feels like if you've ever had like a hose on full blast and you're holding one in and it's kind of, whipping around. I'm assuming it kind of feels like that a little bit. Or helicopter, tomato. Is there like a way for me to, like, while it's gripped in the pincers, kind of like push and let go of the pincers with it kind of back down the hole? Does it seem like I'll have that leverage?
You feel that, like, if you kind of pushed it hard enough and kind of away from you, you could get it away. But you're not going to be able to push it very far, but you feel like you could probably push it away enough for you to, like, dash out of the room away from it. If that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, because I want to get to Mom and Yuna, so that would be the idea. The idea is that they kind of...
Yeah, you're going to, just kind of push it away and then duck out of the room while it's away from you.
Unfortunately, I won't have the clippers with me because my instinct would be to leave the clippers.
Well, yeah, that would be your best bet, would be to, like, shove the clippers and it as hard. So give me a strength roll.
Okay.
Give it a strength roll at disadvantage.
Oof.
With an extreme success, yeah, you are easily able to just power this thing away from you, giving yourself those precious few seconds you need to scramble out of this room.
Can I shut the door behind me?
Sure.
Yep. Close the door. When I close the door and, like, that's done, I'm looking. Do I see?
Mom's probably like 10 feet away from you, backing up down the hallway as two new pseudopods are coming out of this weird, goopy.
Where's
wall.
Yuna? We gotta get out of here. Where's Yuna?
I don't know.
Well,
I can't find her.
First of all, I'm gonna need a sanity check for looking upon the form of the main body of the spawn of the Dark Mother.
Spawn of the Dark.
Oh!
100.
No!
Oh no!
Oh,
Fuck.
Peter loses
Join me, Coke. Join me.
20 points of sanity.
I only had 45 to begin with, so I'm definitely whatever extreme that is.
This one's a real
Is it 20?
easy. This one's real easy.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that.
You see this thing, and it's coming after your mom. You don't know where Yuna is. In this moment, you don't care. You see the woman who bore you, who raised you. She is in trouble. She is backing away in terror from this floor-to-ceiling wall of this goopy, fleshy, whatever it is, and you just throw yourself at it. And you start just pushing it into it to push it back, to hold it back like a wall. Like, Mom, I will save you. I will push this evil back.
Hold the door!
And you just start pushing, and you're pushing on it. You're digging your heels in, and it feels like you're gaining some traction, but, like, you see this, you're watching this Daphne as, like, he's just pushing this wall of whatever back and sinking further and further into it as he does so.
I kind of felt this coming because, like, there's no way Peter would leave his wife, so he's either gonna die or kill it. I think he's gonna die. Holy shit! We'll be together forever, Yuna, in the bowels of this creature.
Is it? No, it's not. It's not quite enough for me to push Daphne a sanity roll. Not quite yet. So, Daphne, what do you want to do? Your son she just threw himself in front of you, and he's like pushing at it, like he's trying to
get out of here,
shove
mother!
a mountain back in.
I'll get Yuna. Get out of here!
It's like, yeah. At some point, it's like, run away, run.
Little gurgling noise because the bubbles of going through the goop.
There's no way that she's leaving. If you told me to roll sanity, I would roll sanity.
It's
100%. Because this is her favorite. This is her second-born son. Because her firstborn son's a piece of shit. She just doesn't like him.
And he just inherited
he's
everything.
he's just
is
like
her-
his father.
This is her favorite
Jr..
son, and the woman that he is going to marry that she adores. She is perfect for him.
She's in there
She
somewhere.
hasn't been able to find her. Hasn't been able to hear Yuna anywhere. Click, click, guns empty. I don't even know if she has more ammo.
I'd say you probably have.
She
some.
probably
You said you had your purse. You said you had a purse.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Purse
probably
ain't going
got at
anywhere.
least another 6 rounds in her purse. We'll say easily. I don't think you're gonna need more than 6.
I'm gonna
Be
run,
honest with you.
Peter. I'm gonna run to the blob and try and yank him out. It's in vain, 100%.
Yeah, he
But
is-
she would not let her favorite son be pulled into this amorphous ass blob.
Of all the crits,
Give me
I
a
think critical fails
strength
I can
roll.
Oh my god.
Do you
This
just
was
throw the gun
between-
down?
It was between pulling you out and reloading.
Do you like throw the gun down to go pull him out? So you get like a 2-handed, or you pulling him out with one arm?
Oh.
You just stick the gun into
No.
the goo like a shelf.
No, just gun
Here,
gone.
hold this,
Two
please.
hands, trying to pull him out.
Yep.
A
he's
mother trying to pull her favorite kid out, her favorite son, because her first son's a piece of shit.
Reminds me of my trauma at the ball pit when I was
Yeah.
4.
Success.
Yeah, you're pulling and pulling.
It's not going to be enough.
It's not. He's not moving. He's stuck in there, and you can feel your
Peter!
hands starting to slip in there too. as you
Not
kind of-
my little pee-pee. Not my pee-pee.
Yeah, you can feel. Yeah, you feel
Oh,
like this
dear.
the warmth of this thing kind of starting to spread around your hands. That you kind of wrapped around like his waist as you were like pulling at him. As more and more of him is engulfed.
pee-pee, no.
Quit touching my PB.
Gerald.
Speaking of pee-pee,
Colt,
fuck you, Chris.
Gerald,
You're
Colt,
welcome.
Dixon, and Victor. Colt, we'll start with you because you are of sane mind. You guys,
sure.
you're booking it. You guys reach the gate.
All right, I'm gonna take my gun and shoot the lock, and I'm gonna
Give me a firearms roll.
unload on it to make sure I fucking get it.
Well, you figure even one shot's gonna be more than that.
Sure.
As long as you don't roll a fumble,
Which
you'll be fine.
I just fucking did.
No, you
I didn't fumble. I didn't
missed,
fumble.
but you
Hang
didn't
on,
fumble.
hang on. How much fucking luck do I have?
It is.
At 35.
What's the only question I have is what is the value for a misfire? Colt 45 or Colt 38. Revolver, Gall, because I do not have the. I need to put a bookmark in the items list. Colt, blah blah blah. These are just the names of guns. That's not useful. I think I have it in your fucking. I think it's in your character sheet probably, or it's. You know
Says
what? It would be in
100.
Daphne's on hers.
No, it's right here.
Malfunction's 100.
38, 9mm.
So you did not roll 100, so the gun does not malfunction. That is not a fumble. So you don't actually have to spend any luck. So
Okay, so I can
technically,
just fire.
yeah, it's still a success. Bam.
Oh,
can-
okay.
You blow the lock. You kind of like you squint. You kind of look away a little bit, put like a hand up in front of your face, and you blow
Take
the
the
lock
squints.
off. You hear the ricochet kind of whiz past your ear, like ooh,
It's fucking
ooh.
terror. He's in fucking terror.
He's like,
of
well,
what the
that
hell's going
that
on.
was dicey. Now I know why they say don't shoot locks off.
He's gonna hop into the car
Back.
and
Yeah,
try
you-
and get the thing started.
Yeah. Well, I'll say because you've run this whole way, shot the lock off, you kind of yank the chain and throw the gate open. So I'll say, yeah, you could kind of jump in the car, and next turn you can kind of
Okay.
attempt to hotwire this puppy and get the fuck out of here. Victor, you're gonna run.
Run, Forrest.
Do you even go in the car, or do you just start running down the street?
I would probably just run right past.
Yeah. So you're running, and as the gate, he basically gets this gate open just as kind of you reach it, and you kind of start going through, and yeah, you just turn left and you start running back towards Gamwell. As he's like hopping in the car, he's looking at you, and you're just like, whoa, Forrest Gump running down the street.
Nope.
That's okay. You know, it's like, if I get the car started, I can catch him. It's fine. Maybe I can talk some sense to him, drive
Gotta
beside
get the
him,
car started.
He
Yep.
just felt like running.
or just
I
screech in
felt
front of
like
him with the door
running.
open so he runs like into the car by accident and scoop him up. It's gonna take us to Yuna. You're gonna have to give me a Constitution roll.
Come and roll the fucking 99.
Oh,
Not a fumble.
wow.
It's better than
If you
100.
if you had lower,
No.
if you had lower,
Lower than
It would-
50.
it would have been a fumble.
Oh.
Yeah, so you feel.
I'm gonna spend 10 of the,
I'm gonna say for these, luck's not gonna help you.
unless I can't.
Yeah.
Probably it's not
No.
going to matter. Probably
Uh,
did a higher degree of success to begin with.
you feel, yeah, this thing start to just force its way into every orifice, like
Oh.
choking off any hope of air, basically like pushing the air out of your lungs. You're going to take 8 points of damage,
I'm okay. Don't worry.
which is also a major wound. So you check the major wound box. You take 8 points of damage.
You still alive?
Yeah.
I think most people have double-digit health points.
Not by much, but...
Yeah, but I thought he took a chunk already. So
Oh, I have no idea.
I mean, it's kind of so. Peter, lost his mind completely.
Do with.
We're not looking
Give me a
so well on this.
Constitution roll. I'm going to kind of forego the dodge roll because you're not really attempting to struggle free of this thing. You're
Ew.
trying to get in there and just push her back.
This ain't gonna go good. Am I gonna? Can I use luck on this? Question.
No, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
'Cause this thing's basically.
'Cause I have 65 luck. That's gonna do nothing now. Because I was gonna wait and start dumping it, but okay.
That's the danger with hoarding luck.
yep.
If you hoard it for too long, you may never get a chance. Yeah. So you, as you're like most of you is now in this, you feel the warmth of this thing around you, and it's like you are no longer able to breathe, as it is just kind of around your head, around your face, and it feels comforting almost. It almost feels like
okay.
a warm hug from your mom. It almost feels like she's hugging you from behind with her arms wrapped
As if
around
I'm
your
in
waist.
a bosom. It's like my face is firmly in the
it's-
pillow of a bosom.
It's like
You're
you're
back in the
returning.
womb.
Yeah, you're returning to the womb.
Back
Hey
to
now,
the
get out of there.
bosom.
Can Peter and I, for a brief second, like see each other?
Unfortunately, no. You guys are like 20 feet away from each
Oh, I
other,
want to reach
and
my
like
hand
way
out and be like,
around.
I'm with you, love, forever.
And we both know how that's gonna. You would see him, and then he would turn away to look at his mom one last time. You know how that's gonna go.
Oh, God.
Daphne,
Oh,
what do you want to do? You are not actually insane, but
Yet.
oh, that was sorry. It was oh yeah. Well, yeah. You can feel the tentacles of kind of. They're removing most of your retreat as they are starting to sort of wrap around from behind you to sort of help guide both of you into this mass, but you will still have your faculties. Your arms are jammed into this thing as they are wrapped around around Peter's waist.
But he's
He's in
like
there.
deep in there.
He's in there, and some of you is starting to be in there too, from basically getting dragged along with him.
Wow, rolling 100 really sucks. I'm learning. It
Yep.
sucks a lot.
Especially on a sanity roll. I mean, a fumble and a sanity roll means you just take the max, and when the max is 2d10, that's a lot of sanity
Yeah.
loss.
So he's
God.
deep in there. I pulled and I could not, for the life of me, get him free.
I'm assuming I don't get to do anything in my turn, right? Like
Your turn was the Constitution roll.
Gotcha. Okay.
Your
Nope.
turn
Same
is
thing.
trying to. You and your lovely fiance are at this
We're gonna
point
join the
pretty
group
much being
together.
broken down.
Yeah.
Is he
What
like
about the
gone
container
limp
of
in
salt
my
that I had in
arms,
my
or is he?
hand?
No,
Is
he's
he
still
wiggling
He's
and-
still struggling. He's still pushing against this thing, pushing himself in deeper, trying to.
Okay. Signs of life.
Yeah, there's definitely
Signs
signs of
of-
life.
All right, she's pulling.
Okay.
If he went limp, she's running. If he's got signs of life and there's something of my PP left,
give
we
me,
pulling.
give me a strength roll.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Yeah.
Whoa!
Wow.
Mother's love.
Fuck, there's one of those
The
mothers
adrenaline.
lifting up cars off of their like
Yeah.
trapped children kind of thing.
With near superhuman strength, you you don't extract him from this thing, but you pull him back enough for his head and like some of like his head and like his shoulders and that to kind of breach. He is able to take this like wonderful gasp of air, and he can hear you. And you can
you
speak
need to
him.
fight, PP. Fight.
I'm fighting. I will.
What do you say to your mom as you are desperately trying to push this monster back away from her? That's the reason you're here. You have to push this thing back into the kitchen, away from your mom. You're gonna push this thing all the way back down to the cellar if you
I'm
have
getting
to.
you out of it. I'm getting you out of it. Come on, fight with me.
Run, mother.
No, PP.
Run. You can live with that, PP. I don't want anything to happen to you.
What kind of life is that?
What kind of
I know,
life is
right?
that?
No, PP.
That's not good for males or females.
No, PP. No, sir.
Oh God. Yeah, that'd be his instinct is to run. Tell her
Okay.
to run.
That takes us to Colt.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and fire this thing up.
What would that be? It'd probably be. Let's look at your old stats here. Like electrical repair or mechanical repair.
It's not really repair though. Would it
Yeah.
just be my driving ability?
No, because that would be once you've got the car running. Yeah, I would say mechanical repair or electrical repair, as you're basically trying to
They're both
jumpstart
shit.
this car.
They're both fucking shit.
Well, you do have some luck to spend.
Excuse me.
Yeah, hopefully I get close.
Yeah, how much luck
Nope.
do you get to burn?
Nope. Absolutely fucking not.
Oh wow.
You're just like
Oh, dear.
you're just kicking the panels off like under like jamming like you've got that crowbar. You're just using the crowbar to like rip like panels off underneath the thing. You're like just jamming wires. It's like I saw this on one of them silent movies. Guy was just sticking wires together and it worked. And he was gone in a minute. I think they called it.
Oh, good pull.
Get the fuck out of here. Get out with that bullshit.
Victor
Everybody make a sanity roll for that nonsense.
keeps running. Victor, you keep running, and at the end of your
I'm good.
turn, you feel like you feel the clouds kind of starting to part a little bit. You start coming to at sort of the end of your turn as you just keep running further and further down the road. You start to kind of get your senses back, and you look around, you realize like Like I'm like way down the road. You look back and you see like half of Colt sticking out of the car as he's like fiddling with wires, trying to jumpstart this thing. So that'll take us to Yuna. Give me a Constitution roll. I'm gonna need an extreme success.
Nope.
Oh.
Can't roll low enough.
So you are going to take another 9 points of
That
damage.
takes me out.
So you
Unconscious or dying?
no, you
Or dead?
If you're at 0 HP, you just die.
no. If when you hit 0 HP, technically you would be in the dying state and be required to get first aid. I think within the next turn or two. But it's
Yeah.
not a moot point. Yeah. So the rest, this creature finishes kind of just inserting itself all the way inside you in every way it can. It's filled
Chip
your
just gets
lungs.
violated all the time.
It fills your lungs. It fills your eye sockets, your ears, like your nasal canal.
Your ass.
You're
Someone
done.
had to
Oh,
say
yeah.
it.
Someone had
had
to say it. And it just it not only does it suffocate you to death, the enzymes inside this thing slowly go to work, breaking you down and extracting the harmful salt out of your body. You are essentially dissolved and digested.
Been a while since somebody got eaten by a gelatinous cube.
Yeah, this is a gelatinous cube on fucking steroids.
Yeah, it is.
It's on steroids. It's fun.
This is a gelatinous cube if it was the spawn of a fucking eldritch god.
Ugh.
So that's gonna take us to the thing, and it's just going
You
to.
can't do anything with it. Oh.
Daphne, you feel tentacles start to just embrace you from behind, and they're pushing you in. Give me a strength.
Strength. Success. 31 under 60.
Yeah. So you managed to kind of slip out of them. But like they're pushing at you. You're kind of shrugging them off. Your arms are still wrapped around this thing, and you again feel yourself kind of. You feel like any moment now you're gonna get like dragged into this thing with your son. You realize like this is kind of an all or nothing moment for you coming up. That's if you were gonna have any chance of probably running away from this thing, it's kind of coming up.
Jesus.
Peter.
What can I do and how sane am I is the real question.
Not sane at all. You're the least sane of anybody here. That was, you are driven by like trying to get your mom out of here at the cost of like you are convinced you can push this thing back. But like you are doing all of this in an attempt to save your mother. That is like your number one priority.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
could. She has kind of yanked you out enough that you can breathe and talk, and you could probably
The
attempt.
tentacles that tried to push her in from behind, I'm assuming are kind of like, could I grab one with my hand to try to like pull it towards me and go inward so my mom has a better chance of leaving up the tentacle?
Sure, that's not a bad idea. I like that. Give me a strength roll as you try to wrestle one of these nope ropes that are grabbing at your mom.
Can I burn luck on
Yes,
this?
you can burn luck. You can burn as much luck as you want.
I will burn whatever I need.
How much luck do you have?
65? I had a lot. I only
If
burned 3.
you burn
Okay.
enough luck to make this an extreme success, I'll say you're able to get a hold of both tentacles and
Oh.
wrap them in and essentially clear the way behind for your mother. You don't think you're going to be able to hold them for long.
it's 65 luck you have.
65. So how much do I gotta blow?
You need to get down to 15. So you need to spend 65 luck.
I'll spend all of it.
No, no.
No. Excuse
60,
me.
62.
Excuse me. 62.
62?
62.
I will
Yeah.
spend it. Done.
With an extreme success, you kind of you're breached back. Most of like your lower body is all inside this thing, and you just kind of rip yourself back, pulling your arms free, and you just kind of grab hold of these tentacles, like one under each arm, and you start spinning your arms like you're scooping up strands of spaghetti, and you just reel these things in, and you just start
That's right.
hugging them, and they retract back in away from Daphne, and you've got them. You don't got them for long, but you got them.
I got him. Get out of here, Mom! Go! Take care of brother! Go! My dying wish!
So what do you want to
Forgive
do,
him!
Daphne?
God.
No pressure at the time.
Yeah, no pressure in the fucking slightest. Dumbass is. Oh, he's not sane. I don't know he's not sane, but he's my baby boy. He's my baby boy.
Are you gonna save your PP or are you gonna run?
Oh, bro, he's like you've also like you're so far out of it now too.
But I'm holding back the tentacles that were trying to
But yeah,
push you in.
This like sort of like him spaghetti noodling this things up. Like he's about as far in this thing as he's pretty much almost all the way back in, short of his head. But you can also tell he's done this sort of his own volition in an attempt to save you.
I'm also screaming at her to leave.
Yeah, he's also screaming at you to leave. He's
only
his
moderately.
His feet are like almost off the ground at this point, as this thing's kind of like sucking him in it, like almost.
He's
like an
going.
angle.
She's gonna give you a kiss on the cheek. I love you, pee-pee. And run.
Oh, it goes behind the picture. That sucks.
Yeah. So I can take us out of Dex order for this. It's kind of only a matter of time before Peter Lexington is engulfed by the mound, and
I'm dying with my wife.
much like his poor fiance, is just suffocated and slowly dissolved, while Daphne scrambles out of the house, tears in her eyes, like scrambling back to the main gate where she finds Colt Dickson, like lying across like the seat, fumbling with the wires underneath, trying to hotwire her car. Fucking Victor,
Shove his ass
Victor
out of the
Mason
way.
is like several blocks down the road, just like looking around like a deer in headlights, like confused.
Shove his ass out of the way, Mr. Dickson. Mr. Dickson, move! Pulling the keys out of my bag. Jamming in the ignition. Boom, boom, boom. Car turns over. Spin out. Boost it down the road until we see Victor Mason. Mr. Mason! Just like skid to a halt beside him. Like, get him in! We have
Clambers
to
in.
leave! No!
Clambers in the best he can.
Zoom. Right the fuck out of town. Drive.
To Boston. Boston.
It's a little more. It's
Oh,
essentially.
shit is this?
That's
Nice.
What is this?
This is essentially what you see as you.
What is
Nice.
this?
Crazy.
That is the thing. Yeah, and Daphne would have seen as like she kind of left behind her, like this mound just kind of starts pouring out of like windows, out of doors, cracking the house apart. As the three of you pile into that car and just start taking off. Which way are you going back to Gamwell? Are you going to where are you driving to?
Away.
away.
Way.
Fuck with Gamwell. To hell with Gamwell. I guess Victor's from Gamwell.
I don't think you imagine at this point Victor doesn't really care.
No.
No.
He's just kind of he's shaking in the back, like rocking back and forth.
Just
And
pick
you-
it. He doesn't even pay attention to what direction
You
she
drive-
drives. She just drives.
You drive right through Gamwell without even stopping, right through, back on the way to Boston, back east.
As
Get it?
as you drive past the Dodge Brothers law firm, you look as they're looking out the window, and you see one of them raise a hand just to give a little wave.
I just imagine while you're doing that, like a little piece of goo that's on like the back of the car that fell off of one of you guys, kind of falls in the street. So when the camera pans to it, and you see the little goo kind of slip into the sewer,
Bum,
and it's
bum,
like
bum.
the end or Finn. That'd be like there would be.
And
Finn.
yeah.
So the three who escaped are never quite the same. Colt is probably the least scarred from his trip out here. He doesn't really know what happened or what he saw. Colt probably doesn't even ask. He doesn't really want to know what drove Victor to such crazed depths, what Daphne was so desperate to save her son from.
I
That
pay
is-
him.
Nope, Not a single care in the world.
I pay him the fee. Presumably, he didn't get paid from the Dodge Brothers
No,
yet.
you
Yeah,
didn't
they
you
went
didn't
wild.
stop
I would
to
pay
collect
him.
it.
No, I pay him the
Stop.
fee that they promised, as well as the doubling it that I promised. With just the, like, probably like not even like a thank you, Mr. Dickson, for all your hard work. Like just expressionless.
No.
Imagine it would take some.
So- Colt taking the payment, knowing he did fuck all and just ran for his life.
Yeah, so
Right.
Daphne would probably get on a plane and get the fuck out of here back to California, far away from this place as possible.
She would go back to California and she would use her vast wealth to get a screenplay written about an aspiring actor, like big brawny son, casting whoever the big mainstay in Hollywood is as like Peter Lexington and his exotic wife, Yuna.
What would
Try and get some sort of screenplay done.
what would Colt do about poor Victor? Victor's mentally fractured. He's been through a lot. You guys have dragged him many, many miles from home with just like the clothes on his back. You gonna
He's
leave?
always welcome to come and stay with me.
Well, that depends on what he wants to do.
I believe there was the talk of slipping the tongue.
You do imagine he needs some
Wow,
taking care of, like
Still
whether
thinking of the PP.
like medically or he needs like it's like does Colt
One
want to
or the
kind of
other,
take him
yeah.
under his wing, kind of like
I
hey
would-
you work for me now, kid, or
I would leave that up to Victor.
Yeah, I'm not sure how stable he would be, and if all of a sudden he's got some sugar mama looking out for him, he would probably follow her. But
You're gonna be the replacement.
I would say
son.
you would probably feel a stronger connection to Colt, being that you work with Colt was kind of there for you, like
Yep,
the whole
yep.
time, and he's the one that ran
Hey,
with you and helped you get
If
away.
you wanna chase the punani, I'm not gonna blame you.
You also know that Colt's kind of a works alone kind of guy.
yeah,
What does Trevor
we do that whole
or
keep in
Victor?
contact thing for a little bit, and then both kind of like drift our separate ways.
Does Victor head out to go hang out with Daphne?
It's like I'm going to California. Hills, that is.
I feel like
When a
I feel
boy
like this
becomes a
is gonna
man.
be like the Darkest Dungeon, but female edition, because Reaper's characters are gonna start hiring bounty hunters
No,
to go avenge her son.
I feel like Victor's gonna go with her, and she's gonna just start to kind of dote on him like a new son. He's
yeah,
he's
And
gonna
with his
just start
broken
kind of
state, he
unhealth-
probably wouldn't mind.
He's gonna kind of start she's gonna like unhealthily replace Peter
Yeah.
with Victor.
There, my little VV. Daphne's got you. Don't worry.
But what would he call her
Oh.
now?
Oh, you know. Mommy dearest.
You know. Wait, no, don't call her you know. No.
Yes, you know.
That is
Nicely played.
that is the end of the Crack'd and Crook'd Manse.
I
I
Wow.
survived!
Oh.
That is
There
a
was
higher
ghosts.
survival rate than usual.
I survived!
You survived thanks to me.
I
Right?
was
So
rather
far,
yet to
Tiffany
survive
was
one
the
of these.
only survivor we've ever had.
Yep. Dude, it was on the fence of running away or trying to pull you out again.
Yeah, no, I was trying to
Yeah,
tell you
it
to
was
run,
it
but I
was
figured,
only
yeah.
through your heroic actions of staving off the
If
various tentacles.
Colt
Yup.
never saw the tentacle, he probably would have ran into the kitchen. But seeing a tentacle and being like, I don't fuck with this shit, I'm out.
I don't fuck with you.
Yep. As soon as I see the
so-
tentacle, I was like, nope.
For me, it
I-
came down to. For me, it came down to one luck roll.
Yup.
Yep.
Which way do I go? And
Yup.
I ended up wrong.
It changed everything. It's funny when I was battling that thing in the tug of war of death, and I knew that Yuna, like when Yuna was getting consumed, I immediately thought to the back of my head like, well, Peter's character's gonna die because
Yup.
obvious reasons.
I was sad that that Yuna was the one to go crazy because I wanted her to like go running through the house and notice like, huh, the floorboards are creaking now. That's weird. They weren't creaking earlier. As the mass of this thing essentially was filled the entire basement up and
That's
hardened up the floor
That's
so
why
the
it
boards
didn't
would.
make
If you guys
noise.
had made it upstairs, you would have found really creaky floorboards upstairs.
Well, that was our next
So
step,
it-
but we had into the room.
Yeah, I was looking at the
It
time
was-
as it is, and you guys were like at two of the doors that it was just on the other side of it. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's time for
Time.
me.
It
It's
was-
I think
Time.
it's time for my little friend to come out and play.
I'm just confused where the ghosts part of this came in. Because
He's-
obviously there was like,
He's just a ghost. Sometimes ghosts are just a ghost.
there's just ghosts on the property?
It is a ghost of Johnny, whatever the fuck his name was.
Johnny, whatever the fuck.
Johnny
Oh, it's-
Bravo.
The
Well, there's the
John-
soul
Want you to
Soldier.
comb my hair really
Well,
fast?
Johnny Southside.
No, Johnny
Well, not an
Fitzgerald. It was Johnny Fitzgerald.
Oh.
Was it on an axe guy too?
Fitzgerald.
Well, Johnny Fitzgerald was the one who came home from the war with like an injury and kind of went nuts and like killed all his family with.
Yeah.
And then Arthur Kerwin is the one who killed his family with an axe, chopped them all up.
Yeah, because they saw a figure with an axe and then realized it was just a coat.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's just funny foreshadowing. There's also an axe
Oh, okay.
missing.
So
Interesting.
was it the salt that kept this thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't like salt.
For...
Poor Arthur figured that out a little too late, which is why he ordered a truckload of salt to his house.
Yeah.
We figured that out. I bet
Sorry,
too late.
we as people figured it out. Our characters were like, nah, salt, weird.
Well, I figured she has a 70 in intelligence, so I was like, well, you know, she's probably pretty smart. She heard about that, and
There's
And decided to remove the salt barrier.
yeah, but
that was the thing that tipped the
Couldn't-
scales for me too. Is like, okay, with the salt barrier gone, and the reason that door doesn't open is because this thing is pressed up against it.
Oh, shit.
That is why, with your extreme success, you did not break that door down.
Oh, fuck. Could you imagine?
So,
would've
and that
gone.
is why
That makes
I was,
sense
and it's like
now.
I've got that handout with it bursting out of the kitchen door. This just seems to work just right.
Yup. Nope.
It was perfect
Yeah.
timing.
perfect.
God.
There's all
Okay.
sorts
Well-
of weird things you may or may not have found. Like Arthur Kerwin's corpse is hidden inside a hidden room on the second floor.
What?
After he murdered his family and went nuts, he hid inside a hidden room. Then he got trapped in it.
Yeah, we
What
didn't
about
do
the-
anything on the second floor. It's crazy. It
So
escalated
like,
really
his
fast.
corpse, his like withered and decaying corpse, because he just died of starvation and like no
Oh,
food,
didn't
no
get
water.
maybe- I didn't, but at least he didn't get eaten, unlike me. That's
Uh,
super.
Well, 'cause yeah. you wouldn't have known that, like, the thing that tried to eat all of you didn't exist when he caused all these murders. It's pretty new. It's Arthur.
grew up.
Arthur
So what actually-
Cornthwaite's fault.
What happened to Arthur Cornthwaite? Did that get him?
Yeah, he got yanked up a chimney.
Up the
Oh.
chimney.
Up the chimney. The
Canonically,
reverse Santa Claus.
because he figured out what was going on, and he was in the... I can't remember if it's his bedroom. He was upstairs filling shotgun shells full of salt, and the thing snuck up behind him through the fireplace and yoinked him up the chimney.
Shit.
So would we, if
Jesus.
we had gone upstairs, would we had found?
Yeah, you would find a pile of shotgun shells packed full of salt. There's a shotgun in one of the other rooms.
That would have been really useful.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
We never
that
made
would-
it that far, so.
No, we
that would have
died.
been amazingly
Well, I say-
useful.
We didn't die. Because I survived, bitches. Boom. Boom. Finally.
I love how there's a picture of me and me.
It's Youception.
You
I am the blob now. Worship
I wonder
me,
if I can.
fear
Is
me.
there an easy way for me to? Oh, wait a sec. I could paste it on Discord. Oh no. Oh no! I broke the stream.
Don't break it. Well, it's a good time to break it, considering.
This is a good time to break it. This is the end of the night.
Looking for.
Yeah, I'm freaking tired.
It's way past Shawn's bedtime.
Absolutely. I don't stay up
We'll
this
be
late
up
anymore.
We'll be up. We'll be playing D&D in
Tomorrow.
10 and a half hours.
Yep.
We'll be playing D&D.
It's gonna be great.
We go to bed the
Kevin's
next.
gonna be like, what the shit?
Nah.
You guys are gonna be loopy.
D&D's easy.
Nah, D&D's easy. Brother Nero's
I
gonna
did-
cast some spells and
I did like this quest portal. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Oh, look at this. This is beautiful. Me and Yuna together forever in the primordial
together
goo.
forever, forever.
Ooh.
doo-doo.
Oh, I know how I can add this picture in real quick. I can just copy it into here. And just do this. Here's poor
The
Arthur.
fuck is that?
What happened to poor Arthur?
Oh, Jesus!
Oh,
Whoa.
It's It's basically the title image in the fucking scenario book.
Oh,
Oh,
Well, fuck.
That's where the salt shaker went too. That's why you couldn't
Yep.
find the salt shaker.
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
He had it.
That's where it went.
makes sense.
That makes perfect
All the
sense.
salt was gone. He'd ordered salt. Salt shaker missing. Pepper broken on the ground.
I'm assuming the purple was something to do with killing it too. when you shot
I
it.
just wanted to, because he got an extreme success and like nothing hurts
Oh.
it. I was like, yeah, let's just
Oh,
make
nothing
something.
hurts it.
I'll tell you,
Eh,
reloading and unloading again was on my docket because purple goo happened.
Yeah, because its armor rating is that anything that is not salt or fire does minimum damage to it. So whatever the damage minimum is, it does
Interesting.
Yeah.
minimum. But because you got an extreme success and had the piercing, I was like, I'll give you the piercing damage +1 on the D10. And I was like, I'll
Goo.
give that a visual
Goo.
flair. I having some goo, having some purple goo in there, in the pustules.
Nice.
Oh,
Alrighty.
well, thank you
Yep.
very much. Another game,
you,
another
thank
successful
you.
game
Yep.
of Call of Cthulhu. More investigative horror. Sanity is it's at a
Optional.
premium. It's at a premium, you know. Yeah, optional is very key. I am now 1 for 3 on surviving these Call of Cthulhu one
Yeah.
shots.
I was gonna say
Same.
I forgot to get you guys to check off any skills you succeeded at, so that you could, because we can level those
Oh.
characters up or attempt to.
Oh yeah.
I'll go through the chat log later.
Hmm.
I had a handful of good successes at the beginning there.
Yeah,
Well,
I
Okay.
succeeded in normal people stuff.
Yep.
Hey,
It's
I can
basically
move that.
any skill that you do that you have any kind of success at, you can add a check mark to that skill. Multiple successes doesn't matter, just as long as you have at least
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, we'll pick the stream back up tomorrow morning, 11
Yep.
a.m. Pacific. What is that? 2 Eastern.
2 Eastern.
As we resume Vecna, Eve of Ruin. Where we go to everyone's favorite place, fucking Barovia.
That's fun.
Barovia will be great.
I want to stay in Sigil. Fuck it. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Anyways,
Too
we'll
late.
talk to you tomorrow morning, boys and
Yep.
girls. Thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.